The phone on my nightstand buzzed at a steady rhythm for far longer than I would have appreciated. I opened my groggy eyes and stared at the pitch-black nothingness above me. For God's sakes, who would be calling me at this hour? This better not be some scam or anything. Not again. Last week I got a call from this weird number claiming to be from the Automotive Committee at about 10 p.m. Call me an idiot, but I was so tired after a long day at work, I didn't catch on to the fact that the call was obviously fraudulent for a few minutes too long. Luckily for me, I didn't give out any personal details, but my God, has it made me exceptionally suspicious lately. I rolled over to my left and grabbed the glowing phone, seemingly bright as the sun, though I know that's just relative to the suffocating darkness around me. As my eyes adjusted to the new light, I saw first that it was currently 2:22 a.m., and second, that I was getting a call from my old pal Alan. We go way back, though the details of our friendship are probably nothing more than a snooze fest to you. All you really need to know is that Alan is not exactly the type of friend your parents want you hanging around with. He was always unknowingly and unapologetically rude at the worst times and got me involved in some not-so-scrupulous activities when we were in high school. That was years ago now, though, and these days, we don't talk all that often. The closest we get to hanging out is sitting in an Xbox Live party together, playing Halo Reach every once in a while like we used to years ago. It's a fun little nostalgia trip, but I haven't really heard much from him outside of stuff like that. After a moment of consideration, I answered the call and pulled the phone to my ear. "Hello?" I said, as I pretty much always do when answering a call. "Hey, Jackie, how's it hanging, my man?" Alan asked in an excited tone. "It's hanging all right, I guess, man, but I was kind of in the middle of sleeping. What's going on?" Sorry, man," Alan said both quickly and dismissively. "Listen, I need you to come by my work for a minute. There's something you've gotta see." "Alan, if you need a ride home, I can't give you one right now. I'm tired as fuck and need to get back to bed," I asserted, trying to speed up our conversation. "Dude, I'll give you $15 right here, right now, as soon as you show up here if you come. I don't need a ride home. I've got a car now. I just need to show you something. It's super important, dude. Please, just get in your car and drive over. My work is a straight shot from your place anyway. Just down south on Clover Reed Lane, about 5 minutes. You're not gonna regret it, dude. I promise. And if you do, I'll throw in another 15. Alan's offer was, unfortunately, tempting. I've been trying to get more hours at work to earn a little extra cash lately, but the bosses aren't having it. I don't really have it in me to work a whole other job either, so I'm just kind of stuck in this weird no man's land right now. So $30 extra sounds pretty alluring. And yes, I would be taking the whole 30 because I know Alan is full of shit. He always has been, and he always will be. But that's all part of who he is, I guess. And I'm not sure if we'd even have ever been friends if it weren't for his more than mildly shady behavior. I got in my car and drove down Clover Reed Lane for about 13 minutes, not 5, like that son of a bitch told me, until I got to his work. He worked at some factory that makes disposable plates and bowls and cups and shit like that. I think they supply the generic brand they sell at Walmart or Target or something, though it might have been Kmart. I don't know, it was one of the big ones anyways. I pulled into the desolate parking lot and shifted my gear into park. I looked around for a moment and took in the utter and complete silence and emptiness around me. As is the case with these huge factories that pay workers shit their entire lives, only to cripple them from the hard labor or kill them from the unsafe exposure to who knows how many unregulated chemicals that are going to be banned in the coming decades, the parking lot was huge. In fact, I don't think huge does this lot justice. The parking lot was fucking ginormous. It wouldn't surprise me if it was the size of a football field. I took a Camel Crush from my pocket and looked up at my clock. 2:55 a.m. I lit the cigarette, took a few draws of the smooth, rich tobacco before popping the little menthol ball in the center of the filter, effectively turning my plain cigarette into a refreshing menthol pleasure. I felt 2 buzzes come from my right pocket, which reminded me I forgot to turn vibrate off on my phone. It was of course Alan, saying, "You here, man?" I sighed and typed back "I'll be in a minute," before taking a long drag off my camel and throwing it on the parking lot ground as I opened my rickety old car door. Walking up to the entrance, I could see Alan waiting for me on the other end of the glass doors. He was smiling that simultaneously innocent yet devious smile he's always had, which instantly put my guard up. He unlocked the door and greeted me with a friendly, "Get the fuck in here, Jackie," before grabbing me by the shoulder and pulling me inside. Walking up the stairs to the office where Alan's stationed, I forgot how long it had really been since we'd last seen each other in person. Could it have been years? It wouldn't surprise me. Despite his bad reputation in school, he surprisingly always had a baby face. Though now, just a foot or so away from me, I could see thick, unkempt stubble sprouting up all across his face and neck. Made me realize how long ago school really was, and how we were, supposedly, adults now. You know, I always thought as a minor that there'd come a time in early adulthood where I would begin to feel like, well, an adult. But I've come to the realization that that's just not how it works. You feel like a kid, not knowing what the fuck you're doing and barely keeping it together until you don't anymore. I haven't gotten to the part where I don't yet, and I assume Alan hasn't either. "All right, Alan, you want to tell me why I'm here?" I asked, following him into his office, which housed dozens of small television screens. He was apparently part of the overnight security here, making sure nobody broke in and stole some highly valuable and sought-after paper plates or something. He spent all night staring at the screens and occasionally doing a walkthrough of the entire building to make sure no unauthorized individuals were hanging out on the premises. "All right, so check this out, Jackie. Follow me." He walked over to the other side of the room and opened a door labeled "Employees Only." "Come on through, I'll be right behind you," Alan said, insisting I walk down some dark hallway leading to God knows what. "Bro, you've gotta tell me what the fuck's going on here," I said in protest. "I can't, man, it'll spoil the whole thing. It'll only be another minute, just trust me." Alan wasn't really the type of person I could trust, but I decided to fake it in an attempt to get this show on the road. Walking into and down the dimly lit hallway, I heard Alan close and lock the door behind us. I turned around to look at Alan, who just nodded his head forward, instructing me to keep on going. I walked for maybe about a minute before the hallway took a short turn to the left. There was a horribly old elevator there. And when I mean old, I mean you couldn't pay me to get on that elevator, it looked so fucking old. At least that's what I thought, until I remembered the $30 with my name on it if I played along with my buddy's little game. I begrudgingly got on and took in the unbelievable sight. The floor of this tiny elevator room was shag carpeted, and the wallpaper on the sides of this small room were beginning to peel. I looked at the floor buttons and noticed that despite this building containing well over 4 or 5 floors, there were only 2 buttons. One for the 5th floor, the one we were on now, and one for a floor labeled unavailable. I looked over to my friend, knowing full well which button I was supposed to push. I pointed at it just to make sure, and Alan gave me an excited nod. "You got it," he said. "This thing doesn't seem safe. Are you sure we should be using it at all?" I asked, growing more concerned by the moment. "Settle down, Jackie. I've ridden this elevator at least 5 times. It's totally stable. I mean, you might feel a few bumps and shit here and there, but it's no big deal. All elevators can be a little rough sometimes, right?" I wanted to say, no, that's not how it works at all, but was shorted by Alan reaching over and smashing the unavailable button. The door closed, and the elevator began its descent. I watched the numbers change from 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1, and then a horizontal line. I looked over to Alan, who seemed unfazed by this, so I just looked back forward towards the doors. The ring of an unseen bell indicated that this was our stop, and the doors opened. What I saw before me, I found greatly unnerving. It was a long hallway with no rooms or exits of any kind on either side for the entire duration. At the very end was one rusted metal door with about 5 locks on it. The lights in the ceiling of the hallways were dim and flickering, but even with that, I could tell that this door was heavy duty, and nobody was breaking their way into that room. One of my first thoughts was that this was some security room where they kept their valuables. Maybe the owner of this place is old as fuck and doesn't trust banks worth a shit. I immediately turned to Alan, prepared to scold the hell out of him after thinking he was planning on robbing the place and decided to get me involved to do it. But I bit my tongue and realized that I don't think a place like this would really have many valuables to store away to begin with. Alan, what is this? I questioned meekly. To be perfectly honest with you, Jackie, I'm not quite sure, he said, walking first past me and then turned around. But we're gonna find out. Standing in front of the door, I could see just how beat up and worn down this metal door was. It was rusted to hell, and even the locks looked like one touch should land you in the nearest hospital for a tetanus shot, just to be on the safe side. It was here that, finally, Alan decided to tell me what this whole charade was all about. Alright, so I discovered this door here a couple days ago. Working nights like this gets pretty boring, so I tend to wander around, go through drawers, explore rooms, stuff like that. Just harmless shit to help the time pass. Well, I had discovered the elevator at the end of that long hallway shortly after I got this job about 2 weeks ago. The employee that trained me told me there was nothing noteworthy down there and that the elevator was busted. But like I said, I got pretty bored. I walked down to the end of the hallway last week and opened the elevator doors, pressed on the unavailable floor, and watched them close right back up. A minute later, I pressed on the down button to summon the elevator back up, and the doors opened once again. I could tell by how long it took the elevator to open up again after I pressed the button that it was indeed moving, and it wasn't busted like the guy said it was. After a couple days of doing that on my shifts, I decided to gamble a little bit and take the ride myself. I got on, rode down, and lo and behold, found this door. That is pretty interesting, Alan, I said hesitantly. But why did you want me here? To share the discovery with, man, he said, almost giggling. Way before I found this door, I was rummaging through an old filing cabinet in another random little back room upstairs when I noticed that one of the drawers actually had a false bottom. I used a credit card to get some leverage on the fake bottom and lifted it up, revealing a small compartment with this keychain. Alan lifted a keychain with 5 uniquely distinct and ancient-looking keys on it. Pretty spooky, right? He said with a wink. So, I began. You want me to go through this rusted, shady-looking door with you, and you have no idea what's behind it whatsoever. You woke me up at 2 in the fucking morning to explore some unknown like we're kids again? I want to see my $30, man. He frowned slightly in disappointment, apparently expecting me to absorb some of the excitement that was oozing off of him. Alright, man, I've got the money, Alan croaked. But first, you've gotta check out that room with me. I looked at the door that seemed to be aging a decade every passing minute. Whatever, man, let's just get this show on the road. A twinkle returned to Alan's eye as he found the correct keys for each of the 5 corresponding locks. Upon unlocking the highly secure door, he turned to me with a smirk. I returned the smirk, though mine added in a bit of nervousness as well. He turned the ancient doorknob, which I'm surprised didn't break off just from being rotated, and pulled the metal slab open. Inside was pure, unadulterated blackness, just like what I was first greeted with upon opening my eyes to his phone call about an hour before. You got a flashlight? Alan asked. No, I don't got a flashlight, I responded quickly. I did actually have a flashlight on my phone, but I didn't want to play into his game any more than I had to. That's alright, hold on a sec, he said. He reached in and felt along the inside of the wall nearest him. His eyes darted to the upper left as he focused on his touch. Wait, I think there's a light switch here. Let me try to flip it. It's stiff as fuck. It's like it hasn't been flipped in a lifetime. After a little effort, I heard the loud click of the switch. He pulled his hand out of the room, and we both watched in bated breath for the light to greet us. But after waiting for more than a moment, I had enough. Alan, this is bullshit. I'm beyond tired and need to get home. Give me my $30 so I can get the I looked over through the doorway once more to see a tiny light, almost like a candle, sitting on the floor off into the distance, maybe 100 feet away. You see that? I asked. Yeah, I see it, Alan responded as he slowly began walking in towards the light. I was still too shook from the uncomfortable setting and bizarre circumstances to actually go inside, but I would gladly watch and share this experience with him if it meant I'd get my $30 a little faster. Watch your step, man, I said, playing my part and helping him out in the tiniest of ways. I am. There's like nothing in here. I can tell by how loud my footsteps are on the ground here. But god damn, this room is huge, Jackie. Like, I mean really huge. You're hearing those echoes, right? Because man, At that moment, Alan was cut off by the light switch finally doing its job. The room was flooded with light, revealing this to be barely a room at all. The size of this place. I've never seen anything like it. Even though we were apparently underground, this room was seemingly 20 to 30 stories tall and was the size of a large warehouse. But that wasn't even the shocking part. At the very end of the warehouse, though it was so large it took up close to half of the space, was an unbelievably gigantic, oversized, red plastic cup. It stood well over 300 feet tall and straight up looked like an optical illusion, identical to a cup you'd buy in a pack of 20 at the supermarket, except for the fact that it was about 1,000 times bigger and sat in the middle of this underground warehouse. In front of the big red cup stood the lone candle that used to be the sole source of light. I stared at the anomaly in shocked silence, while Alan started laughing. Holy shit, dude, Alan started. What the fuck is this shit? A big red cup the size of Montana? I didn't respond. To be honest, I thought I was probably going insane. None of this made any sense whatsoever, and I was beginning to feel queasy. My queasiness wasn't made any better when the cup began to speak. Now, I wasn't 100% sure it was the cup at first, and believe me, I looked around and really tried to pin down what it was I was hearing, but after the second or third time a loud, raspy, "Touch me," hissed out of the top of the gargantuan cup, I knew what was going on, or at least what was seemingly going on. I still hadn't ruled out insanity. Alan was about 40 feet from the thing now and was continuing to walk towards it. I was still too shocked to say anything and watched on in stunned silence as he continued on. I think he's gonna do it. I think he's gonna touch that big cup. God, this is all so fucking weird. Touch me. The cup hissed again, in a voice so malevolent and ancient, it sent a horrible chill down my spine. Alan was right in front of the cup now, well within arm's length. He looked up and said, "What do you think, man? Should I do it?" Snapping out of it for a second, I responded, "Why are you asking me? We both know you're gonna do it anyway, because you're too fucking curious for your own good." We shared a silence in understanding. I saw Alan look up and say, "All right, I'm gonna do it, man." As he slowly lifted his hand, I saw something begin to bubble at the edge of the cup, about 300 feet into the air. I couldn't make out what it was at first. It just seemed to be some sort of shadowy movement. But as he opened his hand to place against the dyed red plastic of the gigantic disposable cup, I saw what it was. Bubbling over the corner of the cup came pouring down a waterfall of red liquid. Alan was directly in its line of sight and would be completely washed away by the wave, and so would I. Where is there to run besides back to that elevator where I'm gonna have to wait for it to take its sweet time and finally close the door? Alan was completely oblivious to the fountain of red that was soon to pummel him, and as he pressed the soft flesh of his palm into the shiny plastic, I screamed his name one last time. The phone on my nightstand buzzed at a steady rhythm. I opened my eyes to see the pitch-black nothingness once again surrounding me. How the hell did I get back here? Where's Alan? I grabbed my phone and looked at the caller ID. It was from an unknown number. "Hello?" I answered.
"Hi, this is Dale from the Automotive Committee. I wanted to talk to you about your Chevy."
I hung up. I looked at my phone once more to see it was 2:22 a.m. So, it was all a dream, I guess. One weird, bizarre, fucked up, yet poetically pointless dream. Those are the best ones, right? The ones you wake up from and just go, "What the absolute hell was that?" They're the most exciting anyways. Even though they suck in the moment, it can be fun to reflect on the fictitious journeys you went on when the moon had the sky. I pulled up my text conversation with Alan and vented to him about how I just had the weirdest fucking dream about him in a text. I sent it his way, knowing I probably wouldn't hear back from him until the morning, since it was so late, and who knew if he even worked at that factory in real life. I sure couldn't remember. But the next day came and went with no response, and so did the next day. Like I stated earlier, we didn't talk much these days as it was, so it didn't really alarm me that much at all. A week later, I decided to hit him up again by giving him a call. I know nobody actually calls each other anymore these days, but I really wanted to hear his voice after seeing him nearly engulfed by a gigantic waterfall of blood. After pressing call on his contact screen, I was met with nothing. No rings at all. Instead, I was met with a busy dial tone, kind of a long, droning tone that never ends. I didn't actually start to get worried until I looked him up on Facebook to discover that his page was completely deleted. Okay, something bizarre was definitely going on here. The last time I checked, Alan was actually one of the few people I knew still active on Facebook, and I can't imagine a circumstance that would lead him to flat out delete his profile. After about 2 weeks in total of me trying to get in touch with him via texts, phone calls, and a thorough social media search, I decided to do the one thing no one wants to do. I decided to reach out to his mom. I remembered her first name, Debbie, and was able to find her account on Facebook that way. I sent her a message asking how Alan's doing and if there's any way I could get in touch with him. After a day with no response, I decided to send her another, which, finally, after all this time, got me a response from someone, though her response would only confuse the ever-loving shit out of me and change my perception of reality forever. "I think you have the wrong Debbie, sir. I don't have a son named Alan. In fact, I don't even have a son at all. Sorry to be of any inconvenience." She couldn't be serious. I stayed the night at her house countless times throughout high school, smoking cigarettes and carving bongs out of old water bottles in her basement on the weekends. How could she try to tell me she didn't have a fucking son? I went on her profile and scanned through her pictures. Every single family photo was what I would expect. Alan's stepdad and her stepsisters, and their dog Sparky. God, I can't believe how old that mutt is. But Alan himself was nowhere to be seen. Tired, confused, and at my wit's end, I decided to go to the factory Alan worked at in my dream in a last-ditch effort to find him. I thought maybe Alan was going through a tough time right now and just wanted to be a complete loner or something, which is fine by me. I completely understand wanting to be off on your own and not be bothered, but I just needed to make sure he was okay. I followed Clover Reed Lane south about 13 minutes at about 2:30 in the morning, just like Alan had instructed me weeks prior. But upon turning off into the large parking lot that used to be Alan's workplace, I realized I was actually veering off onto a dead-end dirt road that led to a large, undeveloped plot of land. Where the factory once stood was now just a jungle of 5-foot-tall weeds, and the paved parking lot was now just a small patch of dirt. Judging by the muddy, beaten-up realtor sign, I'd say it's probably been on the market for some time. I sat there in my car, just taking in the scene. My mind was pretty much turned to mush by this point. If I looked up in the sky and saw Venus pummeling towards Earth at the speed of light, I'm not sure I'd be surprised at all. I'd probably just stare at it, waiting to see what happened next, like a baby shown an illusion. I was pretty much ready to peel out of there by this point, but figured since I took the time to travel out here, I might as well spend a little more time checking it out. I got out of my car with the flashlight on my phone turned on as bright as it could go. I walked along the dividing line where the dirt lot met the overgrown weeds. I walked up to where I had parked just a few weeks prior, now just a lonely patch of dirt. Feeling slightly nostalgic, I followed my invisible footprints from weeks prior up to where the front door of the factory would have been if it were still there. Instead, I was taken to a worthless, empty field. I couldn't believe it. Before turning around to head on back to my car, put the keys in the ignition, and drive back to my little apartment to never speak or even think of this again, I decided to instead turn my head down. I looked at the ground, at something glowing in contrast and reflection in my cell phone's bright flashlight. It stuck out to me like a piece of silver in a pile of coal. I crouched down and shoved my hand into the pile of weeds, searching and feeling for whatever it was I had seen. Finally getting a grip on something I knew was not overgrowth, I pulled it out and held it in my hands. It was a shiny, little, red cup, the disposable kind you can buy down at the supermarket, the ones you might find at parties or office meetings. The kind you might buy if you're going to have guests over but don't have enough glasses. The kind you might find in the basement of that non-existent factory. I knelt down, placing the cup back on the ground in front of the overgrown weeds, and walked back to my car, darting off in the moonlight's glow. I was a fairly lonely child. I wouldn't go as far as to say my parents neglected or didn't love me, but their exhausting work schedules limited the time they could spend with me. Even when they had a slightly less busy day, we would only have time for a quick chat and a family meal. Of course, there were some upsides. Every day, they would leave me some cash on the kitchen table so I can buy whatever I want when I get back from school. Honestly, they've always left far too much money for me and didn't care if I spent it all, so I'd buy random things to pass the time. I couldn't even count how many times I just bought a huge mozzarella pizza out of sheer boredom, then just eat a slice and leave it be. On paper, a rich kid which has the home for himself sounds great, but in reality, the feeling of loneliness was overwhelming. Even though I desperately needed a friend or at least someone to talk to, it was nearly impossible for me to achieve at the time because of my lack of social interactions. I became almost incapable of forming any connections with other people. The only meaningful connection I had aside from my parents was with my neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Rogers. They would occasionally invite me over for some lemonade or would bring me over some cake, although they usually didn't have time for anything more than that. After all, they had 2 very young daughters they had to take care of, so they obviously didn't have much time to waste. Even though I was already 12 years old, I never had a friend. But that changed when I found my best and only friend poking out from the grass in my backyard. It was just a boring summer day. I left the house just for a moment to throw out the trash. Only moments before coming back inside, I heard an unintelligible whisper. I turned around, trying to focus on my surroundings. Then I heard another whisper. This time, however, I clearly understood it. The soft voice said, "Sorry for disturbing you. Can we talk?" I scratched my head in confusion. Again, I scanned my surroundings, but I saw no one. I see you're confused. To be fair, hearing a random voice and not seeing where it's coming from isn't too common, so let me give you a hint. Look at the grass behind you. I'm right next to the tree right now. I'll try and wave at you. The whispering continued. I immediately looked at the area near the tree in our backyard. The only thing I saw was a lone yellow flower, but as my eyes focused on the flower, I realized that it was wobbling left and right. That was highly unusual considering there were no strong winds. I walked closer to the flower, and then I heard the voice again. This time it was noticeably louder than before. "Hello, friend. Let me make a quick introduction. You aren't crazy. A flower is indeed talking to you. I don't have a mouth, so I have to communicate telepathically with you. Obviously, that means I'm not an ordinary plant, but I probably look like the average dandelion to you, so feel free to call me Dandy," the flower explained. Its voice was oddly calming. I'm Robert," I stuttered. "This is probably too much for you to handle all at once. It's all right, though. It's not like you meet a talking flower every day, right?" Dandy said while wobbling slowly. "Right," I quickly answered. "I will be honest. The reason why I'm talking to you today is because I have to ask you for a favor. You don't have to help me, but listen to what I have to say at least," the flower said and immediately stopped wobbling. I imagined it was its way of showing how serious it is. "Sure, tell me," I said, while crouching right next to the flower. "Well, you see, I am an exceedingly rare flower, so rare that I doubt there's more of my kind out there. I have some very useful abilities, yet it's difficult for me to care for myself on my own. If I don't get the required food and water in the next couple of months, I will wither away and eventually die. However, if I do get everything that's required, I will evolve and I will finally become strong enough to exit this restricting soil," Dandy explained. "So, what do I have to do?" I asked immediately, intrigued by his story. "Could you get me a glass of water?" Dandy asked. I was surprised by how simple the request was, so I immediately got up and went back inside to grab a large glass of cold water. I brought it to Dandy. "You could just pour it into the soil, but let me show you a cool trick instead. Just leave the glass of water right next to me," Dandy commanded. I did, as he said. In only seconds, a dark green vine sprouted from the ground. It was just barely long enough to get to the bottom of the glass. In seconds, it burrowed into the glass and sucked the water out of it. As soon as the glass was empty, the vine retreated into the ground below Dandy. "Oh, that hit the spot, thank you," Dandy wobbled, seemingly satisfied. "You're welcome, I guess," I said while rubbing the back of my head. "As a token of gratitude, I will tell you how some of my abilities work. You see, I can see visions of the future. They're not always easy to decipher, but usually I can understand what they mean. The one I had recently is about you. So please take my warning seriously. When washing the dishes later tonight, please wear your father's leather gloves." As soon as he finished talking, Dandy stopped wobbling. "Sure, thank you," I replied, not fully believing what he said. "I see you're not fully convinced yet, so look at this," Dandy said cheerfully. Seconds after he finished talking, he was gone. It looked like he disappeared when I blinked. Before I could even say anything, I heard his voice once again. "As you can see, I can turn invisible too. So why not believe my visions of the future? Surely a plant that can turn invisible wouldn't lie to you about seeing the future, right?" "Yeah, right." I hesitated with my response. Dandy reappeared and continued talking. "It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. Wearing a pair of leather gloves tonight won't do you any harm anyway," Dandy remarked. "I won't take much more of your time today, so go back inside and grab something to eat. Although, if you need someone to talk to, I'll be here. Not like I could go anywhere," Dandy said and giggled. "Okay," I quickly replied, still dazed by how unusual the situation was. "Oh, I almost forgot. Please don't tell anyone else about me. I trust you, but other people might not be kind to me," Dandy said. For the first time, I could feel nervousness in his voice. I waved goodbye. Dandy wobbled once again, although this time he wobbled forward like a gentleman tipping his hat. After that, I went back inside. Hours passed. After I was done eating the sandwiches my mom left me, I got ready to do the dishes. But then I remembered Dandy's warning. I was very skeptical about it, but I still wondered what would happen if he was right, and I didn't bother to heed his warning. So I quickly took my dad's leather gloves out of the drawer and wore them. Even though they weren't the perfect fit, I still wanted to do as Dandy suggested, just in case. I started washing the dishes. Only minutes passed, and a large glass mug shattered in my hands. Shards of glass fell in the sink, but I was uninjured, thanks to the gloves, which were now slightly red. My skepticism immediately disappeared. There was absolutely no way this could have been a coincidence. I finished the dishes, and since it was already late at night, I went to bed. When I woke up, I talked to my parents before they went to work. I didn't even mention Dandy, mainly because I didn't want to betray him, but also because I didn't want my parents to think I was slowly going insane in solitude. Talking to Dandy every day and occasionally doing some favors for him became a common occurrence. We would talk about many different topics. I would tell him about the movies and TV shows that I liked to watch, or the video games I loved wasting hours of my life on. He was a great listener and seemed to be genuinely intrigued by my hobbies. He even told me that he'd enjoy watching Star Wars with me once he fully evolves. Every week, he'd ask for a small favor, which I would gladly fulfill. Some favors were as simple as bringing him a glass of water. Others were buying a bag of fertilizer for him and then pouring it all next to him. He thanked me every time. As strange as it sounds, talking with a flower became a normal part of my daily schedule. He became my only and best friend. Spending time with him slowly made the feeling of loneliness disappear. As our mutual trust grew, so did Dandy. Every week he grew a bit larger. At first, he looked like a tiny dandelion, but now he resembled a large yellow rose. A couple of months passed. My parents went to work as usual. As soon as they were gone, I rushed to meet up with Dandy, just like I usually would. I ran towards the friendly flower, yet what I found made me stop in my tracks. Instead of the vibrant yellow rose, I saw a bent and withering dark green flower. Its petals were so dry that I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to be dead if it didn't talk to me as soon as I approached it. "Hello, friend," Dandy said. His usual cheerful and energetic voice was now replaced with a raspy mutter. I was too shocked to even think of what to say. "Unfortunately, I have some very bad news. I saw a grim future in my visions. I appreciate your kindness and how willing you were to help me evolve, but in the end, the horror I gazed upon in these visions made me sick, so sick that your efforts might have been in vain. I doubt that I will recover, but I promise you that nothing unfortunate will happen to you if you heed my warning once again," Dandy said. Somberness was present in his voice. "What visions? What are you talking about?" I asked, confused and scared. "Please, listen to me carefully. Tonight, a mysterious abductor will kidnap children in your neighborhood. He will do unmentionable acts to the poor children. Yet my vision is faulty and incomplete, so I have no way of knowing who that person actually is and which children he will abduct. Yet I know one fact. Your house appeared multiple times in my visions, so you might be his target." Dandy ended his explanation, almost choking on his words. I sat on the grass and stared at the ground in shock as multiple horrible thoughts put pressure on my mind. "Rest assured, I will do whatever I can to protect you, but you have to follow my instructions closely. Do you trust me?" Dandy asked. "Of course," I swiftly answered. "Good, I'm glad," Dandy replied with noticeable relief in his shaky voice. "Please, just pull off one of my petals and consume it. That's everything you have to do. I promise you will avoid a grisly fate if you do as I requested," Dandy pleaded. I had no reason to distrust him. This wouldn't be the only time his warnings put me out of harm's way, so I agreed to do it. Before taking one of his petals, I asked, "This won't hurt you, right?" Dandy instantly replied, "Not at all. To me, this would be the same as a human losing a hair or two." Satisfied with the explanation, I quickly plucked out a petal and swallowed it. "Congratulations. You may share some of my abilities now," Dandy told me with a hint of happiness in his frail voice. "Really?" I asked, even more confused than before. "Well, when you go to sleep tonight, I will make you completely invisible. Even if you're indeed the mysterious abductor's target, he won't be able to notice you," Dandy explained. "Thank you," I replied, instantly feeling relief. Once the fear for my life subsided, I remembered how frail Dandy looked. "What about you? Will you be all right?" I asked, genuinely concerned. "Let's just worry about you for now. Tomorrow you can come get me some high phosphorus fertilizer that should hopefully help me recover," Dandy reassured me. I nodded and thanked him. "You should really go to your house now, get something to eat and spend some time doing whatever you enjoy. Then go to bed and leave everything else to me." Dandy offered his advice one more time. "Don't worry, I'll do exactly as you recommended," I replied, placing my full trust in my friend. I waved goodbye, even though sick and tired. Dandy had enough strength left to slowly wobble. It looked like he was wishing me good luck. I went back to my house and tried occupying my mind by watching some anime. As the night was approaching, I became more and more nervous. A feeling of intense exhaustion hit me. Even though it wasn't even 10 p.m. yet, I felt sleepier than ever before. So, I shuffled to my bed, using all my energy to not fall unconscious as soon as I was an inch away from my bed. I fell on top of it and was sound asleep in only seconds. That night, I had a dream. I was sitting in my living room and watching Star Wars. I heard Dandy's voice. It was full of energy, with obvious glee in his voice. He said, "Thank you." I turned to my left and saw Dandy sitting right next to me. I froze in my seat as I gazed upon his new appearance. He now had a body that looked like a human sculpture. It was made out of hundreds or even thousands of vines. He had large arms and legs which were covered in leaves and moss. His large head looked like a Venus flytrap, except he also had eyes. His eyes were disturbingly human. Each eye had a different color, and they looked like tiny black and brown dots in his enormous yellow head. As he looked at me, I could have sworn that he smiled at me with a big, toothy grin. I woke up in cold sweat. I was extremely groggy. It was the kind of feeling I had only if I oversleep. I immediately noticed the window in my room was open. I thought that was impossible, because the mix of nervousness and paranoia yesterday made me lock every window and door in my house before I went to sleep. Nonetheless, nothing seemed to be wrong with me, except my socks, which were unusually dirty and wet. I had no injuries, though, so I knew Dandy's plan worked. I looked at the clock and realized it was already 2 p.m. I exited my room and was surprised to see my parents sitting in the living room. They were supposed to be at work at that time. I was happy to see them, yet they looked distraught. The way they greeted me was extremely depressing. It was like something else was on their mind. I immediately asked what's wrong, and they told me that our neighbor's daughters, which were only 1 and 3 years old, were missing. My blood ran cold as I realized another one of Dandy's visions came true. My parents continued, explaining that the police are conducting an investigation, considering how young the children are. What happened was surely an abduction. I wondered if I would have had the same fate if I didn't follow Dandy's advice. I wanted to show him my gratitude by buying him the most expensive fertilizer I could. I asked my parents if I could go outside for a short walk to clear my mind. They agreed, so I hastily left my house. I gazed upon the area where Dandy was, yet this time I saw nothing except for the grass and the tree next to it. I ran up to the spot, fearing that my friend withered away while I was asleep. I fell to my knees, desperately searching for Dandy. There was no sign of him. I tried digging through the soil with my bare hands, frantically searching for him. I didn't find him, but underneath the soil, I felt something firm. I continued digging through the dirt. I grabbed some kind of orb-shaped object with both of my hands and pulled it out. As soon as it plopped out of the ground, I dropped it and almost started vomiting. It was a small human skull. Worst of all, I felt more objects in the soil while digging, so I immediately knew there was more bones buried in the same spot. As I was screaming for my parents and running back inside, the pieces of the puzzle started connecting in my head. I now understood that my so-called best friend finally evolved, just like he always wanted to. The memories I had of the rest of that day were blurred out by the shock I've experienced. The only thing I was able to remember is that the police interrogated my parents and me. They didn't find any fingerprints on the bones. Our alibis were rock solid, so naturally they came to the conclusion that we weren't involved with the abduction and murder of the children, even though their remains were found buried in our backyard. However, the police did keep a close eye on us, and we had to stay home for a month. After this incident, I finally had the chance to spend more time with my family. Nonetheless, I became even more isolated. I would leave my room only if I needed something to eat or drink. The Rogers, my hospitable neighbors, started avoiding us. They wouldn't even greet us if they saw us in the backyard anymore. They looked away in pure disgust instead. I knew they blamed us for what happened, especially me. The anger in Mr. Rogers' eyes was undeniable whenever he saw me. They had every right to hate me. After all, I was the only person that had an idea what might have happened to their daughters, yet I chose silence and cowardice instead of the truth. My mental state degraded with each passing month. I regularly skipped school and spent most of my days just lying in bed and thinking about the events that happened in the near past. My parents were visibly worried, so they offered to schedule an appointment with a psychiatrist for me. I just ignored their benevolent suggestions and continued with my unhealthy lifestyle. After a while, I just got fed up with my daily cocktails of guilt and misery. I just wanted everything to stop. I thought about how easier my parents' life would be if I just disappeared. Occasionally, I would get massive headaches which almost made me pass out. Every time I had a headache, I would fall asleep minutes later. I would have nightmares about my parents crying in the living room or about my depressing daily routine. One nightmare, however, was different. In that nightmare, I saw myself sitting on the chair in my room. I had my headphones on and my eyes were closed. Suddenly, my eyes opened wide and I could see pure terror in them. The nightmare ended after that. I didn't think much of it. I didn't realize how important it was at the time. The day after, my parents had another busy workday. They wouldn't be back until tomorrow morning, so I had a bright idea. I stole some of my dad's premium beer cans, as well as a packet of my mom's painkillers. I mixed the painkillers with the beer. I obviously wasn't used to alcohol, but that didn't stop me from drinking multiple cans of the painkiller-infused liquid. I hoped this would be enough to end my life. My head was getting as heavy as an elephant, and my stomach felt like it was going to burst. I opened my window to let some fresh air in and sat on my comfortable chair. Afterwards, I put on my headphones to try and calm my mind by listening to some music while my body slowly collapsed. Moments passed. I felt a cold hand on my right shoulder. My eyes opened instantly. Fear and paranoia overwhelmed my body as I took off my headphones and looked to my right. There was nothing there, yet the pressure on my shoulder only increased. Then I heard a very familiar voice say, "You're still young, friend. It's far too early for you to perish. You should enjoy life just like I do. You gave me my life, so let me save yours." I felt a sharp pain before I could even process what I heard. I was petrified by terror as I stared into the pulsating flesh of my right shoulder. I felt extremely thirsty, like I didn't drink even a drop of water for days. My head was no longer heavy. My stomach no longer felt like it was ready to explode. All sensations were replaced by extreme thirst. I felt something sharp exit my right shoulder, and it went under my shirt and lightly punctured my belly, slowly filling it up with what felt like some kind of liquid. I felt my thirst was slowly getting weaker and weaker until it finally vanished. The sharp object exited my body with a loud plop. I heard the all too familiar voice say with satisfaction, "All done, friend." I don't remember anything more about that day. I only remember waking up in my bed. I immediately checked if I had any wounds, but the most I could find when I looked at myself in the mirror was a small red dot on my right shoulder and on my belly. At that moment, I knew very well that my friend, a flower that seemingly used my naivete and loneliness as a tool that helped him accomplish his goal, would always keep his watchful eye on me. Day 1. Ringo woke me up with his barking. It was the deep howling kind, the kind he reserves for raccoons in our alley. Except, he was in the middle of my apartment. When I pulled apart the curtains, I saw the problem. The sun was gone. Normally, I could see the pre-dawn highlights around the laundromat across from my apartment, but today, the outside of the world was completely black. No sun, no moon, no stars, not even streetlights. All black. More alarmingly, my window now had a curved feel to it, like I was inside some giant fishbowl. When I traced the glass upwards, I could see it arcing up into my ceiling and then coming back down on the other side. What the fuck? My front door was behind a large pane of curving glass. The knob was unreachable. It was like half my apartment had somehow become encapsulated inside a glass sphere. My dog barked again, snarling at the dark world outside the window. I tried to put together some reasonable explanation. Maybe some fabric was obscuring my window on the exterior. Maybe the glass was just some building material that fell from the upper floor. But then I saw it. A giant, white face that came to press itself up against the window. I could see the plaque on its teeth and the snot under its nose slits. In one quick motion, I fell and hid behind my table. My dog whimpered beneath me. The thing had a mouth as wide as my whole window, and its breath was fogging up the glass. I had trouble understanding what all those organs on its faces were, and then it blinked. Day 2. I call him DICEFACE. DICEFACE because his 6 eyes are arranged in the same way that the 6 dots are on a die. Sometimes I would see his white, tube-like fingers too, or the long, jagged ridge of his spine, but mostly just his horrifying 6-eyed face. Here's my amateur drawing. It appears that this monster somehow encapsulated my entire 300-square-foot studio apartment, including bed, bathroom, and tiny kitchenette, into a glass bubble. At some point in my sleep, the bubble must have appeared around my flat and tore me away from Earth. I wish I could tell you where the hell I was, but the darkness outside is too pervasive. DICEFACE must have some kind of intense night vision that allows him to traverse the miles of dark and somehow tug my apartment orb behind him like a balloon on a string. I don't know if DICEFACE is migrating, hunting, exploring, scavenging, shopping, or just wandering aimlessly until he dies, but he's had a walking period both days so far. Each walk is around 3 hours. I know because all the clocks in my house still work. In fact, all of the electricity, Wi-Fi, plumbing, heating, and everything else still seems to work in my apartment. However, he had stolen it from Earth. My flat is still somehow being fueled all of its usual resources, which makes me think that it is still somehow spatio-temporally connected to my reality. Like maybe this bubble is just a little rift that DICEFACE has collected. I'm not sure. I've spent most of today and yesterday calling my friends and family and explaining that I'm still alive, but clearly not in Kansas anymore. Day 3. Getting hungry. Luckily, I have dog food for days, so Ringo hasn't complained. But I ran out of all my human food on day 1. All I have is Instamix gravy, and there's only so much gravy a guy can eat. I was hoping my sister, who is a physics major, would maybe have some answer to my predicament. She had a spare key and even visited my apartment, but when she went inside, there was nothing amiss. Apparently, everything looked the same except me and Ringo were gone. There wasn't any missing chunk, or portal, or space-time anomaly. Just an empty flat. She said that because I was still able to call her, it meant that cell signals could travel between my captor's world and the original Earth, which meant there still must have been a physical connection that I could use somehow. But I had already scoured every edge of my flat. I tore down a wall which only revealed more glass behind it, and I tried repeatedly to smash the fishbowl glass with one of my dumbbells. It was impenetrable. The only thing I hadn't attempted was to remove all the plumbing beneath my sink and try seeing if there was at least a pipe-sized hole through the glass, but I didn't want to risk cutting off my only water supply. Not yet. All I could do was deep dive on the internet to see if anyone had ever faced a similar predicament. No such luck. Day 4. DICEFACE let me out of the sphere today. Instead of utter darkness greeting my morning, there was a cereal aisle outside my window. The bright fluorescence gave the Cheerios and Captain Crunch a hard white shine. The curved glass was gone, and I was able to hop out into what looked like a section of Walmart. Ringo followed me. I looked down the aisle towards the cashier section, and I could see that same impenetrable darkness beyond the store windows. Did DICEFACE just place my sphere inside a larger Walmart sphere? Before I can make sense of it, I saw an older woman speed down the aisle. She was aggressively toppling soup and vegetable cans into her shopping cart, already bursting with groceries. "Hurry!" she yelled. "They only give us 6 minutes!" She zoomed past, knocking over products into her cart like every kid's fantasy. The ground shook. It sounded like an iceberg somewhere was cracking. At the end of the aisle, I could see the darkness starting to encroach. The sphere surrounding this supermarket was shrinking. Not wasting a second, I jumped back into my apartment and grabbed my laundry basket. I filled it with as much cereal, bread, and canned food that I could get my hands on. Ringo barked and froze, terrified by the encroaching glass. I plopped him on top of my basket and heaved the whole thing back into my apartment. In a few moments, the world outside had gone dark again. The curved glass outside my window grew back like a thin membrane. Day 5. I exchanged phone numbers with a woman at Walmart. Her very first text to me was, "Welcome to hell." I was astonished to find another human being trapped in the same scenario as me. She introduced herself as Bia and explained she was stuck in her own little fishbowl containing most of her cramped basement suite. Apparently, there have been dozens kidnapped like us, captured by these tall, six-eyed monsters that Bia calls collectors. She doesn't know what dimension they're from or how they're able to steal people from Earth, but she does know that they essentially treat us as pets. I was shocked. What do you mean they keep us as pets? Either pets or collectibles, she said, clearly tired of explaining this over the phone to newcomers. We are kept in a replicated version of the habitat we live in. We get taken on walks, and once a week or so we have to impress the collectors with tricks. Tricks? Yes, like pets. You're going to need to learn to juggle or perform some kind of dance if you want another visit to Walmart. Ringo was looking at me with puppy dog eyes. We had run out of bully sticks. What? Yes, but not the Macarena. That's my trick. Find a different one. Very soon, you're going to be taken out to perform at a show. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Bia was saying all this so matter-of-factly, like she's been here for years. A wave of panic coursed through me. But I don't want to be a pet. Why am I a pet? Is there some way we can escape? Ringo whimpered. Escape? Bia sighed. She was fiddling with something metallic. Yeah, there is a way. my heart stopped. I glued the phone to my ear. There is? Yeah, I help everyone escape. You do? There was a click of maybe a luggage container. Bia was moving around something in her room. Yup, I've made it my mission. I was speechless. Even Ringo registered my surprise. I'll see you at the talent show. Day 6. It looked like a circus ring, like one of those massive old-timey tent circuses that should have had clowns, elephants, and a ringmaster. But instead, it was dead empty. Echoey trombone sounds breathed in from somewhere distant, and all around us, craning their impossibly long necks, watched the collectors. They sat in the bleachers, slouching beneath the tent's droopy ceiling. Their long, folded limbs crushed the viewing galleries as they settled into their seats. Every set of 6 eyes watched us intensely, barely blinking. As I left through my window, I stepped into a large open area littered with hula hoops and various band instruments. Across from me, I could see other hovering window frames, portals, if you will, that led into other people's habitats all around the edges of the ring. About half a dozen people stumbled out to the center just like me. Their faces were fearful, keeping their gazes to the floor. And believe me, I was scared too. All of us human pets were so tiny compared to the collectors who leaned in effortlessly with their large gaping mouths. It's like we were in the box art for some colossal, fucked up version of Hungry Hungry Hippos. A bearded man quickly ran up to the trumpet that lay at my feet. Before I had a chance to say anything, he lifted the trumpet, wiped the mouthpiece, and played a slow, strange melody. It took me a moment to realize he was matching the haunting trombones out in the distance. As I listened closer, I could sense a familiar staticky graininess to the trombones. Were they recordings? What the fuck was this place? 2 other folks raced to pick up the hula hoops and started twirling them on their hips, which is when I realized there weren't many other props to grab. Did I need one? In a panic, I ran towards the center trying to find something besides dirt and rubber mats, and that's when Bia showed up. She waved her hands, then placed them on her head, then her elbows, then her waist. She was doing the Macarena. Right. I could just perform a dance. Plan B, then. I jumped and lifted my right arm and right leg, then did the same with my left arm and left leg. It was the only dance I knew, Gangnam Style. So, I had to embrace it. I'd spent a while memorizing the move as a joke for a friend's birthday party back in college, and they had always stuck. A fun party trick. I kicked my knees forward and trotted as if riding a tiny invisible horse, checking to see if Bia thought my talent was acceptable. But she wasn't watching me. No, she was cautiously staring at the collectors surrounding us. They all had their eyes on me now, intrigued by this new pattern of movement. Clearly, they had never seen a dance rendition of Earth's greatest K-pop hit. I couldn't tell if their unanimous stares were a good thing or a bad thing, but I knew I couldn't stop dancing. Closing my eyes, I focused on the movements. I did my best to keep my flailing limbs consistent and uniform. How good does this performance have to be? What if they don't like it? Can they not like it? When I looked back up, I could see a shadowy collector looming over me. He looked older than my captor, wrinklier. One of his 6 eyes had gone totally gray. 4 of the 6 of his tube-like fingers lifted and pointed at me. Was he naming a price? Out from his mouth came a piercingly loud suction sound, like a vacuum in a pond. The spit rained on me in bursts. Ignoring the overwhelming flight response in my gut, I maintained my dance and saw the shadow of another lanky monster approach. I glanced up to a familiar formation of crooked teeth. It was DICEFACE. DICEFACE smacked Grey Eye's offer away and then lifted his right hand in my periphery. 6 fingers were raised. Grey Eye shrieked back, shaking his head. He held up 4 fingers again. The other human performers had distanced themselves quite a bit, standing nowhere close to the conversing collectors. Only Bia stood near, 3 meters away, doing the Macarena. "Are they bidding on me?" I, Whisper, yelled, trying to stay calm. "What's happening?" "Don't worry about it," Bia said. "That one always barters." A tattered backpack lay on the ground next to Bia. She had been subtly kicking it with her dance, bringing it towards me. "What's that?" I asked. "Take the bag, I'll explain later." As smoothly as I could, I danced over toward Bia, making sure I didn't run into one of the collector's massive legs. In between one of my slides, I scooped up the backpack over my right shoulder. Metal objects jostled inside. The 2 collectors above me traded vacuum noises. There was a lot of pointing from both of them. Grey Eye tried to grab me, but DICEFACE pulled at my shoulder. The hand was large and wet. It felt like I was under a boa constrictor who could squeeze the life out of me at any second. I didn't complain. I looked at one of my captor's cold fingers and saw a dense array of longitudinal muscles. DICEFACE shrieked a series of sounds that got Grey Eye moaning in response. If there was an offer, it appeared to have been refused. Grey Eye shrugged and walked past me. He made a whooping sound and pointed 4 fingers at the bearded trumpeter who was keeping his distance. Another collector stepped behind the trumpeter, and the 2 monsters began to negotiate. DICEFACE yawned and pressed in my back. He pushed me until I was dancing towards the entrance to my own habitat. He wanted me to go home. I obeyed his lead. The window into my apartment hovered in the air like an open portal. Ringo watched me excitedly from the inside, leashed to my bed. As I turned to look back, I could see the other performers were also winding down, returning to their homes. All of them, except that bearded trumpeter. Grey Eye clapped his hands victoriously and grabbed the trumpeter by the arm, dragging him to the center of the ring. I guess he had somehow purchased the trumpeter. Then I saw one of Grey Eye's massive hands grab the trumpeter by the head and lift. The trumpeter's muffled screams didn't last particularly long. It was kind of like watching a troubled child whip around his favorite toy. Up and down, back and forth. Grey Eye was excited at first, hooting and hollering his vacuum sounds. And then as soon as the neck of his new doll broke, he lost interest. Day 7. The backpack contained an expensive-looking revolver. Bia told me she stole it from the firearms department in the Walmart sphere where she had collected many over the years. Rifles and shotguns, too. I gave you plenty of bullets because I knew you had that dog. Ringo was at my side, head on my lap, chewing a stale biscuit bone. I stared at my phone's tiny speaker. Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean? It means if your pup starts yelping and running, you've got more chances to put it out of its misery. A dark hollowness formed in the pit of my stomach. I should have known there might be something wrong with Bia. How could the sanity of any survivor last long in this environment? I looked at the gun with mistrust. I thought you said there was a way to escape. Yeah, there is. She brought her mouth against the receiver. It's called a bullet to the brain. The biscuit cracked from Ringo's chewing. I know it may sound terrible, Bia continued, but trust me, this is for the best. If they keep capturing humans who off themselves, the collectors will stop visiting Earth and go elsewhere. I tossed the gun in the backpack. It rattled against loose bullets. No, Bia, no way, I'm not doing that. Bia laughed a defeated, apathetic laugh. I'm not saying it has to happen tonight, but sooner or later, you'll see what I've seen, and you'll know what I mean. I didn't want to have anything to do with suicide. I couldn't believe this was being suggested. It seemed to me that multiple escape routes could still be attempted, and I was going to try them. Bia, has no one tried to find an exit at the grocery store sphere? She sighed. Yes, we've tried. For a long time. There is none. What about the big circus sphere? Has anyone tried to... Yes, we've tried that too. The circus sphere is sealed. What about the plumbing under my sink? What if I tried to remove... Just stop. Stop what? Bia huffed. I could hear her shuffling around her apartment. There is no escape. Each sphere is in a series of larger spheres. We're caged within cages. It's an infinite Russian nesting doll, and we're stuck in the very center. That's all there is to it. We're fucked, Jacob. The sooner you accept it, the easier it gets. My hands were shaking. Whether it was from disbelief or horror, I couldn't tell you. I put the phone down. We're collectibles now. Pets. And you can try whatever escape plan you want, but it's not going to work. I pressed my hands together to stop the shaking. But there's gotta be a way out. We still get cell phone signals here. That means there's still some connection back to the real world. There was a long pause on the line. Ringo looked up at me, waiting for his next treat. I gave him another stale bone. Eventually, Bia cleared her throat. She sounded completely depleted of energy and emotion. Go for it, Jacob. Maybe you'll be the one. Who knows? I tried to think of something positive to sway the mood. Had she ever even tried to find a hole through the water piping? There had to be some scientific way of discerning where we were. But before I could say anything, Bia hung up. I didn't want to push it, so I didn't call back. Taking a moment, I zipped up Bia's bullet and gun-filled backpack and shoved it into the far reaches under my bed. It was not something I wanted to think about. What use could I have for a gun anyway? Ideas fluttered through my mind. Could I draw DICEFACE close to me the next time I'm let outside and try shooting at his eyes? Would that even hurt him? Or would he just grab me by the head and ragdoll me to death? I remembered what happened to that trumpeter and felt my stomach turn. No, I need to think of something else. Something more elaborate. I've got a laptop, access to the internet, and an obedient dog. There's got to be some kind of escape plan I could devise. There must be something I'm not considering. I made myself tea and let the idea mull over. About half an hour passed with me mostly staring at the ceiling. Then my phone buzzed with a text message. It's no rush, Jacob. Take all the time you want. Really, I don't want to dissuade your optimism. But once you've tried whatever you wanted and had some time to reflect, give me a call. I can guide you on how to load the shells. Bia. I doubt anyone is gonna believe me, but I don't care. I recently just opened a convenience store. I've spent over a year trying to open it. Since we just opened and I only have one part-time employee right now, I pretty much work 7 nights a week. I have to take the last train every night at around 1 a.m. to get home. With this being so routine, I start to see the same people on the train every night. One man in particular I have seen every night for the last 2 weeks. He's a middle-aged man with a beer belly and always wears the same Dodgers baseball cap. These last few nights, something has changed. It started last Saturday. He came on the train and sat on the other side of the train car as normal, and I know this sounds stupid, but I swear he was a few inches taller. not terribly noticeable, but I swear on my wife's grave, his head usually goes to just below the handlebars on the ceiling, but that night, his head was the same height as the handlebars. At first, I just shrugged it off. Maybe he was slouching before, or I was just misremembering. Monday night was when I knew something was wrong. He was at least a foot taller. He now had to duck under the handlebars just to sit down. I wish I had pictures of before and after so you knew I wasn't seeing things. I don't know how he's doing it, but he's getting taller. Day by day, night by night, inch by inch. The mere thought of this impossible scenario had been eating away at my mind like a termite. I didn't see him Tuesday night, but when I was taking my kids to the park that morning, I could have sworn I saw him at the park so tall he towered over the swing set. He had to be over 2 feet taller at that point. I tried telling my part-time employee that night, but he looked at me like I was telling him I saw an alien. I don't even blame him. Your boss you just met starts ranting to you about how a man is getting taller on the train. Why would you believe him? What if it's just a different guy? He said, as if I hadn't considered that at all. On Wednesday, I spent my entire day looking up ways people could become taller. All I found were bizarre stretches and extremely sketchy surgeries, and even then, the most they could give you was a foot. And when he got on the train that night, he had to duck his head so it didn't hit the roof of the car. He had to be at least 3 feet taller now. For the next few nights, he didn't get much taller, but he did get lankier. His arms became stretched to the point of almost touching his ankles. His neck became horribly outstretched to the point of being disgusting to just look at, with the bumps of his spinal cord showing through his skin like a hairless, starved dog. His hair became longer as well, his Dodgers cap barely able to contain the mess of long black strands loosely falling off either side of his crazed face. The worst part, however, is every night, despite how monstrous he looked, he would walk on the car, sit in his same spot, and patiently wait for his stop before calmly walking off. I can't focus. How am I supposed to even rationalize this in my mind? My mom thinks I am just distraught over my wife's death, but how am I supposed to explain what is really happening? I won't go into detail about every day, but trust me, he changed every single night. Sometimes noticeably, like gaining a few inches in height. Sometimes he barely changed at all. But every time, something was a little bit different. All the time I spend at the store, I'm distracted. I've gone onto different train cars and he still gets on. I've even switched cars after he gets on, and he's on the other cars as well. He's in every car at the same time. I tried to explain this to my mom when she came to pick up my kids. She is worried about me. No one believes me. I don't even know if I believe me. This man has entered my life and poked and prodded at my sanity until I feel my grip on reality slipping like a bar of soap through my fingers. What's stopping him from approaching me, attacking me? Why does he just sit there? I've started a nervous shaking that stays with me all day. The thought of what the man will look like tonight stays in the back of my mind like an itch I could never scratch. Last night he walked in, bones cracking like thin ice with every step, his skin so tightly pressed against his bones you could see every ligament on every visible joint. After seeing how monstrous he became and his complete lack of any sort of reaction to my presence once again, I decided to do something I had never done before. I decided to sit in a different seat. I usually stay near the back of the train car because he usually sits at the front. Just 3 stops away from where he usually gets off, I decided I was going to sit in the seat that is right in front of him. After taking 3 deep breaths and leaving any worry behind, I got up and made my way to the empty seat across from him. As I sat down, he didn't even register my existence. I had never seen him at this angle before. Getting a better look only served to fill me with heart-pounding fear and regret. His eyes were sticking out from the sides of his head, his pupils milky white like a blind old dog. What used to be his nose now extended outward like a deer's snout. His teeth were sharp as bear teeth, and were always snarled like a threatened lion protecting their youth. I sat there, just staring deep into its eyes. I'm not a religious man, but looking at this haunted figure in front of me, I knew in my heart I was staring at some unholy creation that crawled from the depths of hell just to torment me with its uncanny presence. As we left the last stop before the creature's usual destination, it finally spoke. Sandy, Luke, Jonathan, Christine, Mark, Liam, Melissa, Alexander. It was saying my family's names. From my late wife and children to my mother and cousins I haven't seen in years. Unmoving, unflinching, and without so much as a twitch in the ice of its eyes, it listed name after name. My grandparents, my brother, my nieces, nephews. When it ran out of family, it even began saying the names of friends from college and old high school crushes I had. I felt my fists curl into a ball on my knees as I sat there and listened to this alien creature list off everyone I could ever hold dear to me. Until finally, it was its stop. Like every night before, it got up calmly without saying another word and walked off the train into the black void of the night. Whatever I had left of my mind was broken into pieces. This needed to end one way or another. When I first started noticing these changes, I immediately tried to hire on more help at the store so I didn't have to take the train anymore. I even interviewed a few candidates. Some of them were very good for the position, but every time I went to call them to tell them they got the job, something came over me and I told them they didn't make the cut. As if someone was puppeteering my words, I would open my mouth to say you got the job, and by the time I closed it again, the call was over and they weren't hired. I can't do this. After last night, this cannot continue. With my kids staying with my mom now, no one questioned me getting a Glock G19. I hate guns. They terrify me, but the thing at the other end of the train car terrifies me even more. I spent my entire shift today looking at the gun in my desk drawer, preparing in my mind as to what I was even planning on doing. Getting on the train, I still had no idea. When the creature stepped back on, it looked the same as yesterday. The first time in days, it hadn't made a noticeable difference. At the next stop, before I could even think of a plan of action, I got up, ran up beside it, pointing the barrel at its impossibly deformed skull, and fired. The creature made no noise as it slumped to the side, its nightmare-inducing body falling limp on the seats beside it. For a split second, I know I saw the figure turn back into the man it once was, just for a fraction of a second. I bolted out of the train. As I ran down the station, I caught glimpses of the other cars as I ran. There were hundreds of the creatures in each car, motionlessly staring directly at me as I ran. I write this on the bridge just 3 miles away from the train station. I write this not as a justification, but rather an explanation, and one last chance to say I love you. I love you, Sandy. I love you, Luke, and I love you, Jonathan. I love you, Mom and Dad, everyone who will demand an explanation. I hope this provides you some clarity. I'm sorry the hurt I have caused. I hope I have defeated the man on the train and God can look me with grace as I did all I could to defeat this embodiment of hell that crept into my life. But one thing I know for certain, if he doesn't hear my prayers tonight, that won't be the last I see of the man on the train. At risk of already giving away too much, I live on the outskirts of a vast city in the desert. Like most of us who live here, that is, on the outskirts, I avoid the interior as much as possible. I moved here for the lush and wondrous desert to the north and east of my home, not the festering wasteland it borders. I do, however, have one connection deep within the city itself, who might even be called a friend. He goes by the name of Moses, which, it's worth noting, is very distinctly not his name. He makes a great point of not having a name. I met him in a social circle of pretentious artsy types, none of whom were from around here, and I'm the only one left who still speaks to him. The reason I'm all that remains is perhaps the very same reason the others left, something we used to refer to, when meeting up without him, as the dream. This label was both because of its obvious dreamlike qualities and because of the dreams it inspired within us. The dream, referring to that something, might best be described as an ongoing and highly irregular piece of performance art, now for an audience of one. The dream, referring to the actual dreams we had and continue to have, might best be described as a nightmare. I will describe the dream I had before waking up this fateful morning. This one was not special or, in any sense, unusual, but it might be the best place to start. You are far out in a possibly endless expanse of desert. In this place, it is somehow day and night at the same time, and to equal extremes. This desert is not similar to the actual desert we live in, nor does it in any clear way connect to the performance art piece in which Moses describes endlessly the most imaginative and dismal locales. Importantly, despite this desert bearing no resemblance to any of his infinite made-up places, it manages to evoke precisely the same emotion, an emotion only associated with the dream, referring to both definitions. This is an emotion of profound desolation, drowning hopelessness, and both of these to such incredible extremes that it creates an indescribable sense of wonder. This desert you're in, barren and empty and appallingly featureless, in absurd contrast to the lush desert on the edge of town, is more wondrous than any place you've ever experienced. And, suffocating in its fantastic bleakness, its outright hostility toward meaning, you are experiencing psychological and physical bliss on a level you never thought possible. Even the previous times you've had this dream pale in comparison. You hope to never wake from this. You plead so desperately to be swallowed for good. But, in your moment of most desperate need, green vines claw cruelly out of the sand from all directions, and this world becomes a horrible tangled knot of grasping vines and writhing life. It is such an unspeakable tragedy to see this place destroyed in this way, to lose this wonder. And just as the vines most fully enwrap you, beginning to drag you under, when how could you ever have the will to resist, you see yourself starting to wake up, and you scream so raggedly, you'll have a sore throat for a week. The worst part of all this, upon waking up, feeling sadness again. This morning, my disappointment was tempered by the fact that I was scheduled to visit Moses today. I may have been robbed of the dream emotion, but it was that time I looked forward to every week. The time I'd continue the dream in reality. I had overslept drastically, as often happens when I stay up at night fervishly thinking of the dream, and so my breakfast was a bag of chips and a trashy energy drink that I consumed during the long drive deep into the city. as this city is a tangled knot of narrow streets, much like the vines in the dream, and traffic is unpredictable to an almost demented extent. I always use the navigation app on my cell phone, the very phone I type this on, to get me from safety to Moses and back. This afternoon, I'm done pretending I woke up in the morning. My cursed phone was guiding me on one of its usual meandering routes through the city. The route stayed at first not far from the northern edge, and so the houses were mostly in one piece and there was room to walk between them. I was pleased with this route, apparently only a 40-minute drive from point A to point B. It was around the 20-minute mark when I came upon a horrible accident. I cannot tell you the number of cars there were, tangled in that awful metallic knot, but the police were waving everyone to turn left at the intersection, and so the estimated time on my navigation app shot up to 50. 50! And the adventure began. I cannot understate the frustration I felt at the time. I've always lived my life in a constant state of stress and paranoia, which has only escalated in recent years. And the misery that caused became unbearable in moments like this. Moments when my plan was mercilessly shredded by forces beyond my control. The despair from first waking up returned, and I admit, I was crying and screaming as I drove. This was, of course, until I found it. The first sign was the profound change in atmosphere as the houses around me grew ever more decayed, twisting deeper into the city. I had reached a seemingly endless stretch of town in which all of the houses were of a single story, made in the most amateurish-looking Adobe style, visibly not built with Adobe, and you could not fit a person in between them. As this new artistic direction of the city continued to escalate, a certain emotion came upon me. Soon, this part of town revealed itself to have genuinely stunning mountains. I was shocked. I suppose some trick in perspective made it impossible to see these mountains from anywhere else in the city. They were tall and angular, gaunt and menacing, but their summits were still the same sort of desert, and the mockeries of Adobe-style architecture were becoming more and more squished up against the cliffs. Each front yard, for whatever reason, had a horribly beat-up boat in front of it. There were no signs of water, and the emotion was unmistakable now. You already know it was the emotion from the dream. With the escalation of these singularly bizarre features of the landscape to such an extreme that it was hard to imagine this as a real functioning city, I became overcome by and was soon drowning in the most profound and all-encompassing hopelessness. I no longer cried. How could I be sad or even frustrated without a single sliver of hope? I grew blissfully resigned. But the most transformative part of this entire experience was when, between two of the towering peaks, both suddenly devoid of life, there were no shoddy adobe dwellings. There were no people who were invariably walking with brown paper bags now. There were not even plants. It was the most inconceivably barren desert that's metaphysically possible. I should have seen tall buildings off in the distance. I did not. Driving past this, slowly because of the traffic, I was transfixed. I rolled down my windows in awe and almost crashed into the car in front of me. But before I could savor it, I had passed this gap in the mountains. I was back among those same houses and people and plants and brown paper bags, and I was driving away from the place from the dream. Yet, I found it. With grim determination, I allowed my phone to guide me the rest of the way to my prophet. I was desperate to share with him my grand discovery, the most profound wonder. He needed to know he was right all along, and those fools who doubted don't deserve the place from the dream. Driving away, the emotion left me. "Welcome," he announced when I made it to his hovel. "I'm sorry for being late," I said. There's no such thing." He had already turned to head inside, so I followed. This cramped, drab, downright horrid place, which he claimed to be renting, but we all suspected he was squatting in, was the closest natural location to evoking the emotion of the dream. Whether this was due to some innate quality it held, or simply by association, it made it so difficult to want to leave, no matter how insufferable Moses might become. The two tiny rooms that made up this wonderful hell were both dimly lit, to the point that it was hard to make out faces, and that only possible for a handful of hanging, barely operational light bulbs. They hung in a manner that was always evocative of hanging puppets. Something about the layout, possibly. I suppose I can no longer put off actually explaining, to the best of my ability, the dream. When I said there were two rooms, I omitted the deeply claustrophobic walk-in closet, which the second one hid. He would invariably guide us, by this point only me, to that awful walk-in closet which he called the fun house. As he guided me by hand through the maze of rubbish to the funhouse today, he was, like always, silent. Normally there were two categories of things Moses would say. The first was, "Welcome," followed by some empty comment of some sort. The second. And today the funhouse was even more cramped than last time. It was once possible to fit all of us in without skin-to-skin contact. Now there should have been room for both of us, but there was so much unidentifiable nonsense crammed in there that Moses and I were essentially squeezed against each other. He was a large man and was already drenched in sweat. The bare minimum light crept through the crack in the door, with which, though the room was otherwise pitch black, I could just make out his increasingly manic and ecstatic expressions. The words were never the same, not even related, but they always drowned us in that same horrible bliss, that same artistic wonderland of his creation, or so we thought. Something rises from the depths of being to tear apart our strings, he was saying today. We embrace the orgasmic agony of tearing, stretching freedom from the shadow within and the shadow above, and the thing which resists the joyous mutilation of our strings. It was never possible to remember where he began or ended, but there were always moments, awful, deranged moments, that one could never forget. Moments that grew with life like the vines out of his dreamlike murmuring, in the panting and gasping they would become. Masters of meaning, masters of pain, take us, claw into us, tear through us, mutilate us with joy, feed to us the truth, the terror we swallow. Like always, he was fully gasping and gurgling as his abysmal performance art masterpiece reached its inevitable feverish pitch. Come into me, come into us, claw our strings, our entrails, claw us, tear us, eat us inside out, eat us full, inside, the strings into us, yes, yes! And abruptly, he would collapse, both of us drowned in his horrible sweat and his wondrous gift. But today, the emotion of the dream, which I was now so utterly filled with, told me something crucial. Because today, I found the place from the dream, and I suddenly needed it all to myself. So, I started awkwardly while we squirmed out of his fun house. Would you happen to know of an interesting part of town a bit to the west of here, deeper in the city? Do you... No. He said this very sternly, still gasping for breath. I pressed, Are you sure? Maybe where the people all own boats? And the mountains... No. He was, like usual, rather urgently guiding me out of his hovel. It was dark enough that I could not see the strings from which the light bulbs hung. Perhaps it was because of his oddly stern responses that I paid unusually close attention. The light bulbs above, dim and dour, had eyeballs inside of them. I tried to stop myself from betraying that I had noticed them. Too late. Moses shoved me against the wall and held me there. They found it. It was not for them. You didn't find it, did you? I tried so desperately to not make any facial expression of any kind. It is for me. No one else. Mine. Blood splashed across the wall. He was gurgling again, life gushing from the slit in his neck. That utility knife. Did I bring it from the car? Was it his? It's his now, undeniably, lodged in his skull like that. I did it in self-defense. That's what it was. That's how it happened. Self-defense. I need to keep the place from the dream to myself. It is mine. Yet, on the drive back to that desolate, beautiful place, why did I keep seeing him? After I cut him all up like that, after I made such wondrous art of him, just as I discovered he had done to the others, all throughout his hovel and the fun house and the ceiling, there in plain sight just waiting for my flashlight. And now that he's art among them, how do I still see him, still feel him? Still, my mind loops. All mine, all mine. All for me and no one else. All to myself. But hard as I looked, all night, the night so long, the sun's glow coming upon us, hard as I looked, why can I not find it? It's all mine, all to myself. Why can't I find it? I'm followed by him, stuck with him. I can't stop feeling him, the vines coming upon us. Why can't I find it? And I type this, dejected, in that same part of town, drowning in the inescapable dawning understanding, horrible, wondrous comprehension. These thoughts are not mine, and of the drowning hopelessness that haunts me now, it's not blissful, it's not wondrous, it is not in any way sublime. It is only sad. I was halfway through another routine scan when the proximity alarm jolted me out of my daze. It wasn't loud, just a soft beeping, but on a station as quiet as this one, even the smallest sound felt like a shout. I blinked at the screen, trying to make sense of the blip that had suddenly appeared. There, floating just outside the station's perimeter, was a body. I sat up straight, eyes wide. At first, I thought it was debris, space junk drifting too close to the station, but then I saw it. A spacesuit. A person. They were close enough that I could see the reflection of the station's lights on their visor, their body eerily still in the void. My fingers moved automatically over the controls. I activated the external cameras, zooming in on the figure. The suit bore the insignia of a ship, though I didn't recognize it. No signs of movement, no attempt to signal, just floating. 1,000 thoughts rushed through my head. How did they get here? How long had they been drifting? My mind raced, but protocol kicked in. I sent out a retrieval drone, watching as its mechanical arms reached out and gently latched onto the astronaut's suit. Slowly, it pulled them toward the airlock. I ran down the corridor, my heart pounding in my chest, unsure what to expect when I opened the latch. Was this person even alive? As the inner airlock cycled, I saw the body slump forward slightly. The visor of the helmet was dark and For a second, I felt a chill crawl up my spine. The door hissed open, and I pulled the astronaut inside. I fumbled with the helmet, my hands trembling as I twisted it off. The face beneath was pale, almost ghostly, but alive. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused at first, then locking onto mine with an intensity that made me step back. I thought I was alone, she whispered, her voice cracked and raw, like she hadn't spoken in days. I stared at her, unable to speak for a moment. She was alive. Barely, but alive. I guided her carefully to the health bay, supporting her as she stumbled down the corridor. Her limbs were weak, her movements sluggish, but she followed, muttering incoherent words under her breath. I wasn't sure if she was delirious from exhaustion or if something else had happened to her out there in the dark. The health bay wasn't much, just a sterile white room with basic medical equipment, but it was enough for an emergency. I helped her onto the examination table, my hands still shaking a bit from the adrenaline of the moment. She collapsed onto the surface, her breathing shallow but steady. I stood there for a moment, staring at her. Who was she? How had she ended up drifting so close to the station, alone? I moved to the terminal and began running the basic diagnostics, letting the machine take over for a while as I collected my thoughts. Her suit was ancient, worn and patched in places. That insignia on her chest, I couldn't place it, but something about it felt off. The records on this station didn't list any nearby ships. No one had passed through this region of space for months, maybe years. She shouldn't have been here. I glanced over at her again. Her eyes were closed now, her chest rising and falling slowly. She looked peaceful in a way, but there was something underneath that calm exterior, something haunted. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever her story was, it wasn't a good one. I sat down at the console, pulling up the station's database. I had to know who she was, where she came from. Maybe she had been lost in some sort of freak accident, a ship malfunction, or something else. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. People didn't just show up out of nowhere, floating alone in space. As the machine scanned her vitals, I found myself wondering, what had she seen out there? What had happened to her crew? And more importantly, why was she the only one left? With the astronaut finally resting in the health bay, I couldn't just sit still. My mind was racing with questions, each one more unsettling than the last. Who was she? Where had she come from? And why had she been left behind drifting in space? The insignia on her suit was my only lead. It was worn, barely legible, but there was enough of it left to make out some details. A faded logo, a series of numbers and letters. I pulled up the station's database, typing in the fragments I had pieced together. As the search churned through the archives, I glanced back at the health bay monitor. She was still asleep, her vitals steady but weak. The screen flickered as the search results came in. At first, nothing seemed relevant, just a bunch of old mission logs and defunct ship IDs. But then, something caught my eye. A name. I scrolled back, heart thudding in my chest as I read the details. The ship she had come from wasn't just any vessel. It was part of an old mission, one I hadn't heard of in years. The Horizon 7, a crew of scientists and engineers sent on a deep space exploration decades ago. Their mission had been classified, highly secretive, and somewhere along the way, they had vanished. No one knew what had happened to them. They were presumed lost, swallowed by the blackness of space. I stared at the screen, disbelief creeping over me. The Horizon 7 had been missing for over 30 years. There were whispers about what they had been sent to find, rumors of alien contact, an encounter with something beyond our understanding, but nothing had ever been confirmed. And now, one of its crew was here, on my station, after all this time. The implications rattled me. If she had been part of that mission, how had she survived out there for so long, and what had happened to the rest of the crew? I turned away from the screen, glancing back at the sleeping astronaut. She looked frail, vulnerable, but there was something else too, something that sent a chill down my spine. She had answers. I knew that much, and I wasn't sure if I was ready to hear them. I couldn't just sit there waiting for her to wake up. The silence felt heavier with each passing hour. I kept checking the health bay's monitors, watching her vitals. Everything seemed normal, stable, but she wasn't waking up. Something about this felt wrong, like the calm before a storm. I couldn't wait anymore. I needed to report this to HQ. My hands moved over the console, sending out a carefully worded message.
This is Station Epsilon. I've retrieved a lone astronaut from proximity to the station. Her suit is marked with the insignia of the Horizon 7 mission, presumed lost 3 decades ago. She is unconscious but stable, requesting further instructions.
I sat back, expecting the usual protocol to kick in. Normally, they'd ask for a detailed report, maybe suggest a routine quarantine or medical evaluation, but something told me this wouldn't be routine. A response came faster than I anticipated.
Station Epsilon, this is HQ. A recovery team is en route to your location. Isolate the individual immediately and ensure she remains secured until they arrive. Do not allow any interaction with the rest of the crew. Further instructions will follow.
I blinked at the screen, reading the message again to make sure I hadn't misread it. A recovery team? Isolation? That wasn't normal. Usually we'd handle cases like this in-house. Quarantine procedures, medical checks, and a full evaluation before sending anyone back. But this was different. They were treating her like a threat. Protocol should have been straightforward. Monitor her condition, report any changes, and await clearance. But sending a recovery team, especially so quickly, didn't make sense. Not unless there was something about this situation they already knew. Something they weren't telling me. I hesitated before replying, unsure how much to push back.
Understood. She remains unconscious. No signs of immediate danger. We'll isolate as instructed.
I stared at the console for a long moment after sending the message, my mind racing. What was so important about this astronaut that they'd break protocol? Why were they so insistent on isolation, on keeping her away from the rest of us? I glanced back at her through the small window to the health bay. She looked harmless enough, just a woman who had been lost for far too long. But HQ's urgency told me there was more to this, something I wasn't seeing yet. And whatever it was big enough to send a team out here to contain it. I hadn't slept. I sat at the console staring at the health bay monitor, waiting for something to change. Every minute felt like an eternity. The message from HQ kept running through my mind. Recovery team, isolation, no contact. It didn't sit right with me. But I followed orders. I had to. That was until she woke up. It happened suddenly. 1 minute, the monitor showed her vitals steady, her body still, and the next, her eyes snapped open, wide and panicked. She gasped like she couldn't breathe, her body convulsing as if she were still out there, floating in the vacuum of space. I watched as she thrashed on the bed, her arms flailing against the restraints I'd set up to keep her from injuring herself. My hand hovered over the console. HQ's orders were clear. Isolate her. No interaction. I was supposed to wait for the recovery team to handle this, but the sight of her, so confused, so terrified, it was too much. I couldn't just watch her suffer like this. I switched on the intercom, my voice shaking as I spoke.
Hey, you're okay. You're safe. You're on a space station now. You're not floating anymore.
She didn't stop thrashing, her head turning wildly from side to side, her eyes unfocused, wild. Her breathing came to a shallow, ragged gasp. I tried again, keeping my tone calm.
You're safe. You were drifting near our station. We pulled you in. You're not out there anymore.
Her movement slowed, her eyes blinking rapidly as if she was trying to process the words. She stared up at the ceiling, still breathing heavily, but at least she'd stopped fighting. Where am I? She rasped, her voice hoarse, barely above a whisper. What happened?
You're on Station Epsilon.
I explained through the intercom, relieved that she was responding.
I found you outside drifting near the station. You've been unconscious for a while, but you're stable now. A recovery team is on the way.
She groaned, her head lolling to the side as if the information was too much to take in. Station Epsilon. I was with my crew. What happened to my crew? Her confusion hit me like a punch to the gut. The file said her ship had been lost for decades, but here she was, asking about her crew like it had just happened. I hesitated, unsure of how much to tell her, unsure of what would push her further into panic.
I'm not sure yet,
I said, my voice softer now.
You were the only one we found. Do you remember anything before we picked you up?
She stared blankly at the ceiling for a long moment, and I could see the fear creeping back into her eyes. There was something. I can't remember. They were... Her voice cracked and she shook her head violently, like she was trying to shake loose a memory she didn't want. Where is everyone? Why am I alone? I leaned in closer to the intercom, feeling the weight of her desperation pressing against me.
I don't know yet, but you're safe now. Try to rest, okay? The recovery team will help you.
But even as I said the words, I could feel the unease gnawing at me. She wasn't just confused, she was terrified, and whatever had happened to her out there, whatever had left her floating alone in space, was something she was still trying to escape. I couldn't stop myself. I had to know. Orders be damned, there was something more here, something she wasn't saying. The confusion in her voice, the fear, it gnawed at me. I leaned closer to the intercom, taking a deep breath before speaking again.
What happened to you?
I asked softly, my voice barely audible above the hum of the station.
What happened out there? Where's your crew?
She looked up at the ceiling, her eyes distant, like she was staring past it into something far darker. Her mouth opened, but no words came out at first. I thought she might drift back into unconsciousness, but then her voice cracked through the silence. We were on a mission, she said, her voice still raspy, like it hurt to speak. A planet far from here. We were sent to investigate possible signs of life, and we found it. I leaned in closer, hanging on every word. It wasn't what we expected. No eyes, no mouth. Just a rock. It looked like a rock. Felt like one, too. Cold, hard, rough. It was about the size of a bowling ball. Just sat there, lifeless, but we knew it was alive. We were so excited. We brought it on board, ran some tests. Its skin, if you could call it that, was thick, like stone, but it pulsed, just barely. We didn't know what to make of it. but it was alive. We were sure of it. It was the proof we needed. Her voice trailed off for a moment, and I felt the weight of where this was heading settle in my chest. We set a course back to Earth, she continued. Everyone was celebrating. We thought we'd made history. We were wrong. I remember the quarantine officer. He was in charge of monitoring the life form while we kept it contained. It was protocol, but then he came running into the mess hall. He was out of breath, eyes wide, like he'd seen something awful. He said it was gone. The life form, it escaped quarantine. I swallowed hard, the tightness in my chest growing.
What do you mean, escaped? Where did it go?
She shook her head, her face pale. We didn't know. We searched the whole ship. It wasn't big, there weren't that many places for it to hide, but we couldn't find anything. No traces, no signs it had moved. It was just gone. Her voice dropped to a whisper as she continued. That's when we realized something was wrong. The quarantine officer wasn't with us anymore. He wasn't searching the ship with the rest of us. We started looking for him, calling his name, but he didn't answer. Her breathing grew shaky. We found him in the restroom. He was on the floor making these horrible sounds. These wet, disgusting noises. We thought he was sick, but when we flipped him over, she stopped, her hands trembling. His face, it was melting. His skin was sliding off like it wasn't attached to anything, and there were these things, sharp things, poking out of his shoulders, his stomach, blood everywhere. I could feel my own pulse quicken as she spoke. We rushed him to the med bay, isolated him, but there was nothing we could do. We rotated shifts, keeping an eye on him. I was third in line. By the time I got there, it was worse. So much worse. The spikes had grown. They were longer, sharper, and his face, it was like his whole skull was sagging, like there was nothing left underneath holding it together. I couldn't look away from her, my heart pounding in my chest.
And then?
He was getting paler, but his vitals... She shook her head, her voice trembling. His vitals were normal. He should have been dying, but he wasn't. He was alive. Somehow, he was still alive. She stopped talking, her breath ragged, her body trembling. She paused for a long time after describing the man's condition, her breathing shallow as if reliving the memory all over again. I waited, holding my breath, knowing there was more. And whatever she was about to say, it was going to be worse, much worse. I fell asleep, she whispered, her voice breaking slightly. I was supposed to be watching him, but I couldn't keep my eyes open. The exhaustion, it was too much. I don't know how long I was out. Could have been minutes, could have been hours. Her eyes glazed over, distant. When I woke up, there was this banging. At first, I thought it was something wrong with the ship. I was disoriented, but then I saw it. The quarantine window. It was rattling, shaking with each hit, and he was the one doing it. She swallowed hard, her hand shaking as she continued. But it wasn't him anymore, not really. His face, God, his face was just hanging there, It wasn't even attached properly. It was like his skin had turned into a bag, just sagging over his skull, loose and wrinkled. And those spikes, the ones that had been poking out of his shoulders and stomach, they were moving, like they had a mind of their own. She stared at the ceiling, her voice trembling. He was trying to say something, banging on the glass, but all that came out was this horrible, wet sound, like his throat had been ripped apart. I could see it in his eyes, though. He was still in there, trapped inside whatever that thing was. I could see him trying to fight, to ask for help. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach, but I didn't interrupt. She had to get this out. Before he could say anything, she continued, her voice cracking. 2 more spikes. No, not spikes. Appendages burst out of his stomach, right there in front of me. The sound, I'll never forget that sound. Like bone snapping, flesh tearing. Whatever was inside him, it was taking over completely. She took a deep breath, her eyes flicking around the room as if she expected the creature to appear any second. It wasn't human anymore. The spikes had grown into limbs, arms, legs, moving independently. It was walking around the room like it was searching for a way out. The spikes on its shoulders, those were its arms now, and the ones from its stomach, they were its legs. So many legs. Her voice dropped to a whisper. It looked like a twisted, messed up insect, but bigger than any human. Its head was full of black eyes, too many eyes, and its mouth. God, its mouth. There were all these tiny appendages, wiggling, pulling bits of whatever it found closer to its mouth, like it was trying to feed. I could barely breathe as she described it, the image forming in my mind more horrible than anything I could have imagined. But he was still alive, she said, her voice breaking. I could hear him groaning, these low, horrible sounds, like he was in pain. The thing had split him in two. His bottom half, his legs, they were connected to its stomach, dangling there, and his top half, it was stuck to its back, like a sick, twisted puppet. She shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. I could see him fighting, his arms, his legs trying to move, trying to break free, but he couldn't. He was trapped inside it, and there was nothing he could do. She stopped, staring blankly ahead, her whole body trembling. The room was deathly quiet. I wanted to say something, anything to break the silence, but there were no words. What could I possibly say to that? She took a long, shaky breath, her eyes unfocused, as if she were seeing the horrors again in her mind. I could feel my pulse quickening with every word, and I wasn't sure if I wanted her to continue, but I had to know. It was feeding on him, she whispered, her voice barely audible. The creature, it was eating him bit by bit. His legs. Her voice caught in her throat, her hands gripping the edges of the bed so tight her knuckles turned white. I could see it tearing off pieces of his legs, chewing through them slowly, like it was savoring every bite, and he tried to scream, but nothing came out. Just this horrible wet sound. His mouth moved, but the pain, God, the pain was too much. He couldn't get the scream out. She squeezed her eyes shut, her breath coming in thick, shallow gasps. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there, frozen. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I just watched. She paused, her whole body trembling, and when she spoke again, her voice was shaky. All of a sudden, I snapped out of it. I couldn't stay there anymore. I ran as fast as I could. I watched her, feeling my stomach knot tighter with each word. I could hear it behind me, she continued, her eyes wide and wild. It was slamming into the door, hard. I could hear the metal bending, cracking, like it was about to give way. It was going to break out. I knew it was. It was so close. I didn't look back. I just ran. I didn't care where. I just had to get away. She took a deep breath, her hands trembling as she spoke. I made it to the corridor, and that's when I saw the others. They had heard the noise. They were coming to check on me. I tried to tell them what I saw, but my words were all over the place. I couldn't make sense of it myself. Then we heard it, the sound. It was crawling. It was coming down the corridor right behind me. Her voice cracked, and she closed her eyes. We turned and ran. We locked ourselves in the mess hall, but then we realized someone was missing. One of the crew. We heard him screaming. I felt my heart drop as she continued. He was pounding on the door, begging us to let him in. We didn't know if we should open it. What if the thing was right behind him? But we couldn't leave him out there. Her voice trembled as she relived the moment. We opened the door just a little, enough for him to squeeze through. He barely made it, collapsing onto the floor. He was holding his stomach, groaning in pain, but the creature, it didn't follow him. It just stopped. She paused, her eyes wide with fear. We gathered around him, asking what happened, but he couldn't talk. He just kept holding his stomach. I remember someone turning him over, trying to help him, but when they did, her voice dropped to a whisper, her face pale. We saw it. This huge, sharp appendage sticking out of his stomach. He was grasping it, trying to pull it out. But the moment we turned him over, he lost his grip. The thing, it wiggled like it was alive and pushed itself deeper into his stomach. We could hear the bones cracking, the flesh tearing. His scream was like nothing I've ever heard before. She looked down, tears welling up in her eyes. We all backed away, terrified. No one knew what to do. We just watched as the thing kept moving inside him, like it was burrowing deeper. She stopped, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The room felt colder now, the air thick with the weight of her story. I couldn't speak. I couldn't think. All I could do was sit there, horrified by the nightmare she had lived through. Her voice had grown softer, more distant, as if the weight of her memories was pulling her back into that nightmare. I could see the fear in her eyes, and I didn't push her, not yet. I waited as she gathered herself, but I could sense something terrible was coming. We were in the kitchen, she started again, her voice trembling. The captain and I, it was just the two of us left. We knew there was nothing we could do for the others. They were already gone, taken by whatever that thing was. We knew we couldn't stop it. We were trying to come up with a plan. The captain, he wanted to go back to Earth. He thought that if we could just get back, HQ would know what to do. They could help. Her face twisted with regret. I told him it was a terrible idea. That thing, it was still on the ship. We couldn't bring it to Earth. We argued. I told him we had to destroy the ship, but he wouldn't listen. He said it was too late. We had no other options. She stopped, shaking her head. Eventually, we agreed to think of something else. He told me there was a breach on the outside layer of the ship, something messing with the communications. He told me I needed to do a spacewalk to inspect it. Her eyes flicked up to meet mine, full of regret. I didn't want to go. I had a bad feeling, but he insisted. He got aggressive, pushing me to do it, so I did. I suited up, hooked into my tether, and went out. Her voice grew cold. The moment I was outside, I felt it. The jolt, the tether, it snapped. No, it didn't snap. He released it. He left me floating, watching the ship get smaller and smaller as it drifted away. He abandoned me, left me to die out there while he took the ship back to Earth. The betrayal in her voice was raw, and I could feel my own stomach twist at the thought of it. Suddenly, the console blinked, breaking the silence between us. HQ was trying to contact me. I turned to the console, my hands trembling as I opened the channel.
Station Epsilon, this is HQ. Great news. The lost ship from the Horizon 7 mission has just arrived back on Earth.
The voice on the other end was disturbingly cheerful.
We'll be making contact with the crew after a 24-hour quarantine, but we've been having trouble establishing communication inside. Nothing to worry about, though. We'll investigate after quarantine ends.
My blood ran cold. They had no idea what they were dealing with. I turned back toward the health bay, my heart pounding.
You have to listen to me,
I said into the comms, urgency creeping into my voice.
You can't let anyone near that ship, the crew.
But before I could finish, I heard a voice behind me.
Help,
she whispered, her voice trembling. I turned, just in time to see her body convulse violently, her back arched off the bed, her hands clawing at the air as her mouth opened in a silent scream. For a split second, I saw the terror in her eyes, the desperation as she reached out toward me. And then, with a sickening crack, her chest exploded. The sound was deafening, bones snapping, flesh tearing apart as something burst from inside her. Blood sprayed across the window in a thick, dark sheet, obscuring her body for a moment. I could hear her ribs cracking, splitting apart under the force of whatever was tearing through her. When the blood finally cleared, I saw it. A creature, grotesque, twisted, emerged from the gory wreckage of her torso. Its limbs were long and jagged, sharp appendages that looked almost insect-like, slick with her blood. The first two appendages to appear were spiked, writhing as they pushed their way out of her chest cavity. But the most horrifying part wasn't the creature itself. It was that she wasn't dead. Her body was torn in half, her legs still attached to the lower part of the creature. Her torso, what was left of it, was connected to its back, hanging there like some sick puppet. Her arms twitched, her hands still grasping at nothing, while her head lolled to one side, her eyes wide and unfocused, her mouth moving in silent agony. The creature wasn't just bursting out of her, it was using her, Her lower half had been split open, and the creature's slick, spindly legs were wrapped around her waist, digging into the flesh where her hips used to be. The jagged appendages moved with terrifying precision, lifting her body as if it were part of its own anatomy. Her legs, now useless, twitched as the creature began to crawl forward. But it was her face, that sent a chill through my entire body. Her skin sagged like there was no more structure underneath. The connective tissue was gone and her face drooped, the muscles barely holding together, and the spikes that had burst from her shoulders. Now they were moving independently, like grotesque limbs growing out of her. Suddenly, the creature's head emerged from the gory mass of her torso. It was bulbous, with too many eyes. Black, glistening, soulless eyes. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of tiny appendages, wiggling, pulling bits of her flesh closer to its mouth. It was feeding on her, and through it all, she was still alive. Her body was being consumed, but her eyes, those wide, terrified eyes, looked straight at me. Her mouth opened again, and this time I could hear her voice. "Help," she whispered. Let me start by saying I really don't want to be writing this, but I feel that it is necessary for my safety to figure out what's going on. Last week, my friend Daniel, not his real name, and me, John, again not my real name, decided we were going to try to hide out overnight in the nearby furniture store. In retrospect, it sounds dumb, but we'd seen videos of people doing this on YouTube, and had just gotten out of university for the summer and didn't have enough money to do anything more exciting. Now, this furniture store was huge. Think of an IKEA, if you've ever been in one. It was the size of a huge warehouse and had 3 stories. Our plan was to stow away under a bed or something until all the employees had left, then just screw around until morning. The store closed at 8 p.m., and we got there at 6 p.m., so we had ample time to find hiding places while there was still enough customers that we wouldn't attract attention from the staff. We went up to the 3rd floor, where there were mostly displays showing all of the furniture laid out in fake rooms. There was all sorts of rooms laid out, but in the center of all of the displays there was a dining room with 4 chairs. One of the chairs had a normal place setting, but the other 3 chairs had plastic plates with cartoon characters on them. When Daniel and I saw this, we took a quick glance at each other before both running to sit in the adult seat before the other. Daniel ran track, so I don't feel too bad to say he beat me. "Sit down, Sonny," Daniel said, sitting in the adult chair with a grin on his face. "Oh, ha ha," I said. "This probably isn't even meant to be a children's seat. These were probably all adult chairs, and they just replaced the ceramic plates with plastics as they broke. You know, because there's only 1 parent and 3 children." "Stop complaining, son," Daniel said in a deep voice. "Oh, shut up," I said, laughing. We got up and continued walking around until 7 p.m. We decided we should probably find our hiding spot. Daniel found a kid's room with a race car bed. "Hell yeah!" he yelled out at a volume much too loud for a 20-year-old seeing a race car bed. "Cover me while I hide." He bent down, pretending to look at the price tag, while I stood covering him, pretending to take pictures. Once he was under, I began trying to find a place of my own. After looking around, I figured that hiding under a bed was probably my best bet. I picked out a king-size bed that, when I was under, if I looked straight, I could see the dining room in the center, and past that the race car bed. For a little while, me and Daniel played rock, paper, scissors before I got bored and just decided to turn the brightness down on my phone and doom scroll until the store was empty. I was startled when all of a sudden I heard a sharp screech ring through the air. I looked at the time on my phone and it read 8 p.m. I thought it was odd that a store had an alarm that went off at closing time, but it only got stranger. All of the staff began to usher people out. Me and Daniel began exchanging frantic texts before assuring ourselves that it was probably some store policy so they didn't have to pay their employees overtime. By 8:05 p.m., it was dead quiet, and from what I could see, there was nobody left on the 3rd floor. I texted Daniel one last time to tell him that we needed to wait until they turned the lights out before we came out of our hiding spots. My phone then died, a victim of my TikTok addiction. I waited for what felt like 10 to 15 minutes, when all of a sudden, the metal double doors that led to what I believe was a storage room burst open, and a dozen women dressed in formal attire marched out in a single file line. At this, me and Daniel exchanged puzzled glances. Upon further inspection, I noticed each of the women were carrying things. In order, the women were carrying a glass bottle of water, a bottle of wine, a basket of napkins and silverware, a candle, some sort of metal figurine that I couldn't make out any details on, a large covered platter, a green folded blanket, a red folded blanket, a blue folded blanket, a 3-foot-tall doll of a girl with red hair, a 3-foot doll of a boy with short blonde hair, and a 3-foot-tall doll of a boy with brown hair. The woman set the table with the food and drinks and placed a doll in each of the children's seats. The woman worked mechanically, making sure everything was exactly neat. They placed the metal figurine in front of the adult place setting, and the 3 women with the blankets began walking away from the central dining table and moved towards the outer parts of the showroom. The one with the green blanket moved towards a kids' room display to my left, and the one with the red blanket went to a display to my right. The one with the blue blanket walked straight away from me, right towards Daniel. She placed the blanket on the race car bed, and I met eyes with Daniel as she did. His face dropped. The bewilderment on his face was replaced by fear. Almost as quickly as they had appeared, the woman retreated back through the double doors as orderly as they came. I was at a complete loss as to what had occurred. It was closing time. What are they setting up for? And what the hell are the dolls for? Unfortunately, my questions were answered in quick time. A hefty man in a dark red suit emerged from the same doors the woman had come from just a moment ago. He walked over to the remaining chair and placed a hand on it. "Hello, children," he said coldly, his words reverberating in the now empty floor. The way he said this sent a shiver down my spine, and I instinctually reached for my phone to record the situation. As I fumbled for my phone, I remembered it had died earlier. I looked over to Daniel and waved my phone towards him. He understood my gesture and began recording with his phone. When I looked back over to the dining room, I saw the man had sat down and began dining with the dolls. He was pouring them water and seemed to be talking to them. Something about this just disgusted me to my core. I retreated further back under the bed until I was pressed up against the wall the headboard was up against. I wanted to get as far away from this man as possible. My decision to hide under a king bed gave me this liberty, but Daniel being under the children's bed had no such luxury. I hid, partially curled up against the wall for what felt like at least an hour, listening to the whispered conversation the man was having with himself. From where I was, I couldn't really see the table anymore, but I knew this dinner had concluded when I heard a lone chair squeak as it was pushed back. At this, I moved slightly forward so that I once again could see the man. "Time for bed, my lovelies," he said in a soft but disturbing voice. With this, he picked up the blonde-haired doll as if it was a real child and began walking directly away from me. I realized he was walking towards the race car bed and was filled with anxiety that Daniel would be discovered. By the look on Daniel's face, I could tell this anxiety was shared. The man placed the doll on the bed and covered it with the blanket on the bed. He gave the doll an over-exaggerated kiss on the cheek. "I love you." The words made me sick. I watched as Daniel, now shaking, grabbed his phone, and as soon as the man began walking away, Daniel crawled out from under the bed and began a full sprint towards the stairs and towards the exit. As he left, he gave me a quick glance conveying both the sorrow he felt and the utter fear. The man in the suit froze and began glaring at Daniel with pure hatred. Without any noise or motion from the man, two of the women from earlier hurried out. One had a revolver, and the other a shotgun, and they each offered their gun to the man. The man took the revolver and let off one crack shot in the direction of Daniel. The bullet missed, and Daniel ran down the stairs. The man handed the revolver back to the woman he had taken it from. The woman then returned to the back room. The man continued to tuck in the other dolls, giving them both kisses and saying he loved them. The man walked over to the table and grabbed the metal figurine. He began walking towards the door. However, he stopped a few feet short. "It's rude to stare, you know," he said loudly. How the hell had he seen me? I knew I had to run. He didn't have the guns with him, and the distance between me and him was greater than it had been with him and Daniel. I crawled out from under the bed and ran as fast as I could, as fast as I ever had. "I think I'll be seeing you for dinner soon," he called out. "And your friend as well." I kept running, expecting a gunshot to ring out, but nothing came. I ran down the stairs and through the front doors. Once I was outside, I didn't stop running. We'd taken an Uber here, and I wasn't familiar with the area, so I just kept running down random streets. I eventually got to the local mall and spent the remainder of the night in the food court, charging my phone. As soon as my phone had any charge, I tried to call Daniel, but he didn't pick up. I texted him, but was left undelivered. I called my parents and they came to get me in the morning. I didn't tell them anything that had happened. I told them I had been at the mall shopping and gotten a headache and just decided to stay the night there. I've been staying at their place for a few days now. I've texted Daniel and tried to message him on social media, but it looks like he deleted all of his accounts. I thought he probably just was embarrassed by the fact he had abandoned me there until this morning. I woke up, and upon checking my phone, I saw a single message from an unknown number. The message contained no text and 2 emojis: the fork and plate. I don't feel safe anymore. If they got my number, they somehow know who I am, or they have gotten to Daniel. Both horrific options. I could go to the police, but without the video that Daniel has, my testimony would probably lead to nothing but referrals to a psych ward. Now, I'm left with a few questions. Did Daniel escape? If he did, how do they have my number? And most importantly, who the hell is the guy? If it was just him, I could dismiss it as some freak, but his posse of female servants takes this to a whole other level. Has anyone ever heard of some sort of cult acting like this? Any help navigating this situation would be greatly appreciated. Detective Mark Harris could never forget the night his sister Emily died. The image of her body, mutilated, twisted, and forever locked in that grotesque grin, was burned into his mind. His nightmares were filled with blood-soaked walls and the message Jeff the killer had left for him: go to sleep. Emily had just been one of Jeff's many victims, but for Harris, it was personal. Her death had shaped his entire career, pushing him deeper into a world of violence and death. Jeff had vanished without a trace after that, leaving behind nothing but a trail of bodies and fear. Now, after all these years, Harris felt it again, that same cold dread. The killings had started once again. Mark, you're not going to believe this, Officer Daniels said, stepping into the hallway. His voice was lower than usual, like he didn't want to disturb something sacred or something dangerous. Harris didn't respond immediately, just nodded and pushed through the door into Sarah Green's bedroom. The air hit him like a wall, stale, thick, and rotten, the kind of air that sticks to your skin, but it wasn't the smell that made his stomach churn. Jesus Christ, Harris whispered, eyes locked onto the scene before him. Sarah's body lay crumpled on the floor, limbs bent at impossible angles. Her skin was pale, her eyes wide and unblinking. But that wasn't what caught Harris's attention. Her mouth, ripped into a grotesque smile, had been carved wide open, so deep that the skin around her lips had begun to tear. It was as if someone had taken joy in destroying her face. Daniel stood beside him, fidgeting, his voice tight. Same as before, right? That smile. Harris said nothing. He couldn't. His gaze drifted up to the wall where the words were scrawled in crimson, dripping down the plaster. Go to sleep. It was like stepping back in time, back to Emily's room, back to that night. Fuck, Harris muttered, barely able to keep his hands from shaking. He's back. Daniel shifted nervously. But why her? She's just a kid. What the hell did she ever do to deserve this? Harris stared at Sarah's body, then at the blood-soaked wall. He didn't need a reason, he said, his voice flat, not one that makes sense. Yeah, but... Daniels hesitated. It feels different this time, doesn't it? Like he's making it personal. Harris finished, mind already racing as it traced through the possibilities. His fingers twitched as he lifted Sarah's blood-soaked hair away from her face. The cuts on her cheeks sharp, almost surgical. Deliberate, too precise for someone in a frenzy. This isn't just about killing, Harris said quietly, almost to himself. This is a message. Daniels furrowed his brow. What kind of message? Harris straightened up, wiping his hands on his pants. One for me. Mark, Daniel's voice wavered. You think he's doing this for you? Harris's jaw tightened. I know it. Daniel stood there, lost for words, until he finally managed. Why now? It's been what, 10 years? Doesn't matter, Harris said, staring at the message again. Time doesn't mean shit to a monster like Jeff. He was always playing the long game. Daniels looked uneasy. So, what now? We find out why he chose her. Harris's eyes flickered down to Sarah's face one last time. And we find him before he chooses someone else. The drive back to his apartment was quiet, too quiet. Harris's hands gripped the steering wheel so tight his knuckles were white, the image of Sarah Green's body flashing in his mind over and over again. The grin, the cuts, the blood. It was all too familiar, too personal. He parked outside his building but didn't get out. Instead, he stared at the dashboard, his mind lost in memories he'd buried long ago. His sister Emily, her face locked in that same cruel smile, floated to the surface. Harris's phone buzzed, and a sharp, sudden jolt pulled him back to reality. He glanced down at the screen. Blocked number. He knew it wasn't a telemarketer. His gut told him to answer, but his fingers froze just before they hit the screen. Not yet. Not now. With a frustrated sigh, he stepped out of the car and into the night, the cool air doing little to soothe the unease creeping up his spine. He walked into his apartment, flicking on the lights and heading straight to the kitchen. Harris didn't bother with the whiskey tonight. There was no numbing the feeling. Files were spread across the kitchen table, open and scattered in a chaotic mess. Pictures of Emily, crime scene reports, even the old newspaper clippings from when Jeff the Killer had first appeared. His sister's smiling face stared up at him from one of the photos, so different from how he remembered her in the end. Harris sat down, staring at the mess before him. "Why now, Jeff?" he muttered to himself. "Why the hell now?" His phone buzzed again. Blocked number. Harris grabbed the phone, staring at it for a few seconds longer than he should have. Finally, he answered. "Who is this?" There was silence on the other end, then a voice, low and raspy.
"Mark, it's been a while."
Harris's blood turned to ice. That voice, it was unmistakable. Jeff. A dark chuckle echoed through the receiver, slow and deliberate.
"Miss me?"
Harris's jaw clenched. "Where the fuck are you?"
"Closer than you think."
The line went dead. For a moment, Harris just stood there, the phone still pressed to his ear. His mind raced in sync with his pulse. This wasn't a random return. Jeff the Killer was back for a reason. The garage was suffocating. The scent of gasoline mingled with something far worse: blood, decay, and violence. Harris ducked under the police tape, his footsteps heavy as he approached the dangling body of Tom Hargrove. The man hung from the rafters like a puppet, his arms and legs twisted into impossible shapes, his face carved into the same smile that hunted Harris. "Fuck me," Daniels whispered behind him. "It's him, isn't it?" Harris didn't answer. His eyes locked on the blood pooling beneath Hargrove's feet. The words scrawled across the floor in deep red were unmistakable. "Did you miss me?" "Yeah," Harris finally answered in a low voice. "It's him." He crouched down, examining the letters more closely. They were uneven, almost rushed, as if Jeff had been in a hurry this time. That was unusual. Jeff had always enjoyed taking his time. "You notice something off?" Harris asked, looking over at Daniels. Daniels looked confused. "Off? Besides the guy hanging like a fucking marionette?" "These cuts." Harris pointed to the jagged edges on Hargrove's face. "They're messy. Jeff's kills weren't messy. He was methodical." Harris stood, his hands on his hips as he scanned the scene. "It means he's in a hurry. It means he's after something or someone specific." Daniels shifted. "You think this is all leading somewhere, don't you?" "You'd be a fool not to." Harris's voice was firm. He didn't want to say it out loud, but the pieces were starting to fall into place. Tom Hargrove wasn't just another random kill. He'd worked at the garage where Harris's father had taken their car when they were kids. Harris had been there. Emily had been there. He knew Sarah Green and Tom Hargrove wouldn't be the last. Harris sat in his office, the dim light casting long shadows across the room as he stared at the mess of case files strewn about his desk. His fingers trembled as he flipped through the photographs, police reports, and witness statements. Each piece felt like a fragment of something much bigger, something he hadn't fully grasped yet. But the shape of it was starting to form, and it was ugly. He rubbed his face, exhaustion creeping in. He hadn't wanted to admit it, but the connections emerging were undeniable. Sarah Green, Tom Hargrove. Neither of them were just victims plucked out of random chance. They were tied to his life, his past. To Emily. Jeff wasn't just killing for the thrill. He was drawing Harris in, targeting those who had touched his life in some way. Harris's mind kept circling back to Sarah's name, Green. Her aunt had been in Emily's class. He hadn't thought much of it at first. It seemed like a small, almost coincidental detail. But now it gnawed at him. Why would Jeff target Sarah? Why start with her? He jumped as his phone buzzed. Blocked number. Harris glared at it, pulse pounding. It was Jeff. He knew it was the bastard. The calls had been coming in at random hours for the last few days. Every time, Harris hesitated to pick it up. Not this time. Snatching up the phone, he answered and said, "What the fuck do you want?" Rage burned inside Harris. For a moment, there was nothing but silence from the other end, followed by a soft, familiar chuckle.
You know, Mark, you were always too slow. Too slow to save her. Too slow to stop me.
Harris's grip tightened around the phone, knuckles white. Be a man, Jeff. Tell me where you are, you bastard. Another laugh, this one darker.
I'm right where I need to be.
The line went dead. Harris slammed the phone down on the desk, white-hot anger bubbling just below the surface. Jeff was playing with him, taunting him, and now it was becoming clear. These murders weren't just about the victims, they were about Harris, about making him suffer all over again. But why now? Why come back after all these years? Harris flipped open Tom Hargrove's file, his eyes scanning the familiar details. Tom had been a mechanic, someone Harris's family had known for years. Harris's father used to take the car to his shop when they were kids. Emily had been there with him once or twice, watching as Tom and his dad chatted about repairs. His stomach twisted. He thought those nightmares were buried deep, forgotten, but now Jeff was pulling them out, turning them into weapons. The phone buzzed again, Harris blocking out the incessant vibrating until it stopped. He had to think, to piece together the fragments before Jeff could pull the rug out from under him again. Tom wasn't just another name on Jeff's list. He was part of Harris's life, just like Sarah. Realization slammed into Harris like a train. Jeff wasn't just killing indiscriminately. He was recreating the worst moments of Harris's life, one body at a time, and he knew it wasn't over yet. The room was a horror show. Jessica's body had been torn apart, her intestines pulled from her stomach and strewn across the living room floor like decorations. Her fingers had been broken backward, the nails cracked and bloody from clawing at the walls in a desperate attempt to escape. Her mouth, like the others, was carved into that horrible smile, stretching so wide it looked like her face would split in two. Blood soaked the carpet, splattered across the furniture in dark arterial sprays. The message, "Go to sleep," scrawled on the wall above her head in thick, wet letters, almost as though the killer had written it slowly, enjoying every second. "Jesus," Daniel whispered, his voice barely audible as they surveyed the scene. Harris stood at the center of the room, eyes locked on Jessica's mutilated body, heart slamming in his chest. He took a step closer, his boots squelching in the soaked carpet. Every bit of him screamed at him to walk away, to turn his back on this nightmare. But he couldn't. His eyes flicked over the body, scanning for details, clues that might tell him why Jeff had chosen her. Then it clicked. Jessica's father had been the contractor hired to renovate Harris's childhood home after Emily's murder. Another connection, another victim tied to his past. This isn't random," Harris said under his breath. "What?" Daniels turned, brow furrowed. "All of them. Sarah Green, Tom Hargrove, and now Jessica Miller." Harris's voice was low, but the conviction was unmistakable. "They're not random victims. They're all connected to me, to Emily." Daniels blinked, trying to process what Harris was saying. You think this is about you?" "I know it is," Harris said, his voice tight. He ran a hand through his hair, mind racing. "Jeff is dragging me back into this piece by piece. He's tearing apart my past, killing everyone who is connected to it." "Jesus, Mark." Daniels took a step back, his face pale. "But why now, after all these years?" "I don't know," Harris admitted, his voice cracking under the weight of the realization. "But I'm gonna find out." Harris sat in his car outside the crime scene, the rain tapping softly against the windshield. His hands gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles, the weight of the situation finally settling in. Jeff wasn't killing only for the thrill. Every victim was carefully chosen, all connected to his past. The next victim wouldn't just be another person from his past. The next victim would be much closer. His phone buzzed, the glow from the screen cutting through the darkness. Blocked number. With trembling hands, Harris answered the call.
"You're finally paying attention."
Jeff's voice rasped through the phone, low and menacing. Harris simmered for what felt like eternity, the suppressed rage boiling away the thin thread of patience and will he had remaining. His face grew hot. "Where are you, goddammit?" Flecks of spit flew from Harris's mouth as he lost all control, slamming a clenched fist hard enough against the driver's side window that it shattered around his arm. Searing pain flooded through his arm, only fueling the absolute hate for the monster softly chuckling into his ear. "You fucking coward! If you want me so bad, come get me. I'm still at the crime scene of the last poor girl you fucking ripped apart. Come on!" No answer. Only the soft patter of rain and the distant rumble of thunder filled the silence that seemed to stretch forever. Then, a soft chuckle.
"Oh, Mark, where's the thrill in that?"
Jeff said wryly.
"This was just the prelude. I hope you're ready for the main performance."
The line clicked. Only the soft patter of rain and the distant rumble of thunder left to fill Harris's storming thoughts. The rain pelted against Harris's windshield, blurring the street lights into smeared halos. His hand, still bleeding from smashing the window earlier, gripped the steering wheel tightly. Every breath was shallow, every thought clouded with images of blood and death. Jessica's mutilated body haunted him, but that wasn't the worst part. It was the growing certainty that Jeff was targeting those closest to Emily, and by extension, him. The buzzing of his phone tore him out of his trance. His eyes darted toward the screen. Another call. "Daniels," Harris muttered, picking up the phone with a sigh.
"Mark?"
Daniel's voice came through, shaky, unsteady.
"It's another body."
Harris straightened, the tension in his chest tightening like a vice. "Where?"
Parking garage, downtown, corner of 7th and Hill. I'll meet you there.
The line clicked dead before Harris could respond. He clenched his jaw, throwing the car into drive and tearing through the rain-soaked streets. The thought of another body made his blood run cold. How many more? How many more people were tied to his past? Harris pulled up to the parking garage, its concrete structure looming against the darkened sky. Red and blue lights from police cruisers illuminated the scene as officers stood by the perimeter, cordoning off the area. The rain had let up slightly, but the air was thick with the stench of wet pavement and something else. The sight of John Michael's body made Harris's stomach churn. He was sprawled out in the middle of the second floor, limbs twisted and pinned to the concrete with spikes, in a grotesque display. Jeff's signature smile carved into his face. The cuts were jagged, uneven, and blood still pooled around him, the smell pungent and metallic. Laying next to the man's mutilated face was his badge, along with Jeff's taunt stained in red. Dance while the music still plays. Harris froze for a moment, his mind racing. John, the first officer on the scene the night Emily died. He remembered the young cop standing on the doorstep of his childhood home, pale as a ghost, trying to keep the blood from staining his uniform. He's one of them, isn't he? Daniel's voice pulled Harris from his thoughts. Harris nodded, his throat dry. John was there the night Emily died, first officer on the scene. Daniels cursed under his breath, running a hand through his wet hair. Jesus, Mark, you think? I know, Harris interrupted, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the blood-stained floor. This isn't random. Jeff's targeting people connected to Emily. Daniels looked at him wide-eyed. Why now? It's been over a decade. Harris had no answer. He simply stared at John's mutilated face, the realization that Jeff was dragging him back into the past sinking deeper and deeper. Back at the office, Harris sat hunched over his desk, a mess of files and crime scene photos scattered in front of him. The pieces were starting to fall into place, but he still didn't have the full picture. Jessica Miller, her father, the contractor who renovated their home after Emily's murder. Tom Hargrove, the mechanic who had seen the confrontation between Harris and Jeff the day Emily rejected him. And now John Michaels, the first officer at the scene. But then there was Sarah Green. What was her connection? His mind drifted back to Sarah's Aunt Lisa, who had been Emily's best friend. She was there at the birthday party, the day Jeff's obsession had begun. That day marked the moment everything spiraled out of control. Emily's rejection, Harris's confrontation with Jeff, and now Jeff was systematically erasing everyone who had been part of that day or Emily's murder. The phone buzzed, jarring him out of his thoughts. It was Daniels.
We got him, Mark.
Daniels said, his voice tense and hurried.
We got Jeff. He's at the station.
Harris froze, his heart skipping a beat. What?
He's at the station. We got him.
Something about Daniel's voice didn't sit right. There was something off, but Harris was too focused, too desperate for it to be over. Without another word, he grabbed his jacket and bolted out of the office, speeding toward the station. The police station was dead silent when Harris arrived. The lights flickered in the dim hallway, casting long shadows against the walls. Something was wrong. His gut twisted as he moved further into the station, his boots echoing off the tile floors. The smell hit him first. His stomach lurched as he rounded the corner. Bodies, blood everywhere. Officers were strewn across the floor, their limbs torn from their bodies, their faces unrecognizable beneath the gore. Blood splattered the walls, and the metallic scent filled Harris's lungs, choking him. And then he saw him, Daniels, barely alive, slumped against the wall, his face peeled off and pinned above him like some kind of grotesque mask. His badge was nailed to the wall next to it, gleaming under the flickering light. Harris rushed to his side, dropping to his knees in the blood-soaked hallway. Daniels, what the fuck happened? Daniel's breaths were shallow, wet with blood. He struggled to speak, his voice barely a whisper. He made me call you. Harris's heart pounded in his chest. Where is he? You know where? Daniel rasped, blood bubbling at his lips. He's waiting for you. Daniel's body went limp, his final breath escaping him as the light in his eyes faded. Harris stood there, staring at the blood-soaked message scrawled above Daniel's. You know where the final act is. Harris sped through the streets, his heart racing as he drove toward his childhood home. The pieces had all fallen into place. Jessica, Tom, John, Sarah, they were all connected to that day, Emily's birthday party, the day Jeff's obsession had begun, the day Harris had confronted him, shoving him to the ground and telling him to stay away from Emily. That was the day Jeff decided to destroy Harris's life. His phone buzzed again. Harris grabbed it without thinking, expecting another taunt from Jeff. But instead, he heard a small, broken voice. Help, please, help me. Daniel's daughter. Harris's blood ran cold. In the background, he could hear Jeff's quiet voice, almost a whisper. It's almost time, Mark. Don't keep me waiting. The house stood in darkness as Harris approached. His heart pounded in his chest, every step heavy with dread. The front door was slightly ajar, and inside, the haunting melody of Emily's music box drifted through the air, echoing through the house like a ghost. The house was almost exactly how he remembered it, but something felt wrong. Shadows danced in the corners, twisting and warping as Harris stepped inside. The air was thick, heavy with the stench of rain and something darker. As Harris moved through the house, memories flooded back to him. Emily's laughter, her smile, and then the blood. So much blood. He reached the basement door, his hand trembling as he pushed it open. The music box's melody grew louder. As he descended the stairs, the soft clicks of its winding mechanism echoing in the silence. And then Harris felt it. His foot pressed down on something sharp. A trap. Before he could react, a spike shot out from the wall, tearing into his side. The pain was blinding, white hot, and he collapsed to one knee, gasping as blood poured from the wound. He pressed a hand to his side, trying in vain to stem the flow of blood. And then Jeff was there, a blur of movement, a flash of steel. Harris barely had time to react before Jeff was on him, slashing at him with a knife, each cut deep and precise. Harris stumbled back, his right arm rendered almost useless as Jeff's blade tore through muscle. "You've always been too slow, Mark," Jeff hissed, his smile gleaming in the dim light. "Too slow to save her. Too slow to stop me." Harris's vision blurred from the pain, but he could still make out Jeff's face. His smile, wide and twisted, his eyes gleaming with madness. Harris tried to fire his gun, but his right arm dangled useless. The pain was overwhelming, but He couldn't stop. Not when he was so close. Not now. The basement was a nightmare. Kimberly, Daniel's wife, was strapped to a contraption, her mouth slowly being cranked open by a series of jagged metal spikes. Madison, Daniel's daughter, was tied to a chair, a birthday hat perched atop her head, a sick echo of Emily's birthday party. And there, standing behind Madison, grinned Jeff, slowly winding the music box Harris had given Emily for her last birthday. "It's time to make a choice, Mark," he taunted. "Her or her?" Kimberly's screams filled the basement. As the contraption tore into her jaw, the sound of bone cracking and flesh tearing echoing through the room. Harris's mind raced, the pain in his side nearly blinding him, but he knew he had to act. He struggled to lift his gun, but his arm was barely responding, numb from the deep slashes Jeff had inflicted. His eyes darted between Kimberly, her eyes wide with terror as the spikes inched deeper, and Madison, shaking uncontrollably in the chair, her face pale beneath the crooked birthday hat. Jeff's grin widened, his eyes gleaming in the faint moonlight creeping through the basement window. "Tick-tock, Mark," he whispered, his voice low and chilling. He wound the music box again, the delicate notes punctuating the grotesque scene like a ticking time bomb. Harris gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain. He had no time left. If he tried to shoot Jeff, he knew his aim would be off, and the bastard would make his move before he could even get a second shot. Inch by inch, he edged closer to Madison. His mind raced. How could he save them both? But Jeff had orchestrated this moment too well, left him with no options. The soft notes emanating from Emily's music box seemed to mock him. The contraption around Kimberly's head clicked again, pulling her mouth wider. She screamed in agony, the sound barely human as her jaw began to split. "Tick-tock, Mark," Jeff whispered again. Harris's heart hammered in his chest. Madison, the terrified girl, looked at him, pleading silently with her wide, tear-filled eyes. His instincts screamed at him to protect her, to stop Jeff, but that meant making the impossible choice. Jeff stood behind Madison, his knife flashing in the dim light. He taunted Harris with a grin, his fingers tracing the girl's shoulder. "Last chance, detective. Save her or her." Harris's vision blurred from the agony searing through his side, but he didn't hesitate anymore. There was no saving them both. His fingers tightened on the revolver. "I'm sorry," he whispered, the words catching in his throat as he aimed the gun at Kimberly's suffering body. Before the spike could drive fully through her skull, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot cracked through the room and Kimberly went limp, the unbearable sounds of her pain finally silenced. A second of eerie stillness filled the basement. Jeff's wicked laugh followed, low and rumbling, as if the whole thing had been one elaborate joke. Harris's stomach twisted with disgust and rage. He had fallen right into Jeff's trap. But as Jeff took a step toward him, Harris used that moment of distraction. With a grunt of sheer determination, Harris shoved Madison to the floor, knocking the chair sideways. Jeff moved fast, but Harris was faster. He pressed the barrel of his gun against Jeff's chest and fired point blank. The impact sent Jeff stumbling back, his smile faltering for a moment. But the monster recovered quickly, his knife flashing toward Harris in a flurry of strikes. pain exploded across Harris's right side as Jeff slashed him again and again, deep, rapid cuts leaving Harris reeling. His gun clicked empty. Harris dropped to his knees, the world spinning around him. Blood poured from his wounds, his body trembling as he fought to remain conscious. Jeff's face loomed over him, his twisted grin the last thing Harris saw before everything went black. He woke to the sound of Madison screaming. His vision swam as he blinked through the haze of pain, struggling to push himself up. The music box was still playing, its haunting melody filling the room. Jeff was gone, his knife left embedded deep in Harris's side, and the blood from his wounds felt warm as if soaked through his shirt. Every muscle screamed in agony, but he forced himself to move. Madison was thrashing in her chair, her terrified sobs filling the basement. Harris staggered over, each step a struggle, as the pain in his side threatened to take him down. His hands trembled as he pulled the knife from his flesh with a sickening squelch, using it to slice through the ropes binding Madison to the chair. The girl collapsed into his arms, her small body trembling against him as she clung to him with desperate strength. Harris barely had the strength to hold her, but he did, shielding her from the horrific scene around them. "It's okay. It's over," he whispered, though he wasn't sure if he believed his own words. Madison didn't respond, her sobs the only sound that echoed through the darkened room. Together, they stumbled toward the stairs, Harris's legs barely able to support their combined weight. His entire body was shaking with the effort, but he had to get them out. He couldn't let Jeff finish what he'd started. The music box's haunting melody followed them up the stairs, growing fainter the closer they got to the door. Harris kicked the basement door open, the cold night air rushing in and offering a small respite from the suffocating dread that filled the house. They made it to the front porch, Harris collapsing onto the wooden steps with Madison still clutching him. His hand fumbled for his phone, his fingers slick with blood as he dialed 911. He could barely focus on the words as he gave the address. His childhood home, a place where the nightmare had started all those years ago. Harris watched the lights of the approaching police cars in the distance, the wailing sirens growing louder. Relief should have come, but all he felt was a cold emptiness. This wasn't over. He knew it, and deep down, he knew Jeff wasn't gone. As the first flashing lights became visible, Harris heard a familiar sound. The soft, eerie melody of Emily's music box, still playing from inside the house. His blood ran cold as he looked back at the door, the chilling sound creeping through the air like a final, taunting reminder. Then his phone buzzed in his hand. Harris glanced down at the screen, his heart skipping a beat. The caller ID read Daniels. When I was a child, I grew up in a small and relatively impoverished town in the English countryside. The place was ravaged decades ago, and the last of the mines had been finally closed. Not being a particularly beautiful place, unlike its many neighboring coastal towns, the town would slowly and silently decay. When the mines closed in the late 70s, a man named Thomas Rowe would decide to start a shop from his front room using his handful of savings. His ever-dedicated wife, a woman by the name of Jenn, quit her job as a seamstress to work the shop for him and do all the bookkeeping. The two understood it would be a difficult journey ahead of them, but they knew it was the kind of challenge that they wanted and were willing to work hard together. Over the next few hard-fought years, the two would build a successful store, fully converting the bottom floor of their home into the shop floor. Due to their willingness to lend a hand to anyone who needed it, the community around them looked after them in kind. Tom and Jenn General became a bastion of the community and a seemingly permanent fixture in the town. My mom would tell me that even she and her friends called Jenn Nana Jenn, a name I'd known her as myself for as long as I can remember. She had a warmth about her, a soft, welcoming smile that wrapped you in an all-encompassing warmth followed by a genuine interest in your day, and maybe even a free sweet if we don't tell Tom. Thomas Rowe was lovely, but he was just Tom. Only Jenn was Nana Jenn, and everyone loved her for that. Even after his death, the sign Tom put up all those years still hung. I must have been 9 or 10 when he passed. It was nice to see everyone come together to mourn with and take care of Nana Jenn, a community that over the years had become distant and fractured, joining forces to help this woman who had taken care of them for so long. After the shop was returned to its original state as a residential home, you would often see Nana Jenn wandering around town. Whether she was off to the dry cleaners or on her way to an appointment, she would always have time to stop, chat, and make sure you were okay. I swear to God, even after that woman started losing her keys and jewelry, she always seemed to remember everyone by name. At least until the events of our story. I was a young brown-haired idiot when I turned 14. That's okay, because my best friend Jason was just the same, only his hair was shorter compared to my shoulder-length locks. We weren't a pair of miscreants or anything, but when you're a bored teen in the countryside, there is a certain level of mischief that is entailed. The odd prank here or there, scrumping for apples, and the odd bit of mild arson in some random field. One time, when playing a game where you knock on the door and run away before they catch you, Jason was able to sneak right up behind me, and right as I knocked on the door, he kicked me on my backside, fully flat on the floor, prone on my back. With a deep sigh, I accepted my fate when I heard a soft melody coming from the doorway. "Oh, Matthew, what's happened?" Looking up, I see the slightly concerned face of Nana Jenn looking down at me quizzically. "So sorry, I fell over when on the step," I blurted out, scrambling to my feet to meet her at eye level. "You know, that little doorstep gets me too," she chuckled. "So what are you doing here, dear?" "Oh, I was just, coming to check in on you," I replied, unsure of how convincing my response was. "Just making sure you're doing okay, or if you need help with anything?" "Well, sweetheart, it's funny you should mention because just today I lost my special necklace that Tom got me." "Well, where do you last remember having it?" came the approaching voice of Jason, who had clearly come back after I didn't come running behind him. "Hello, Jason. Well, I had it at the butcher's, but then I didn't have it by the time I got home, and I didn't stop anywhere between the two. I had a little look, but my eyes aren't what they used to be." "We're not doing anything, so we could look. It's the summer holidays, so we have the time," I explained, smiling at the ever more frail-seeming Nana Jenn. "You know the necklace I'm talking about, right?" she asked. "Yeah, of course we do," I replied, and honestly, we did. The necklace she was referring to was as permanent a fixture as she was, A stunning tin necklace whose tarnish didn't distract from the intricate beauty of the etching of a Celtic cross behind a large cat. I often worried about her spine due to the size of the necklace. However, she always seemed to be so used to it that it was more natural to compensate for the weight of the charm than not. With that, Jason and I had become the initial search team for Nana Jenn's necklace. It wasn't long until we were able to rope others into it as we asked everyone we saw along our search path. In no time, what felt like half the town was now either actively or passively on the hunt for her pendant. Maybe it was guilt for not finding it, but Jason and I became regulars at Nana Jenn's home. She always seemed happy to see us, and honestly, we both kinda enjoyed spending the time with her. We'd often do little chores for her, help her carry things around, and always be willing to taste test her wonderful pastries. Nana Jenn, one afternoon, told us the story of her necklace. It was given to her by Tom when he received a large raise at work. All the wives of the miners here had been given one. She had loved it so much and taken care of it for so long. Jenn was the last person alive who had received one, but after this many years, that was to be expected. Slowly, but all of a sudden, Nana Jenn started to go downhill. Little things were forgotten here or there, less energy to do what she loved, and even her eyes had become slowly more sunken into her skull. She was aging before our very eyes, decaying, and before long it would be my family who would offer to take care of her. With all the time I had spent with her, my mom and dad had bonded with her as much as I had. So when they noticed how bad she had gotten, our home became the obvious choice to take care of her, considering her lack of remaining family. "So my bed is here?" breathed a slightly confused but ever considerate Nana Jenn. "Yes, Jenn, we have put a new bed with a new mattress especially for you. We've even got a load of your stuff from your room to make it feel like home." My mom had always been a kind woman, heavily influenced by Nana Jenn and her own mother. "Steph, you've been too good to me." A tear appeared in Jen's eyes as she hugged my mom, her ginger hair getting tangled in Jen's face. You've looked after me and this family for so long, we're just happy that we have the opportunity to pay it back," reasoned Steph, who herself was now fighting back the tears. Nana Jenn settled in quickly. However, it would not be long until we noticed something strange. Both my dad and I had separately heard a soft rhythmic whispering coming from her room late at night. These small, creepy, yet unexplainable instances got overshadowed by the chaotic trial of the festive season. For just the month of December, we had hired a nurse to take care of her simple needs, so we didn't have to worry. My parents could take me and my sister out for festive activities without having to worry about Jenn. The nurse would be a good choice too, as we found out that this would probably be the last Christmas for our great-aunt Sophie. So from Christmas to New Year, we would be staying with her immediate family up country. The day we were due back, the nurse had stopped taking our calls. At best, when we would call the house, all we got was a confused Nana Jenn, who by this point was beginning to degrade to such a point that she had no idea where the nurse was, or even if she had seen the nurse at all recently. Hurrying home, all we could find upon returning was the nurse's handbag with her phone, wallet, and keys all missing. Nana Jenn was sitting there on her bed, silently drinking tea and staring at TV static, her warm smile plastered blankly across her face. Mom and Dad would take turns looking after her while I took care of a lot of the household chores. Seeing how hard they had it with her, I didn't mind taking the lion's share of the chores. I didn't even mind the continued whispering all that much. You'd be surprised how quickly the creepy can become banal, just part of the background noise of an ever more complex life. Lying in bed one night, I heard the door creaking open right as I was right at the precipice of sleep, forcing me awake with a jolt. I looked around to confirm my dream-fed paranoia that something beyond a nightmare had made its way in. There was nothing, even when I turned my lamp on. Nothing at all was in my room, and I could go back to sleep. I turned the lamp off and resumed my former position, comfortable once again under the sheets. An undetermined amount of time later, it happened again. A loud creak echoed into my bedroom. Turning my head to look at the doorway to my bedroom, I saw it was in the same position as it was before. Had I imagined it? A loud snoring came rumbling through the house, a comforting reminder that my parents were just feet away. Eyes open, face to the door, and meditating on the muddled roar emanating from the hall, I suddenly hear a new sound, a fast, rhythmic, white noise. Breathing coming from somewhere nearby. Then I heard it. Eyes focused on the static door, I heard a creak. There was only one other place that could have been. Turning on my lamp, I returned to my original orientation facing the wardrobe. It was Jenn inside the wardrobe, her flower-embossed nightgown covering much of the gap in the wardrobe door. At the top of her face, one eye poking through the crack and a familiar soft smile across her face. The most disturbing part was her fast and almost rhythmic breathing, like she was excited. Afraid to break eye contact, I called out to my parents, unmoving and afraid to move, afraid to even blink. My father came in like a shot and quickly escorted a very confused woman back to her bed. It was strange, however. The moment my father entered the room, she stopped smiling and began to breathe at a regular pace. I didn't sleep well that night. I didn't have a good night's sleep for a long time. The image of her dull, sunken eyes, excitedly making direct eye contact with me, would singe itself into my mind any time the lights would go out. Shortly after that night, my sister would begin complaining of an awful smell. Her room being the one directly above Nana Jenn, it was suspected that the smell from Jenn's room rising up through the floor was the cause. It didn't matter what we did, however. No amount of potpourri or air fresheners would cover that awful smell. Even after aggressive attacks from gallons of Febreze and enough dented powers to solve any infestation, a week later, the smell returned just as rancid as before. Maybe we should have been more thorough in our investigation of the smell, but my sister was leaving very soon for university, so it wasn't the highest priority after a while. Nana Jenn just got worse from there. She kept staring at the ceiling in her room, just sitting there and smiling at nothing. We'd occasionally find her in places like the attic or a storage cupboard, just looking at us as she smiled a blank artifice of her former caring expression. She grew ever gaunt and frail-looking. However, the way she moved so confidently was so disjointed from her skeletal frame. Her skin had sunk so low it was almost separate from any sort of bone structure underneath. When my great-aunt died, it caused a lot more drama in the immediate family than expected. So, Mom and Dad had to go pretty much immediately. They managed to find a nurse to look after Nana Jenn again, after vetting this one with much more scrutiny. She even agreed to keep an eye out on me and make sure I don't burn anything down in the house while cooking or anything. Maja was nice. I know that's not a very creative description, but it fits who she was. I couldn't tell you where she was from, but she was just the right mix of both professional and understanding of the fact that I was a young teenage boy left to his own devices. She cooked kapitka a few times to make sure I had a few vegetables. I know it had potato in it and tasted great, but again, I couldn't tell you the origins of the dish. Little Kochani, what is wrong with her exactly? Maja asked while I was sitting on the sofa watching TV one evening. We're not sure. Honestly, the doctors aren't sure either. It's kind of like a degenerative brain thing, they were saying, but it's not exactly like dementia. I explained to the best of my capability. That is pretty much what your mother told me, she retorted, looking off into the distance a little. How come? Like, what brought this on? I asked. She's just... Maja pauses to take a deep breath. Your grandmother is saying things like wrong things. Wrong things? I parroted. Things like about a man who lives in the room with her, a man who is angry with her. I could see the deep concern on her face. Yeah, I've heard stuff like that from her, but I guess she's just getting worse lately. I reassured her. She never does anything but stare and smile, though. I wouldn't worry. I know it's creepy, though. Maja smiled at me, attempting to show she was reassured, and messed my hair up before then returning to Nana Jenn's room. It was a few days later when I heard her frantically knocking at my bedroom door. Still paranoid and vigilant at night, I woke up quickly and cautiously announced the visitor in. Maja burst into the room, panic clear in her face, barely able to get a word out. I quickly noticed her hands were covered in blood. I have to go. I saw him here. This was all I could get out of her before a figure blocked out the incoming light from the hallway. Taking both of our attention immediately, we saw Nana Jenn standing just beyond the threshold of the doorway. Maja screamed a blood-curdling scream before suddenly and without any warning jumping out of my bedroom window. I sat there in shock, staring at the broken window as Jenn shuffled away, restoring light to the room. A police investigation had, from what I could gather through eavesdropping, discovered that she had a history of bipolar disorder and had divorced her husband about 6 months before her suicide, just confirming the narrative they already assumed. I became obsessed. Jason had noticed the level of obsession that had taken me. He even asked about everything one day, and I broke. I cried, even. I split everything, what had happened, what I was feeling, and most importantly, my theories about what was happening. On those theories, nothing was a solid hypothesis, but rather I knew something was happening, and it was Nana Jenn at the root of it all. Jason and I made plans to have him stay over that weekend, something that had become rare since Nana Jenn had moved in, but with my parents spending one night away for their anniversary, it was the perfect time. We were going to stay up late and sneak down and see what was happening in Jenn's room at night, and what was going on with the whispering. Dude, if you scare me on purpose, I will kick you so hard in the nuts, Jason warned me in a whisper as he descended the stairs late that Saturday night. I promise you, if anything is gonna scare you, it's gonna be her, I replied, eyes fixed on the bottom of the stairs. Well, okay, I still don't like that I'm going first. It's your creepy-ass house. With that, a resigned Jason tentatively made his way down the stairs, reacting to every creak and groan from the floorboards. As we turned the corner, we immediately heard the whispering, a soft, raspy chant emanating from the place we knew Nana Jenn resided. Jason took a deep breath before quietly knocking on her door. I shot Jason a quizzically angry look, to which he just shrugged before unconfidently gripping the handle. With a nod to me, Jason opened the door. What hit us first was the stench. An expression mirroring my disgust was plastered across Jason's face as soon as the door opened. Then we saw her. Nana Jenn stood in the center of the room, her clothing on the floor, and the nude skin that was so usually covered in her gown was a mass of decaying and rotting flesh. She panted as she smiled towards the ceiling once again. A dissociative freefall took hold, almost like my brain was trying to protect me by making everything feel like a dream, like it couldn't be real.
I didn't even notice that Jason was screaming. I just saw her. By the time I had regained control over my senses, I noticed two screams in unison. One was Jason screaming in an all-encompassing terror, and the second was Jenn, who was now on top of Jason, her thumbs buried deep into his eye sockets as she screamed into his face. Blustering all my strength, I kicked the thing that was Jenn off of Jason, injuring my ankle as I did so with a dissatisfying crunch. Even through my pain, I still saw her thumbs leave Jason's eyes with a sickening squelch as she tumbled a meter or so away. I wrenched a whimpering Jason up and began practically dragging him out of that room and out of the front door. Closing the door behind me, I continued to drag Jason away to somewhere, to the family next door. They owned guns, and I knew we'd be safe. In tears, I pulled Jason the 400 meters or so to the next door and began banging on the door as hard as I could. Jason is alive. Blind and sour about it, but alive. As for Jenn, she went missing immediately after. It would be another year of sleepless nights before she was found dead and naked in the local forest by an old Celtic shrine. The worst part was what we found when she left. After investigating the ever-present smell and pulling up the floorboards in my sister's old bedroom, we found her. Jenn had killed the first nurse, ripped her eyes out, pulled out her throat, then hidden her in the floors. There was plenty of shock and sorrow in the community at the news of their former matriarch, but those feelings were all temporary and soon faded with time. Now all the town is left with is the eerie tale of an old woman with no skin who haunts an old pile of stones out on the moors.
I decided long before I graduated high school that I wasn't going to college. School wasn't my thing. I was more than content just working whatever shitty job I could find, work my shift, go home, and live week to week. So when I graduated, I took a job at Walmart, and I worked there until about 2 months after I turned 19. Then I got fired after I called a customer a dumbass. It wasn't a perfect look for the resume, I'll admit. So I spent another 2 months looking for a job. The job search wasn't going well, and I had to move back in with my parents. After about 3 weeks of staying there, my mom came into my room. "Hey, Jackie." "Hey, Mom." "Do you remember your Uncle Wallace?" she asked with an enthusiastic grin. I had met him once at a family reunion when I was little, when my mom introduced me to him. I don't even remember him talking. All I knew about him besides that was that he was rich and distant from the family. "Barely," I replied. "Well, I just got off the phone and he told me he has a motel about an hour away from here, and he needs someone to work overnight. Before you say no, he's offering to pay you $25 an hour. Not too shabby, huh? And he said he'd give you a card you could charge gas on so you wouldn't have to worry about that." I'd never worked overnight, but with the job struggles, I'd take anything. And honestly, it seemed like a pretty decent deal. Not bad pay, and I didn't have to pay for gas. Mom gave me his number, but when I tried to call him the next day, he didn't answer. I received a text shortly after that said, "I prefer to do things by text." "Okay, it's Jackie," I texted back. "I know." Mom must have already given him my number. "Well, I'd like to accept the job." "When can you start?" "Whenever is fine." He sent an address. "Be there at 11 p.m. tomorrow. Don't be late. I don't accept tardiness." What a hard ass, I told myself. But I needed the job. The drive up there was kinda creepy. It was already dark before I started driving, and by the time I hit the woods, my nerves set in. You couldn't see anything past the beams of my headlights. Even with my brights on, it felt like I was consumed by the darkness. I was so scared of hitting a deer, and at the time that was the biggest of my worries. My little Subaru struggled to get up the mountain. When I arrived at the motel, I couldn't help but feel how out of place both I and it felt. You drive in nothing but forest for this long and finally spot the ball of light. You'd think it was run down, but no, this place was surprisingly nice. All the lights worked, there were no spider webs anywhere. The parking lot was extremely well maintained, and the place looked freshly painted. It was just for being in the middle of the woods. It was obscene how clean the place was. I saw a man in what looked like a janitor outfit getting in a truck as I pulled in. I took a mental map of the place. There were 11 rooms out front and an equal amount of rooms out back. The office/lobby had a woman sitting in it. Next to the office, there were 2 vending machines, one for soda and one for snacks. The glowing sign out front read, "The Nowhere Motel." What a cheesy name, I told myself. I parked my car, and at the same time, the truck pulled out. I made my way towards the lobby. I opened the door, and there was one of those little bells that ding when you walk into, like a gas station. The woman shot me a glance. She was a short redhead wearing a hat. "You need a room?" she said with a little bit of an attitude. No, I'm the new hire." "Oh, you're Jackals." "Jackie," I corrected. "All right, follow me, I'll get your card and your keys, and we'll get you trained." She ushered me through a door that had a desk with a computer and a bunch of paperwork. Then she handed me a card and keys. Name's Sam, by the way. "The card there is for gas and food only. The boss gives you $20 a day, and he will revoke it if he needs to. I bought a scratcher once, and he chewed my ass out. The boss said you were out of a job for a while, so he gave you a 100. It was then I began to notice the southern drawl in her voice. "Do I have to pay it back, or does it come out of my checks?" "No, just something nice he does since the place is so far out." I was kinda expecting Wallace to meet me here. "Who the hell is Wallace?" "Oh, the owner." "How do you know his name?" She looked extremely puzzled. I didn't want to say he was my uncle, so I lied and said he was a friend of my mom's. The face she gave me made it feel like she didn't believe me. "So that's his name? Neither me, Sergio, nor Philip knew it, and I and Sergio have been here 9 years. Philip even longer." She must have seen I didn't know who those people were. "They the other workers. Sergio's the manager, he works in the office with me. Philip's the janitor, you'll meet them both tomorrow. Philip usually stays till 1 in the morning, but he had to leave a little early tonight." The rest of the night was all the boring job stuff. How to clock in and out, how to help guests with paperwork, how to make keys for guests, how to check and use the cameras, what to do in the event of a robbery, etc. The part that startled me was when she showed me the gun under the counter. "It's just a .22 meant for animals. Calm yourself." After I calmed down, I felt a bit of relief. At least I'd have something to protect myself in case of an emergency. "You know how to use it?" she asked. "Yeah." "Good. Didn't feel like teaching you. The last overnighter we had a fit when I showed him." I chuckled a bit, and for the first time tonight, Sam smiled. "You didn't bring any food, did you?" "No, I haven't had much money." "Well, I have some pizza in the office fridge we can split." Sam lightened up a bit after eating. "So you've worked here for 9 years, huh?" "Yep. You'd be surprised how many guests we get. At least 10 of the rooms are full at a given time. Don't know how hard it is on nights. I usually don't work them unless it's to train one of the overnighters. You are the only one at the moment. Place is supposed to be 24 hours, but we have a hard time keeping the night folks." "Any reason why?" "Place is haunted." She paused. I got a little nervous when she said that. Just fucking with you. It's probably because working nights sucks ass. The night went off without any problems. Before I knew it, the next night came by. I walked into the lobby to Philip and Sergio talking at the desk. They both stopped and looked at me. Philip was freakishly tall, with long black hair. He left the room after I walked in. He doesn't talk much till you get to know him, but you'll work with him more than us, so he'll warm up to you. You're Sergio then? Yes, and you Jackie, I presume? I could already tell he was a much warmer person. Well, we won't work together much, just your first half an hour of your shift. Boss only gave me and Sam a night to train you. Job's pretty easy, so you should get it all figured out if you didn't last night. Sergio was also pretty tall. Not nearly as tall as Philip. He had black hair with spots of gray mixed in with it. His voice was calming, the type of stuff you'd hear from someone who makes ASMR. Oh dang, you brought food? I made burgers, he said, looking at the salad in my hands. I'll just put it in the fridge for tomorrow. The night went off pretty similar to the night before, but Sergio took his time to walk me around the motel and show me what some of the unoccupied rooms looked like. The rooms have an electric lock opened by a key card for the guests, but can be opened with a key we keep on a keychain for the employees. Room 18's lock got stuck, so he showed me the trick to open it. I also got my first guest around 2 a.m. The whole transaction went off without a hitch. Around 4 a.m., we heard this horrible noise from the woods, but Philip assured me it was an elk. Elk don't sound like that. They make horrible noises, don't get me wrong, but that sounded like grinding metal. Philip will be here till 1 a.m. tomorrow. He works Wednesday through Sunday, so you won't be alone every night, and Sam will be here to pass off the keys when you get here. With that, Sergio and I drove off. Around 7:30 in the morning, when I was driving back, I swear I saw someone watching me in the woods. I slammed my brakes and pulled over to check on it, but there was no one there. I told myself my brain probably just mistook a bush or tree for a person. When I got home and tried to sleep, I couldn't stop thinking about the person and the noise. Something about them both just stuck in my mind. It was Friday night, my third night on the job, and I'd have the weekend off. I felt very anxious once again. It was going to be my first night working alone. I mean, Sergio and Philip would both be there, but only for part of my shift. But after 1 a.m., I'd be by myself. There were more cars in the lot than usual. Philip was power washing the sidewalk. He gave me a nod as I walked past him. Hey, Jackie, Sergio said as I walked in. Looks like a busy day. Yeah, we had a group of friends on a road trip come through, heading up towards Canada. They'll be gone in the morning. We talked till he had to leave and he passed off the keys. I brought some of my drawing stuff so I'd have something to do. When it came Philip's time to leave, he stopped off to let me know. I'm heading out. This was the first time I genuinely heard him speak. His voice was very deep, and it scared me at first. Have a safe drive home, I replied. He headed for his truck, but he turned around, catching the door before it completely closed. I don't live far from here, just a cabin about 10 minutes east. You've probably driven past the road on the way here. Maybe. The drive is pretty dark, so I'm not sure. Well, I'll leave you with my number if anyone or anything. He paused for a moment with a worried look across his face. Call me, and I'll be up in just a moment. Thank you, Philip, but I'm sure I'll be fine. That's what everyone says, as he walked out the door. I wanted to stop him. I wanted to know what he meant by that, but his truck was out of the parking lot before I could even think to stand up. Soon after, a woman, who was clearly drunk, stumbled out of her room and toward one of the vending machines. I paid her no mind until she wandered into the lobby. "Are you out of Dr. Pepper?" she said in her most convincing, I'm definitely not shit-faced voice. "I have more in the office, I'll grab you one." I returned with a can and traded it for the $2 in her hand. "You're a lifesaver," she said, leaving the room. I figured I'd restock the vending machine since I had nothing better to do. I cracked open the machine, loading the soda into it. Then someone whispered into my ear, "Thank you, Jackie." I flipped around to reveal my visitor, but no one was there. I chalked it up to auditory hallucination and finished up my task. I began walking back towards the lobby. Through the window door, I could see someone standing behind my counter. At first, I thought, shit, they told me to lock the lobby if I wasn't in there. But when I blinked, the person was gone. Shit. It's the dark. It's tripping me out. That's all I kept telling myself. But deep down, I knew that was the same man in the woods from yesterday. Morning and the sunlight could not come soon enough. I spent the rest of the night peeking every corner. I locked the lobby for the rest of the night as well. I was worried too much, I told myself. I just mistook a shadow or something. Right at 7, a car rolled up to relieve Sam and hopped out, coffee in hand. "How was your first night alone?" she asked. "It's a bit creepy, being alone out here. You'll get used to it, I'm sure. Don't quit yet, I'm getting sick of training people." "Well, 2 days isn't much for training," I joked. "Well, get out of my seat." I got up and made my way towards the door. "You were joking about the place being haunted, right?" "Ain't seen no ghost, sweetie." Her voice soothed my nerves a bit. Ghosts aren't real, I knew that for sure. I don't know why I suddenly was getting all scared of some shadows. I remember that weekend zooming by. Don't even remember what I did. Within the blink of an eye, I was making the same drive up the mountain. Surprisingly, Sam and Sergio were both there. "Philip ain't here tonight, so it'll just be you all night. Call someone if you need anything," Sergio said, making his way out the door, Sam following behind him. She gave me a little wink on the way out. I made my normal rounds, and at 3:50 a.m., a man came into the lobby. The man looked disgruntled and extremely sleep-deprived. His shirt had small holes across it. I assumed he was homeless. Why would a homeless person be this far out in the woods? "Room," he whispered. "Would you like a single or a double?" "Price?" $75 for a single, $115 for a double." "Cheaper." I asked if he'd like to choose a room since there was no one else staying at the time, but he ignored me. So I chose a random room and handed him the paperwork. He scribbled across the page and handed it back to me. I read over it, but I struggled as his handwriting was atrocious. He slapped a $100 bill on the counter and left, not bothering to take his change. He was giving me the creeps, so I didn't bother to chase him down. I went back into the office to grab a drink from my fridge, but the computer that had our camera system on it caught my eye. It's set to automatically cycle through the cameras unless I interact with it. It was set on camera 3, the camera that stares directly at the sign out front. There the man stood, smacking his head against it. I didn't want him hurting himself or damaging the sign, but as I peeked out the door, he wasn't there. I wasn't having any of this, so I went to room 11, the room I had assigned him. But before I even got to it, I noticed the door was wide open. The man was unwell and had some sort of mental problem. So I pulled my phone out and called the police, as I didn't want him to do anything to hurt himself or me. The operator picked up, and I began explaining the situation to them. They asked me to return to the lobby and lock the door, but I went against that. I couldn't stop staring at the door, and it felt like it was pulling me in. I grabbed the handle, turned it, and pulled the door open. The 911 operator was practically screaming at me. I stood right in front of the room. The lights were off, and the dim glow of the lights around the motel was the only thing lighting the room. I suddenly realized that my car was the only one in the parking lot. Did he walk here? I took a step inside, then another, then another. My heart was pounding. The door to the bathroom flew open, and the man poked his head from around the corner, his head upside down as his arms reached toward me. His arms seemed cartoonishly long and smiled wider than seemed possible. He spoke in a voice that felt like it scratched my eardrums, devilishly inhuman.
"Your heartbeat sounds wonderful,"
he spoke, before stepping out from the corner and running at me. I bolted from the room straight to the lobby, slamming and locking it behind me, placing a chair in front of it to help keep it propped shut. It took around 40 minutes for the police to arrive, and by the time they did, I had called both Sam and Philip, who beat them here. Philip was strapped with a 12 gauge and sat and stared at the room. When the police finally arrived, they reviewed the camera footage. But the moment I left the office, all the cameras were cut off. They only returned to recording once I ran to the lobby. So they checked what happened before the man came in. It was like he just appeared when the cameras had a small bump in quality, as if he was born from the air itself. When Sergio found out, he told me to take Tuesday off. I did and returned on Wednesday. When I got there, Sergio stood over something with a petrified look on his face. I asked him, trying to figure out what he was reading. He looked at me and said, "I was in the bathroom for 30 seconds. This wasn't here when I left." He handed me what he was reading, a sticky note.
"Can't wait to see you again, Jackie."
3 weeks would pass before anything noteworthy happened. I'd arrived to work as usual, but an unknown woman on the older side stood there talking behind the counter with Sergio. For a second, I thought it was a guest, but guests aren't allowed behind the counter. "Jackie, this is our new hire, Sunny. She'll be working night shifts with you," Sergio said. I was a bit surprised as this came out of the blue. "I'm sorry, boss sprang this on us a couple hours ago. Are you going to be okay to train her?" I felt confident enough in my job now, so this seemed fine to me. Sunny was extremely kind. Her hair was red, but she was graying. She was also quite short. I'd learned that she'd only be working 3 days a week after her training, Friday through Saturday, just to cover my days off. The only day we'd work together was Friday. But even with that, I was glad to have someone on nights with me. I quickly, over the next couple weeks, became good friends with her. The nights we worked together would be my favorite, as the woman was just full of stories. She only took this job as her husband had recently passed, and she didn't want to be at home all the time. She and her husband had stayed at the motel in the past, and she told me that it was always nice. Until the last time we stayed here was over 2 years ago. Tucker, my husband, was extremely healthy. He never had any health problems. But after that last visit, he started having heart issues. The doctors said it was because of his age, but I don't believe that. So, what's your theory? Have you ever seen him? Seen who? The man? The one with the long arms? I don't know what compelled me to lie at that point. "No," I whispered, but I know that she knew I was lying. We didn't talk about it for the rest of the night. Sunny never took her eyes off room 11. 3 more months passed. It was October now. We'd seen an influx of hunters staying at the hotel as it was a short drive from a well-liked hunting zone. I walked into Sam and Philip talking about some guests as if they knew them well. "What's up with these guests?" I asked. "It's weird. Every year they book a room for about 2 months," Philip said. "They always claim they're up here hunting, but rarely ever leave their room. They're a nice couple, though," said Sam. "They're fucking weird. I hear them making all kinds of odd noises and rattles, chants, but every time they leave, they never leave anything behind. If you ever stay at a motel, how often do you leave shit behind? I've done it every single time." Philip began ranting the most I'd ever heard him talk, and I really can't remember most of it. "Maybe they're just meticulous people," I responded. "No, something is up with them, I just know," he said, leaving the lobby. "He gets like that every year when they come. I don't give a damn what they're doing. They pay and they don't cause problems," Sam said, handing me the keys on her way out. But what seemed like out of the blue, I realized I hadn't seen Sergio in some time. He was supposed to be the one meeting me tonight, not Sam. "Something wrong with Sergio?" "He must be really sick. All this time I've worked with him, he's never called out," she responded. I could see the worry on her face. "I'll check on him, I know where he lives." She forced a smile. I made the usual rounds of stuff that didn't take me very long to do. Then the boredom would set in well before I noticed Philip pressing his ears to one of the rooms. I was sure it was the one that the couple was staying in, so I figured I'd confront him about his quite creepy behavior. "Philip, come on man, you can't be doing that." "Shut up and listen." I decided to feed into the delusion, but he wasn't wrong. The noises were weird. A bunch of chanting and what sounded like cans scratching together. "What the hell?" I whispered. "Every year they do this. Every year they book this same damn room, even call in advance to make sure we have it. What's so goddamn special about room 11? Right when he said that, a familiar noise rang through the air. That same grinding noise from that first night with Sergio. "That's not a goddamn elk." Philip walked off shortly after. That's when the door opened. "So, you're his muse," a woman's voice said from behind me. I turned around to face her, but was met with both a woman and a man. I was grabbed and pulled into their room. I was forced into introductions. Susan and Jackson Weller were self-proclaimed exorcists. They claimed the hotel was haunted, and they came every year to keep the evil spirits at bay. I tried not to laugh until Susan said, "You've seen him, the man with long arms." She said it in the same tone as Sunny when she asked that question. "You don't have to answer. I can feel him. He wants you to follow him to this room. He's fascinated by you, and he'll hurt others to get what he wants." "All right, that's enough. You two are nuts." I got up to leave the room. "You mean to say you've never seen anything paranormal? No voices? Things where they shouldn't be?" Jackson said. I was at a loss for words. It caused me to run from the room. On the way out, I heard Susan say, "We'll be here when you realize the truth." I didn't leave the lobby for the rest of the night. The next night was weird. When I got there, the lobby lights were off. For the first time, no one was there to greet me. Philip came from the parking lot to hand me the keys. He never had them. He told me to go inside and sit down. His face was full of dread. I went in, and he followed. "I wouldn't consider any of y'all my friends," he started. "Ouch, hurtful, man." "Sergio and Sam always said I was their friend, but I realize now all you are. I realized that when Sam called me crying shortly after I was off. She sat and cried and begged me to come to town, so I did. She was still bawling her eyes out when I got there, and she made me come inside. I really wish I didn't see any of that. Philip, what are you talking about? Philip kept talking like I hadn't interrupted him. Sergio is on the floor. He looked like something had burst from the inside of him and his skin was inside out. He paused. I don't know what could have done that to him. I don't know how well of a friend y'all were, but Sam said you should know. I sat there, speechless, trying to wrap my head around the whole thing. Sergio was really dead? I tried to hold my tears in. Now, if you don't mind, I think I'm gonna leave early. I hugged him on his way out and both of us just cried. I don't know if I considered Sergio or any of them friends, but we shared in our grief for a moment. Philip left and I stayed behind the counter. It would take a couple of hours to see the next sticky note with only the word "soon" written on it. Sam wouldn't be at work for the next 2 weeks. When she did finally show up, you could see how sleep-deprived she was. The first thing I did was hug her. Her unbreakable exterior seemed to waver for once, and she hugged me back. That's when she asked where Sunny was. I didn't know. I hadn't seen her in 2 weeks either. Sam said she must have finally been scared off, but I still don't believe that. The days went by, and soon winter would be upon. A really bad blizzard came, and my little Subaru could barely make it up the mountain. I knew I wasn't going to be home on time. I was still surprised to see the Wellers' car was still parked out front of their room. Ever since that night, I dreamt of the day they'd go home. It felt like they stayed only to spite me. Sam was in the lobby, waiting for me. You're not gonna try to make it down that mountain, are you? I asked, genuinely concerned for her safety. Oh, hell no. I already talked to the boss. He said I could take a room tonight. Did Philip not make it tonight? No, he said he couldn't get his truck out of the driveway. Well, if you need anything, I'll be down in room 8. I wouldn't mind the company if you stopped by. She smiled on her way out. It was nice to see Sam back in her spirits. She hadn't seemed like the same Sam I knew after Sergio's death, but it finally felt like Sam, the Sam I knew, was coming back. I took my jacket off and threw it in the office. The heater at the motel worked way too well, and I hadn't figured out how to turn it down. Some nights I felt like stripping down, but that's beside the point. The snow came down hard that night. I had to step out every 20 minutes or so to shovel the sidewalk. It was on the 4th time that I noticed him. That man from all that time ago. The same guy who I had to call the cops on for being batshit insane. Look, I'm not a skeptic at all. I figure this dude was just insane. Since both the Wellers and Sunny knew about him, I also figured he was a regular visitor of the hotel. Look, dude, you have to go. If you don't, I'm calling the cops. That was kinda an empty threat. Even if I called the cops, they wouldn't be able to get up here for a while. They won't come. No one will come for you, Jackie. Look, I don't wear a name tag, so the fact he knew my name was kinda alarming. If you think knowing my name is gonna scare me, it scared me. Jackie. He paused each time he said it. All right, I'm calling them. Really? I was heading for the gun. All the lights in the motel flicked off, and for a second, I thought we lost power. But the light came back on after about 10 seconds. When they did, he was gone, and in his place, a deer that looked like it had been fillet opened. Worse, it smelt like the deer carcass had already begun to rot. I made my way back to the lobby, still gagging from the smell. When I did, I locked the door behind me and went for the rifle. It may not have been a big gun, but it was better than nothing. Jackie. 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 I heard him coming from the door. He stared straight at me. Jackie. 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 He began to bang on the glass. Every time he did, the lights flickered. How the fuck was he doing that? Fuck it, I told myself, aiming the gun at him. Leave or I'll shoot. He didn't relent. I pointed the gun at him, getting a flashback from when I did hunter safety. Never aim at anything unless you're planning to kill it. I placed my finger on the trigger. Bang! A 22 is not very loud, so that was slightly dramatic, but I digress. He wasn't there. No blood, no person, just a window that I broke. I knew now I should probably tell Wallace. I sent him a text explaining the situation, but the text wouldn't go through. I knew he liked to talk through text, but this seemed important, so I called. It rang for 2 rings, and then, "This number is no longer in service." What the hell? Sam said she talked to him earlier. I knew I needed to call the cops, even if it took them a while to get here. But all I got was beeps, like it was a dead call. Shit, so I'm stuck out here with no help from a possibly crazy man. That was until I turned around to see the words I said no one was coming carved into the wall. No, the door's locked. I looked to make sure. How did he... Were the Wellers right? Was this some type of evil spirit who wanted me? I looked over at their room. Well, if it was some evil spirit, I was no safer in here than I was out there. I stupidly left the rifle and made my way towards room 11. Surprised to find the door was already cracked, I pushed it open slowly, and I saw Tucker knelt over his wife. She lay in a pool of her own blood. "He made me, Jackie. He forced me to cut her throat." I stood there, my legs not letting me move. When we came to this motel all that time ago, I was struck with how evil this room felt. I learned all this spiritual bullshit because I felt it was my colleague. She didn't care, she just played along because I liked it. But one day, she said she could feel the evil too. So every year we come to try to purge the evil, and every year we learn new techniques just for it. It meant nothing in the end. We never did anything to hurt him. Run, Jackie. I don't know why he has an obsession for you, but you need to run and never look back. I was finally able to move. I had to leave. I ran back to the lobby. I stopped at the room Sam was staying, banging on the door and begging her to come out. When she didn't, I went back to the lobby. I just needed my keys, and I took my chances with the mountain. I went into the office, and Sam was standing there. She held the rifle in her hands. "Sam, this might sound crazy, but there may or may not be a ghost or something like that, and I think he wants to kill or possess me, but we need to go." Sam's eyes ran with tears as she lifted the rifle at me. "I'm sorry," she said through the tears. She shot the round, gazing at my arm. I dived for my keys, grabbed them, and ran for the door. She came behind me as I went for my car. She shot again, this round hitting the window. Knowing it'd be no good to go for my car, I tossed the keys back at Sam, hitting her in the face. I made a gamble and ran into the forest, thinking my chances of surviving out there were slightly better. My arm ached, my body shivered. The snow made its way past my shoes and onto my feet. They began to go numb. The cold was too much, and I began to think I made the wrong choice. In the corners of my eye, I swear I kept seeing him. I stopped as he stood in front of me, the mixture of freezing and exhaustion not letting me move any further. He stepped closer, wrapping his elongated arms and fingers around my neck. The sound of grinding metal and laughter filled the air. He kept yelling my name like he was taunting me by knowing it. The world spun. The night was brighter than it should have been. I could hear the voices of everyone I knew all at once. All my senses felt overwhelmed, and I was pushed to the ground. He pressed down into my throat, wrapping his hands all the way around my neck. I was even fighting back. My vision went blurry, my last sight being the glow of my phone making one final call. I woke in someone's living room. I was lying on their couch next to a furnace. "Ah, you're finally awake," he said in a British accent or his attempt at one. I looked toward the voice to see Philip. "Philip, you have to get the cops to the motel. There is something—" He cut me off. "I did. Found the Wellers. It looks like they, killed themselves. Both their throats were cut out. Someone shot at your car, too. I got your call, so I went to the motel. I found someone's tracks, followed them, and, well, found you. Do you mind telling me where those bruises on your neck came from?" I left town shortly after and moved down to New Mexico, as far away from the woods as I could get. I still keep in touch with Philip from time to time, but since the motel closed shortly after that night, he ended up moving. The police ruled the Wellers as a suicide. They ended up finding Sam's car crashed into a tree a couple of miles from the motel, but they never found her. It's been 6 months since I worked there, and I only chose now to share my story because I just got off of the phone with my mom. When I picked up the phone, I could already tell she had been crying. She told me they had found my Uncle Wallace's remains, but the weirdest thing is he had been dead for almost 3 years. "Then who gave me the job?" I asked. She didn't answer. She just hung up. Now I'm torn. I don't know how to feel. Till all this happened, I never believed in the supernatural, but I need someone to tell me I'm not crazy, that what I think happened did. I feel like I need to go back to see the motel once again, just to convince myself I'm not crazy. But would going back make all that trauma I received come back? I just don't know what to do. I can't be the only one. Ever since I was a kid, I would run up the basement stairs because I was scared someone was gonna grab my leg. I would be in a full-on sprint, all while trying to hit the light switch on the way up. There was always this constant feeling that something lurked behind me as I was coming back upstairs. In my childhood home, the game room was in the basement. You know what kind of basement I'm talking about. TV down there, Xbox, board games, computer, pool table. Maybe it was me being a dumb kid, but I continued to do it for years. It became a habit for me. Go downstairs, hang out, play games, watch TV. The end of the night would come and my Olympic training would start. Turn the TV off, swipe for the lights as I sprinted up the stairs and then shut the door. Obviously, nothing ever grabbed me. It was just that fear of what was lurking in the dark behind me that gave me goosebumps. I would love to tell you as I got older I stopped doing it, but I didn't. I was a chicken, and I'm not afraid to admit it. I slept with a nightlight until I was 13. I never left a closet door open when I went to sleep, and even as an adult, I always check the back seat of my car when I get in. My parents are retiring to Florida, and instead of selling the house right away, they decided to ask me if I had any interest in moving back in. The house is paid off, so I would just have to cover utilities. I got a pretty good job right out of college and can afford it, so I figured I would keep the memories alive and move in. The only downside to moving in is that I would be living alone. I did have family close by, which was a plus, but living by myself would be so strange. I lived with my parents until college, and during my college years, I always had a roommate whether I lived in a dorm or an off-campus apartment. The night before my parents were moving out, we had a little going-away party for them. A ton of food and lots of drinks were had. My older sister lived a few blocks away, so the entire family was there. It was a fun, yet emotional night. I know my parents weren't leaving forever and I would still see them, but it still felt like a little piece of me was being taken on their retirement adventures. During the get-together, I pulled my mom to the side and asked if there was anything I should be concerned about when taking on the house. Any leaks, damage, problems, or creepy spirits I should be worried about. I may have presented that last part as a joke, but like I said, I was a chicken and was just slightly concerned about how I would handle living alone. My mom assured me that there were no problems with the house and that once I got used to normal house maintenance, it would be smooth sailing. Jason, you have to keep the house clean. You no longer have the luxury of an unpaid maid. We just remodeled the kitchen not too long ago, so all the appliances are new. My biggest worry with you is your laundry. Really, Ma? My laundry? Yes, Jason. You would always let all your dirty clothes build up, and when you would come visit, I would have to haul all your bags down to the basement and spend what felt like days washing and drying them. I thought you loved doing that, Madre. That's why I would always save it for you, I said with a big grin on my face. My mom nudged me on the arm and walked away, sighing and laughing. I hadn't even thought about that. Not only would I have to be in the house alone, not only would I have to laundry, but I would have to go to the basement alone. I leaned back against the wall and thought to myself, what the hell am I so worried about? I am a grown-ass man. This is the stupidest thing to be concerned about. A basement? That's my biggest concern, being scared of the dark as I run up the stairs? The thought alone made me laugh. It was ridiculous. I needed to grow up. The basement hadn't gotten much use as I got older. I started to go out more and hang with friends and was barely even home. Then, once I went to college, my visits home consisted of eating homemade food, seeing family, and going out drinking with friends. The pep talk to myself ended when I heard what sounded like a stampede coming up the basement steps. For a split second, I thought it was in my head, until my nephew busted through the basement door. Breathing heavy and in near tears, he ran straight to his mother. "Joey, are you okay? What happened?" my sister asked. Still catching his breath, Joey answered, "Mom, there's something downstairs." "What are you talking about? Why were you in the basement?" I interrupted. "What did you see downstairs?" "I didn't see anything. I was coming up the stairs and someone tried to grab my leg." My sister's husband told his son to calm down and gave him a hug. He told him he would go in the basement and check. While everyone else in the house may think he was just a scared kid whose imagination got the best of him, for some reason, I believed him. I can't tell you what it was, but I know he had the same feelings I had as a kid every time I came up those stairs. He felt like something was behind him. I would be lying if I told you I wasn't terrified. I never told anyone about the little routine I had when coming up the stairs from the basement, so nobody else seemed to be concerned. My sister was calming my nephew down as my brother-in-law made his way to the basement. I stood at the top of the stairs and looked down. I watched as he passed by the staircase several times, looking around for someone, something, anything. He found nothing. He made his way back upstairs, and he assured my nephew there was nothing down there and nothing to worry about. The night ended shortly after that. I said goodbye to my family and went over to hug my nephew. "Uncle Jason? What's up, pal?" "There is something down there. Be careful." He gave me a hug that lasted a bit longer than normal and headed toward the door. I was happy to have my parents stay at the house at least one more night before heading to Florida. After driving them to the airport, I returned back to the house. I walked in the front door and took a deep breath. This is it, I said to myself. I was on my own in the house now. I turned the lights on in the kitchen and living room, even though the sun was shining through the windows. It just gave me extra comfort knowing the lights were on. It was a safety blanket for me. I began to clean up from last night. Before I knew it, several hours had passed. I got a phone call from my sister.
Jay, do you want to come over for dinner?
Tonight? Sure, I don't have any plans.
Sorry about Joey last night. He was still a little shaken up even when we got home.
No need to apologize. I just feel bad he was so scared.
He practically begged me to invite you over tonight, so I told him I would. I think he feels a little silly about what happened.
Ah, I gotcha. No worries. 7 o'clock good?
Yeah, sounds like a plan. See you then.
I rang the doorbell, and almost instantly the door swung open. It was Joey. He ran onto the porch and hugged me. Uncle Jason, you're okay! Yeah, buddy, I'm okay. Are you? I said, with a not-so-subtle fake laugh. My sister came to the door and grabbed my jacket. She hung it up and made her way towards the kitchen. Dinner will be ready in 5 minutes. Jack should be getting home from Jenny's soccer practice in a few. I took a seat at the dining room table and I could feel Joey staring at me. Why was he so concerned? It struck me as odd, but it scared me more than anything else. What the hell did he see in that basement? What did he feel? Jack went to check. No one was down there. In all the years I lived at the house, there were no problems. Even though I ran up those stairs almost every night, nothing ever happened. I chalked it up to me just being a scared kid. Uncle Jason, did you go to the basement last night when I left? No, I did not. After seeing you run up those stairs, I wasn't risking it. I smiled at him nervously. You know, I'm not scared of anything. I was just seeing what old games you had down there. I had the light on. While I was sitting looking at the shelves, someone turned out the lights. I don't think anyone was close to the basement, buddy. I heard someone breathing. What? Someone was breathing down there with me. That's when I ran to the stairs. I felt something touch my leg when I opened the door. My sister walked into the dining room with a big tray of pasta. Food's ready! Jack walked in with Jenny, and the kids went to go wash their hands. If no one could tell I was scared before, they could sure as shit see something was wrong now. My sister asked me what's wrong, and I told her I was just starving. I ate tons of food and tried to clear my mind of what Joey told me. I asked my sister if she had any wine. I purposely drank a bit too much, which caused my sister to tell me to just spend the night on the couch so I didn't drive home. I took her up on that offer and crashed on the couch. I didn't sleep much. It was Sunday now. I didn't want to be a burden to my sister and her family anymore, so I said goodbye and headed home. I had work tomorrow and had absolutely no clothes to wear. I had to do some laundry in that basement. I got home and gathered my clothes. I headed for the basement, making sure to hit every light switch on the way. I swung open the basement door and made sure to keep it open. I walked down the steps with my giant load of laundry and threw my clothes in the washing machine. I started it, and just as I went to turn around, I thought I heard a noise. Without hesitation, I headed for the stairs and sprinted up, skipping 4 steps with every lunge. I closed the basement door and realized that I left my phone on the table. That sound I heard was my phone vibrating. I gotta relax. When my clothes were finished washing, I put them in the dryer. When all was said and done with laundry, I brought it back upstairs without any incident. For the next few weeks, I kept my visits to the basement at a minimum. I always had an uneasy feeling whenever I was down there. I always kept the lights on and never closed the door. Even though nothing had happened, I certainly wasn't going to take any chances. It had only been a short while my parents were in Florida, but they wanted to come back for the weekend so they could see the family. I, of course, told my parents they could stay at the house. This was their house, after all. We decided it would be a fun idea to have game night at the house. Game nights always consisted of good food, lots of laughs, and always, I mean always, arguments. What can I say? We were a competitive family. I grabbed my parents from the airport in the morning, and by dinner time, the rest of the family was over. Joey didn't leave his parents' side from the moment he got there. He was constantly looking around and listening intensely to whatever sounds he heard. We played Uno, Sorry, and Trouble, all the classics. There was one big one we hadn't played yet, Monopoly, the ultimate argument maker. I teased my sister about how I used to destroy her in Monopoly, and how she still owes me money from the time she landed on Park Place and quit. After some laughing, I realized Monopoly wasn't upstairs. It was in the basement. Once I relayed the message to everyone that I had to go get it, Joey ran over to me and told me not to go. "Please, Uncle Jason, stay up here. We don't have to play Monopoly." "Relax, bud. It will take me 2 seconds. I'll be right back." "No," he shouted. "Please stay here." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over to us. Joey was clinging to me. My sister came over to put him at ease. I told him I wouldn't go down and it was going to be all right. Without anyone noticing, my dad made his way toward the basement door. He just wanted to keep having fun. He figured he could go down, grab the game, and come back up before anyone even realized. Well, we did realize. We realized because we heard the basement door slam and my dad tumble down the staircase. I sprinted over to the door and had to wrestle it open. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. I finally threw it open and ran down the stairs. Monopoly money lined the basement floor. The game must have flown out of my dad's hand as he fell. He had a nasty bump on his head, but insisted he was okay. I asked him what happened, and he said he didn't know. I grabbed the game and was making my way back up the stairs. I just wanted everyone to keep having a good time. I got to the top of the stairs and the door slammed shut. I lost my balance and down I went. I'm fine, I swear. I helped my dad back up the stairs and sat him down at the table. My mother was worried and insisted he go to the hospital to get checked out. She didn't know if he was bleeding internally or maybe even suffered a concussion. I agreed with her and convinced my dad that he should go. As a family, we gathered our things and headed to the hospital. I figured I would need the next couple of days from work off to take care of my dad and make sure he was all right. It wasn't until we got to the hospital that I realized I left my phone back at home. I told my mom and sister that I needed to go home and grab it. Joey overheard us and pleaded to go with me. I looked at my sister and she shrugged. "Please, Uncle Jason, I just want to make sure you are safe." When we walked in the door, something seemed off. I left the lights on when we left, but now they were off. I thought maybe the power went out, but when I hit the switch, the lights came back on. I thought maybe my mom hit them on the way out. I went to grab my phone from the counter when I noticed the basement door. It was closed. I know it was open when I left because once we got my dad back upstairs and we all agreed to go to the hospital, we left soon after and no one went back towards the basement. Curiosity got the best of me. I opened the door. Just as quickly as I opened it, Joey pushed it shut. "Joey, why did you do that? I want to see something." "There's nothing to see. We got your phone. Can we please leave?" I looked at him for a brief moment and reached for the handle. I opened the door and saw the basement light was still on. I took a breath, closed my eyes for a split second, and made my way down. I don't know what I was looking for, but I was compelled to go down there. I heard Joey follow behind me down the stairs. I peered around the corner and saw nothing. Monopoly money still strewn across the floor, but nothing out of the ordinary. I hit the switch with a light still shining from the top of the stairs. "See? Nothing to worry about," I said as I turned around proudly smiling, having conquered my fear. That's when I looked up and saw Joey standing by the door. He never came down. Whose foot's... The door slammed shut and the lights went out. That's when I heard it. The breathing. I blindly ran up the stairs, hands stretched out in front of me, reaching for that door handle. I grabbed it and pushed, but couldn't get through. "Joey, let me out! Open the door! Open the fucking door!" I heard footsteps sprint up the stairs, and I felt someone wrap their hands around my leg. The door flew open, and I slammed it behind me. I heard clawing at the base of the door and leaned with all of my weight against it. I looked over to my right and saw Joey cowering in the corner with tears pouring down. "Joey, were you holding the door?" Through his screaming cries, he said, "No, I told you something was down there." I grabbed Joey and we ran out of the house. When we got back to the hospital, I brought Joey to my sister and immediately called the police. They came by to investigate the empty house and found nothing in the basement. It wasn't until they came back up the stairs that they saw the claw marks on the door. Whoever, whatever, was down there can stay. I'm not. That was my last night in that house. I don't think I'll ever go back. I've never really used Reddit, even though I made an account 4 or 5 years ago. I uncovered some old photos of mine recently and reckoned I'd share a story of mine on here. I live in a small town called Woodman, a small place of just under 2,000 people. It's not a very attractive area. The only appealing feature that it has, in my opinion, is the gorge running through the mountain range just west of the town with a river flowing through the bottom of it. A road was built on one side of the gorge that spanned its length. It closed in 2017 after a series of large landslides that caused the district council to render the road irreparably damaged. Above the gorge road, on top of the ranges, there is a fairly short hike, about 11 kilometers and only a 1 or 2 hour walk. It's a nice area with a couple good lookout spots above the road, but it's not really anything special. The road, once a highway between another small town and Woodton, hasn't been maintained in years. It's eerie, to say the least. There are sparse landslides still happening periodically, but they've mostly slowed down since trucks have stopped driving through the area. Both ends of the road are fenced off with heavy chain link, but that doesn't stop many people cutting holes in the fences with bolt cutters and walking or even biking through the gorge. Occasionally, the fences are seemingly fully cut down, sometimes even looking completely bulldozed. It's strange, but the fences are always replaced shortly after. The district council is quick to replace the blockade, but no one that I know seems sure why they keep being taken down. I assume it's just one of the lunatics that live around here. There are a few hermits that have holed themselves up in old logging buildings around the area, and they seem to hate everything that the council does for the place. I remember at around the same time as the gorge closing, a couple of quarrying businesses began to pick up around the area. They're still working, and the old logging businesses have moved away from the town and closer to those quarries. They've completely deforested a large section of land on a hill above the quarry, although it was mostly to prevent landslides from causing the trees to fall onto people below. There are a couple old abandoned bulldozers next to a small cliff that led down to a river that my friends and I would hang out around when I was around 15. They are still there, I think, after 6 years now. We would try and spook each other with reasons of why they were just sitting there, about 1 kilometer or 2 from the quarry area. I don't really know how I should format this, so I'm just going to list off who my friends were at the time. James, a skinny white kid, was one of my best mates at the time. He had brown hair, shaved almost into a bowl cut, although somehow it didn't look stupid. He was a year older than me, and he was also pretty into monsters and the sort. He was the one that really got me into those things. Aiden was tan. He was on the shorter side, with buck teeth and curly black hair. He wasn't much younger than I was, but he wasn't good with scary stories. Takuma was small and Japanese. He wore thin rectangle glasses and had short black hair. Matthew was the biggest of us, the same age as James. He was about 5'7", pretty tall for a 16-year-old, and stocky enough to give him a solid frame. He was blonde. We were climbing onto one of the bulldozers. There was one next to the edge of the drop with a great view of the river, so we sat up there sometimes. Aiden was the first to go up, and he shrieked suddenly and fell back. He'd put his hand into a huge spiderweb and now had a spider crawling up his arm. "Get it off! Help!" he screamed, flailing his arm around, trying to shake the admittedly small spider off. He was a bit of a pussy. He bashed his arm against the bulldozer's track, and I guess it killed the spider because he calmed down, although he was holding back tears from the pain that was now coursing through his arm. James doubled over laughing, clutching his stomach. I wasn't even that scared, Aiden mumbled to himself, almost inaudibly. James pushed past him and clambered up the machine. He sat with his legs over the edge of it and lay back, putting his arms beneath his head and staring into the sky. Matthew and Takuma went up next, fighting each other to get up. They sat beside James, looking out across the river and the vast forests that enclosed it on either bank. Aiden and I made our way up at last, Aiden still sniffling and cradling his arm. As I got up, James turned his head to look at me. "Just look. We're lucky to be out here. It's better than being at home with my stupid brother, at least," James said with a short laugh. "And I guess it's better to hang out with your friends than have to deal with your parents. Huh, Sam?" James grinned. I sighed lightly. "Yeah, I guess. It's nice out here." I took a deep breath of the fresh air and looked down at the water, moving quickly into the mouth of the gorge. A couple weeks later, we were back out at the bulldozers. I brought my dad's camera with us to take some cool photos, and I think some of them turned out okay for a 15-year-old. James and I had taken to scaring each other with different monsters and cryptids that we thought up, and we slowly started introducing them to the rest of our group. James also told us about how his father had once told him stories of something native to the forest around the gorge and Woodton, but he couldn't remember what it was. All he remembered was his dad telling him about a man who was driven into exile by the original Woodton settlers sometime around the mid-1700s, and he had been lost to time. He had never been found, even when the road was being built through the gorge or when the hiking trails were established up along the mountain range. I kind of dismissed it, preferring the stories about the supernatural beings or serial killers that would creep into people's houses. The guy, if he was even real, probably slipped into the gorge and drowned in the river. Months passed, and we kept going out to the bulldozers about once every couple weeks. Over time, they became more decrepit. At one point, Matthew fell through the roof of one of them due to it being rusted so badly. One day when we were talking about monster mythos, James told us about a trail he and Takuma had found near the start of the gorge road. He hadn't gone down it on his own yet, but he wanted us to come with him. Aiden seemed nervous when he mentioned it, but didn't say anything. Matthew and I were hooked immediately, and we asked where it was. James replied, "It's not too far from here. We can probably go and explore before it gets too dark." He pulled 2 flashlights from his pocket at the same time, tapping them together. "Even if it gets dark, I've got these." "Alright, let's go then. Chuck me a flashlight," Matthew said. "If it gets dark, I want to be the one that can see exactly where he wants to." Aiden looked as though he was going to complain, but held his tongue. We walked for a few minutes before coming across a path entrance that came off of the old road. Path entrance. There was a sign on the left side of the track that read, G-R-J-Tra-L. Some of the letters' paint had been chipped to the point where they were illegible. It looked like the track was fairly well maintained, and I questioned why no one had repainted the sign. Matthew and James eagerly moved down the path. The rest of us followed suit, although I admit I felt uneasy at the time, for a reason that I could not pinpoint. I wish I had taken that as a sign. My mind kept wandering to the aberrations that James and I had shared with each other, but gulped down my fear. We walked for about 30 minutes before it started getting a little dark. As it did, Aiden and I noticed an axe. It was a large wood axe, and its blade was dug completely into the side of a tree. There were not other marks on the tree. We shared a glance. It was eerie, to say the least, but it was just an axe. No alarm bells went off in my head because why would they? About an hour later, we reached a fork in the path. We decided we'd go down one, turn around, and then go down the other. We turned right. We continued until we had to turn on the flashlights. This was the first time we debated turning back. This time, we all saw it. Another axe. In the exact same place, although on a different tree. I don't know a lot about how you wield an axe, but I know that it is definitely very hard to dig the entire blade of an axe into the side of a tree, seemingly with only one swing into it. I remember feeling my heart beating slightly faster in my chest as I saw James' eyebrows furrow. "What the fuck?" he said with a small awkward laugh. He looked back to Takuma. "Did you see this before? You said you've been down this path, right?" He swallowed. Yeah, I came down here the day after we found it, and this wasn't here before. Maybe some guy from the lumber company came out here to set up a new station," Takuma replied. It was obviously a stupid explanation, but what else could it be? Aiden finally spoke up. "Why wouldn't they just start from the road? Then they could at least get all their equipment there. Saves them having to work off just axes and chainsaws." "Wait. Why did they even bring an axe out here? They just use chainsaws, right?" he said with a confused look on his face. He obviously wanted to turn around, but he didn't want to look like a loser in front of his friends. Looking back on this, I really feel bad for the kid. Matthew dismissed it with a laugh. "Who cares? It's probably some guy trying to scare people like us. I'd do that for sure." He walked to the tree that the axe was stabbed into. He tossed his flashlight to Takuma, who held it steady on it. My eyes were locked onto him, but I could still see James nervously looking into the surrounding woodland, sweeping the flashlight across the trees. Matthew took the handle of the axe in both of his hands, braced his foot against a tree, and pulled as hard as he could. The axe wouldn't budge. It was dug too far in. "Hey, I think we need to leave, guys. I'm creeped the fuck out," said Aiden, finally being overpowered by his fear. "Sam and I saw another axe earlier, like half an hour ago, in the exact same spot on a different tree. This is bad, man. I don't like it." He was visibly sweating, even in the cool night air, and his fear slowly began to spread to the rest of us. James' head snapped to him. "What do you mean you saw another axe?" He looked between the two of us, his eyes widening. "You meant to say there was another goddamn one of those and you didn't think to bring it up?" He seemed suddenly on edge. Aiden put his hand between himself and James. "Well, come on, it was just an axe in a tree, right?" He licked his lips anxiously. "Can we please just go home?" A bird flew through the trees past us, and Aiden let out a frightened squeal. He ducked to the ground so quickly he hit his forehead against the ground. He looked up in a daze, looking like a frightened child. He looked at me for a moment before looking just behind me and letting out a scream. I whirled around and James flashed his light ahead of me. My heartbeat raced, but there was nothing there. I turned back to Aiden, who was now sobbing. "Shit, man, he's got a concussion or something," I said to James. "Matthew, can you carry him back to the road? I'll call my dad and ask him to pick us up." I frowned. There was only one beam of light. I looked around and my heart dropped. Where the fuck is Takuma? My heart skipped a beat before I realized he probably just dropped his flashlight and didn't turn it back on. I laughed at myself for thinking he had disappeared. "Tak, Turn your flashlight back on, dude. You scared the shit out of me. James once more swept his flashlight around us while Matthew picked up Aiden. Takuma was gone. I haven't seen him since that day 5 years ago. I'm so sorry, Tak. I'd felt my heart drop. I called out for him. This was the first time that I felt true fear in my life. Real, incomprehensible fear. I looked at James and he turned and ran. Since he was our only light source now, we had no reason but to follow him. We ran for what felt like hours until James finally stopped. He looked back at me with a wild look in his eyes. Where is the damn fork? We should have hit it by now. He's sounding hysteric. He screamed at us. Where is it? Where are we? God fucking damn it! Matthew lumbered over to him, snatching the flashlight from his grip, still cradling Aiden. You idiot. Why the hell did you run off like that? We could have at least made sure we were looking the right way before bolting. He turned to me. Can you call your dad? Tell him we need help. Tell him to bring a first aid kit and, if he can, more than just himself. The gravity of the situation hit us all at once. Takuma had disappeared. Tell him that we need a search party as well. I flicked my phone on and prayed that I had a signal. I held my breath as my phone came to life. I had a bar. I immediately called my father. Dad, we're out near the gorge on a trail and I don't know where Takuma is, and Aiden's hurt, and... He cut me off. What the fuck were you idiots doing out there? It's almost midnight. Your mother and I were terrified. I'm on my way. I'll bring first aid. Wait, what do you mean you don't know where Takuma is? I told him everything that happened, and I could hear his voice became shaky. He said he would call James and Takuma's dads and come out as soon as possible. He hung up the call, and I finally realized that I could use my phone's flashlight. I turned it on. Another goddamn axe. There was another one in front of me. This time there was a carving above it. It looked hurriedly cut, and it showed a river flowing between two mighty mountains. Even more unnerving, stickers of trees were placed on the mountains. Peeking out from one of the stickers was another sticker. It was of a man. I remember snapping a picture of it, but I haven't been able to find it. After seeing that, we got the hell out of there. It took us about 2 hours to get back to the fork in the path, and my father, as well as Takuma's father, David, were waving flashlights around calling for us. James' dad stood behind them. My dad rushed to us and embraced me, as did James' dad. David, however, just stood there. He stared past us, his flashlight trained on something. I looked over my shoulder and saw what he was staring at. There was a man watching us in the trees. He grinned eerily, and in his hands he clasped a broad wood axe. Matthew immediately turned and ran, still carrying Aiden down the path. I couldn't move. The man locked eyes with me. He didn't move. I was terrified. Writing this, I can feel the terror come back. I can remember his face perfectly. His wide grin still causes me to freeze in terror whenever I think about it. I feel his gaze locked on me, and I hate it. I hate it. I don't know how to describe it, but I remember my dad picking up a rock and throwing it at the man. It hit the man in the chest, and he took a step back, but didn't break eye contact. I turned and ran. I heard the rest of us follow closely behind. I don't know how long we ran, but it didn't feel very long. Matthew and Aiden were already waiting by my car, and my dad unlocked it, throwing the driver's door open. David was already driving from the area, the same with James' father. We must have broken at least 10 different road rules, but we didn't care. No one spoke a word. Matthew and Aiden stayed at our house for the night. I hadn't even thought about this until a year ago.
David had lost his wife a decade ago, and Tack was the only thing he had left. He became a recluse. Some fucking asshole stuck an axe in a stump in his own backyard, and that was the final straw for him. He committed suicide days after. I haven't talked to any of those guys in a while. I really hope they've forgotten about it.
I worked for 25 years in the same dead-end job at an insurance agency before I finally had enough. Dreams of a big career were long gone, as were the ones of starting a family. After a night of trying to drink my sorrows away, I woke up on the cold floor feeling like crap, with a headache that made it seem like my head was going to explode. It was then and there that I realized there were only two options left for me: end it all or start over. I chose the latter. I love the ocean. The way it smells, the sunlight sparkles on its surface, the taste, the feeling when you enter it. When I had my big dreams, I always imagined me ending up sailing in my free time. Probably taking the wife and kids along, teaching them all there was to learn about steering a boat. Even if the family part didn't work out, it wasn't too late to make the other part come true. The next Monday, I handed in and submitted my notice of termination. My boss was furious, but I told him to go to hell and burn there. I sold off my house and every item I owned. The money from the sales I gave to charity. With nothing but a bag full of clothes, I made my way to the harbor. There was no use in trying with the big ships. They probably only took experienced sailors, so the smaller fishing vessels were what I needed. At the end of the pier, there lay a dirty-looking run-down trawler. 5 men were standing in front of it, smoking a cigarette, talking loudly, and laughing a lot. I shrugged my shoulders. At least they seemed to have fun. When I walked towards them, they stopped talking and started giving me the stare. You know the kind. The "what do you want, landlubber" stare. "I need work," was all I said. The biggest one, gruff old sea bear type of guy, looked me up and down before flicking off his cigarette. "We're not hiring," he said, with a voice just as rusty as he looked to be. I didn't move. I didn't say I need money. Food and bed are enough. There's always stuff to do. They seemed impressed with my answer, but the sea bear wasn't easily convinced. "Ever been on a boat before?" Slowly, I shook my head. Before he could send me away, I interjected, "But I'm a fast learner. Show me how it's done and I will be a fine addition to your crew. And, if it doesn't work out, you can just throw me overboard. Life on land didn't do me any good, so the sea is my last chance." It seemed like an hour had passed before he answered. "All right then. You can start by carrying our supplies on board. Afterwards, clean the deck. We'll see if you're any good." Words that were music to my ears. The first weeks were hard. Getting adjusted to the life on the sea was something else. You even had to relearn how to walk. Just knowing that you weren't able to just go and leave at any time was stressing, as well as being yelled at for working too slow or sloppy. But after the initiation period, things started to look up. I was getting better at everything, and the crew noticed. They started to open up to me. It surprised me that 3 of them had a story similar to mine to tell. No purpose in life, feeling like you just wasted time, a want for adventure. The only 2 who were born and bred seamen were Jeffrey, the captain, and David, his first mate. They rode the waves since they were like 10 or 11 years old and had a lot of interesting stories to tell. But you always had to take them with a grain of salt. The saying, "sailor's yarn," came to mind more than once. I once called David out on this when he told an extraordinary, hard-to-believe story about some weird sea creature which bordered on a fairy tale. He didn't take kindly to that. Looking like a murderer, he talked to me with a stern, yet soft and quiet voice, like death whispering into my ear. "You've been traveling the sea for about a month. You have no idea what lurks beneath its surface. Don't try to lecture me on what is and what isn't real." I apologized, and he let it go, but it left me feeling uneasy. I would have understood if he was simply hurt that I didn't believe his story, but he reacted like he actually believed it himself, like I was the ignorant idiot. Time went by without anything of note to happen. I learned the craft and started to get along with everyone well enough, as close as reclusive people as us can get. It was 3 months after I first left port when Jeff decided to drive out a little further than usual to reach richer fishing grounds in the Northeast Pacific. Everything was in order until the storm hit us. As I mentioned before, I was never the adventurous type, so I hadn't encountered many dangerous situations up to that point, but I could hardly imagine something scarier than a heavy storm on the high seas. The scariest thing is, there isn't much you can do. When you first spot the dark clouds on the horizon, you can try to evade it, but in some cases the storm travels faster than your boat. Seeing the storm front approach you gives you a feeling of incoming doom, like the armies of hell approaching you. You see the lightning strike and hear the roars of thunder as your fear starts to get worse. When it finally hits you, it's like a smack in the face. Without great means of protecting yourself, you're immediately drenched and become cold to the bone. The heat waves come crashing towards you like walls of terror. You try to keep the boat afloat, but it feels like throwing rocks at giants, and it's not the David versus Goliath kind of fight. But then I saw something that scared me even more than the storm itself. I was securing a cargo box that had gotten loose when a lightning strike illuminated the sky. Behind the wave that approached us, I saw it, a shadowy outline of something. I can't really compare it to anything. It was vaguely humanoid, but unimaginably huge, like a titan from Greek mythology come to life. I was in a state of pure shock, but come the next lightning, the thing was gone, like it had been swallowed by the ocean. I looked around for my fellow crew, but none of them seemed to have noticed. They all were holding on for something to not get washed off the boat. I convinced myself that the stress of the situation had me imagine things that weren't there, but I couldn't shake that feeling of unease. It took some time for the storm to settle down. Afterwards, we checked everything for damage, but it seemed like we had gotten lucky. Nothing had been severely broken. But, according to Jeff, we were way off course. It would take us at least another week to reach our destination, and he wouldn't hear our pleas to return to port before we had something to sell. So, business was back to normal. In a quiet moment, I took David, who was reading a book, aside to tell him what I saw during the storm. He didn't laugh at me, as I had expected, but put on a concerned look. After thinking for a while, he told me, "Better not say anything to the others. Let's just both pretend you didn't see anything. No use in worrying them even more for nothing." The next days were calm. We were back on course, and the mood started to lighten up again. We were somewhere south of Honolulu and would reach it within the next 2 days when it was my turn for night watch. Watch perhaps isn't the right word, because even with a spotlight, there's not much to see. I let the light dance off the surface of the sea while desperately trying to stay awake. When my eyelids started to feel heavy and I was about to fall asleep, there was a strange sound that grew louder with each passing second. It was like a rumbling, but I couldn't identify what it was. I turned the spotlight for another sweep of the perimeter, and something hit the boat, rocking it hard. almost flipping it. I nearly fell off board, but managed to hold on to the railing. When we were stable again, I searched for the source of the crash. The beam of light hit something. It looked like a small island, but its structure was unusual, almost perfectly smooth. It looked to be of a greenish color, with hints of dark gray in it. After a while, I realized that beneath the island was a bright glow. The longer I watched it, the more convinced I was it was looking back. It resembled an eyeball, but it was huge. I was shaken to the core. A few seconds later, it was gone, as well as what I took to be an island. It couldn't have been more than a minute since the impact, when my fellow crew members rushed aboard and asked me what happened. Remembering David's words, I told them a whale hit the side of the ship in passing. They must have interpreted my pale complexion and terrified stare for the result of stress and lack of sleep, because they decided to end my watch early and send me to bed. David didn't say anything, but gave me a look as if he knew I was lying. Needless to say, I didn't get much sleep that night. Hoping we would reach our destination soon, I swore to never set foot on a boat or any other kind of aquatic vessel again. It took another 2 days, but finally we saw land on the horizon. We were overjoyed, even more so when Jeff decided to take a day off on land before we would continue to the fishing grounds. We were already discussing what to do first once we got off the boat, when the scenery changed in an unusual way. It seemed as if the ocean was bending upwards from around a certain point. It was still early in the day and kind of misty, so at first we thought it was just an optical illusion, but the bend grew higher and higher when suddenly the tip burst, and for a split second we saw what I know now I saw twice earlier in its full form. Some kind of gigantic, horrific creature which defied any description. It looked like it was born straight out of a nightmare, outlandish and weird. I wouldn't even know how to start to describe it. It cast a shadow over us, almost completely blocking out the sun, and let out a scream that made our blood freeze in our veins. As it emerged, it produced a huge tsunami that moved in every direction, blocking it from view. We couldn't do anything, too shocked by what we had witnessed, and were caught in the monster wave. It took us with it for many miles before crashing above us, breaking our boat apart. I regained consciousness sometime later. I didn't know if it was days or even weeks. Apparently, I was lucky enough to land on a large piece of our boat that didn't sink, which was cast in the direction of the west coast of the USA. I was found by a rescue helicopter of the Coast Guard. They provided first aid and took me to a hospital. It turned out that remnants of the tsunami caused by the creature had hit the land. They were out looking for survivors of lost ships when they found me. They were asking me all kinds of questions about what happened to me. I answered them as best as I could, but didn't mention the creature once. I felt like there was no need to. They would find out themselves soon enough.
Hollywood loves remakes. That's because Hollywood itself is a remake. Close your eyes and imagine a silent film. I bet you're seeing Charlie Chaplin in all of his black and white greatness, but what you might not realize is this movie you're picturing doesn't take place in Los Angeles. It's actually 350 miles north in Niles Canyon, America's first Hollywood.
Niles is nestled between the base of sprawling foothills and sits at the outside edge of the San Francisco Bay's marine layer. It's a quaint little neighborhood, one that remained frozen in the era of its former glory. A classic Americana main street serves as an anchor to craftsman and Victorian-style homes. At the end of Niles Boulevard is the Silent Film Museum, honoring the area's historic past life. And in the hillside that overlooks the retired train station, you'll see big white letters reading Niles in the same style Hollywood made iconic. Niles has always been connected with something darker, though. For how small the area is, there has been a surprisingly high amount of death, mostly due to the winding one-way lane roads that run through the steep hills. Naturally, this has spawned a lot of urban legends, like the one about a girl who walks the canyon road at night asking for a ride back home to San Francisco, only to disappear before getting there. Or the tales about the White Witch in the woods, and the stories about mysterious societies that meet under midnight's obscurity. Hell, there's even sightings of Charlie Chaplin's ghost. This is my personal favorite because witnesses always claim to see him in grayscale and moving at 16 frames per second. I think every town that is old enough has this kind of lore. Where I figure Niles is a bit different, though, is that it is home to the secret Sidewalk. Deep in the foothills is what is known as the secret Sidewalk, a long and mysterious stretch of cement that slithers through the hills for miles. It's hard to get to, and it's one of those kind of places that's passed down from one generation of young people to the next. A place that you hear your friend's older brother bragging about for years, before they get too old for it and finally shows you how to get to it. Some of my favorite memories were the days my friends and I would ditch 6th period, fill a backpack with beer, and spend all day wandering the sidewalk. What the quote-unquote sidewalk actually is an aqueduct that used to carry water from the bay to local reservoirs. Long dried up and out of service, it now rests covered in graffiti with multiple openings pried ajar, turning the square cement structure into hollow tunnels for urban explorers or anyone brave enough to go in. I can't lie, there actually is a pretty weird feeling when you walk the sidewalk, an adrenaline boost. I don't know if it's the fact that you're legally not supposed to be there, or the suspended train track bridge you have to cross to get to it, or the silent absence of everyday bustle. But the feeling of vulnerability is palpable and hangs in the air. If you go at the right time of year, fog spills down the hill crevices like fingers reaching out for the lower canyon, adding to the eeriness of it. Earlier, I said that it's what is known as the secret sidewalk. That's because it's not the real one. I know this because my friends and I regrettably found the real one a few years ago. The guys and I were far removed from our teenage youth, and to be honest, at this point, we were too old to still be going there. But we were all together and feeling nostalgic, so we decided to go. We were about an hour or so into the hike and, disappointingly, nothing too memorable was happening. The sidewalk was still there, as it always was, but now it was without our names adorning the sides of it in bright, obnoxious, bad spray-painted fonts. Our names, now entombed under the brighter, more obnoxiously bad, spray-painted fonts of Generation Alpha and Z before them. The initial rush of adrenaline had worn off, and I forget who finally said it, but we all agreed to call it and head back. I think it was less boredom and more so that we felt a little embarrassed at how immature it all was. I mean, we were closer in age to being the people who say, "Aren't you a little old to be trick-or-treating?" than the people who were a little old to be trick-or-treating. So, in a collective moment of clarity, we realized that we shouldn't have been doing what we were doing. My friend had to piss before we left, which didn't help our immaturity-rooted insecurities, but he went off to the side to handle his business regardless. We had explored the secret sidewalk at least 100 times and felt pretty comfortable knowing our way around. I say this because my friend came back and said he saw something that he had never seen there before. Being the aforementioned stupid men that we were, we couldn't resist checking it out. Through the shrubbery, you could see what looked like a sidewalk on the other side. A real sidewalk, not an aqueduct. Overgrown and beaten, sure, but there was definitely cobble-looking stones joined together forming a walkway. We joked and named it the super-duper secret sidewalk. We decided that we didn't invest years of our life exploring here to not see where it led to. We pushed the branches aside and started to walk it. Walking on this man-made structure in the middle of the wilderness felt unnatural, but the fact that it wasn't destroyed by asshole kids made it feel unexplored by anyone else. That excited us. We all were kind of giddy at the thought of actually discovering something. Usually, all you found out there was crushed natty ice cans and the occasional unwrapped condom. This was a best-case scenario to us, because it was new, and also not an unwrapped condom. Every now and then we'd actually see signs that we weren't the first to walk this path. An occasional sweater or a beanie, and even a single shoe could be found laying off to the side of the sidewalk. At first, I weirdly found comfort in the discarded clothes. It made me feel less alone that someone had done this before, if that makes sense. Like trail markers reminding you that what's ahead has been formerly walked. But the further we got, the more that feeling changed. I didn't clock it at first because of how smoothed down they were, but what I originally thought was cobblestone didn't actually seem to be. It was subtle, but every now and then I'd catch it. Etched in stone were letters and numbers. They were hard to see because the stones were laid out in mosaic fashion. If you just looked at one piece, you would assume they were just scratches. But when you looked at multiple, it became clearer. We were walking on a path made of shattered headstones. At this point, I noticed that we were growing increasingly irritable. At first, I thought some of us were just tired or hungry, but it got to the point that it was what I would call irrational. Everything seemed heightened and annoying. I actually ended up snapping at one of my friends for dragging their feet and kicking up too much dust. That kind of thing never bugs me, but for some reason, it did in that moment, and I couldn't help it. I wasn't the only one either. Simple bickering turned into heated arguments and deep cuts. Our innocent day of nostalgia had become a chore to get through. In retrospect, it's strange, because we were clearly not feeling right, but not once did we talk about turning around and leaving like we planned to previously. Something was luring us deeper. Finally, we rounded a bend that ended up revealing the last bit of sidewalk just faded away into a big empty field. It felt incredibly anticlimactic. You know the reaction some people have when a movie cuts to black and doesn't stick the landing? The "that's it" kind of feeling? That's how we felt. I think one of us might have even said that out loud. We walked who knows how far, and all we got was a lousy field to show for it. The hills surrounded the field almost like a cove or a cul-de-sac. Crunchy yellow grass carpeted the ground. In the middle was one giant, lifeless tree, which was weird because it was late spring after a really good rainy season. But this tree only wore rigid and empty branches. Once we shook the initial feeling of disappointment, we noticed what looked like pieces of old wood strewn about. Not like fallen branches, but more so resembling posts or panels. We felt obligated at this point to investigate it. As soon as we stepped off the path, the air changed, almost a subtle pressurized feeling. The wood was clearly from some sort of shelter structure. I couldn't tell if it was enough to be a house or a hut, but it looked extremely weathered, and almost half of the pieces were charred. My friends were trying to puzzle the wood back together, but I couldn't look away from the tree. One branch in particular. I can't explain why I was drawn to it. I was standing right under it and almost transfixed. The harder I looked, the more I could hear a sound coming from it, which didn't make sense because it wasn't a windy day. The tree wasn't visibly moving, but I could 100% hear a sound, like a back and forth type of sound, like a swaying that was speaking to me. A minute or an hour could have passed, and I wouldn't have known. I lost track. I was so locked onto the tree that I hadn't even noticed my friends heading back to the trail. I don't know if I ever would have noticed, if not for their voices calling my name. When I looked at them, I saw each one of their faces slowly morph into a confused worry. They weren't looking at me, but around me. Like when you're talking to someone and they're looking just above your eye or something. It didn't seem like any of them were looking at the same thing either. I followed eye lines and couldn't figure out what they were looking at. There wasn't anything there. I rejoined the group and no one said a word. I asked what they were looking at and I couldn't get a straight answer from anyone. It was all, I don't knows, and nothing. I don't think anyone wanted to sound like the crazy one. So, like every other expedition we had ever completed, we just left, very unceremoniously. Just headed back to our everyday lives like nothing happened. Before getting too far, I felt the sudden urge to sneak one last peek at the field. I can't say for sure what it was, but I know that I saw something. I think we all did, in our own way. To me, it looked like a fuzzy black shadow with two piercing, reflective eye-like dots, like three-dimensional shaped TV static or a dark smudge on a pair of glasses. Almost like a translucent Rorschach test. You could probably draw any conclusion that you wanted to as to what you were seeing. I still haven't quite figured it out. What I do know is that something was under that tree when I looked back. I know that much. I don't know exactly what it was, but I don't believe that it was of this world. Before the silent film era took over Niles, the land was home to Spanish missionaries and the Olone tribe, so who knows what kind of unfortunate entities are blood-bound to those hills. My friends and I never really talked about that day ever again. I tried, but it was like pulling teeth. Every now and then I'd get a crumb of what someone saw or a retelling of what a friend told another friend they saw. Oddly, it didn't seem like any of us had the same experience. No one else saw the single figure under the tree like I did. Some even said they saw multiple silhouettes, two big ones off to the side, or a big one and a couple of small ones linked together, or groups of them clashing. None of it made sense to me. How could we all share a completely different experience of the same thing? I should have known something was wrong, though, because we are a reminiscing kind of group. We never hesitated to tell a story we've told or heard 1,000 times, but a hidden sidewalk and strange figures in a field didn't warrant at least a couple million retellings? It never sat right with me.
Our friendships weren't the same afterward. Slowly, we stopped hanging out as much and talked even less. No one ever tried to give a reason as to why either. We just accepted it as the way life moves. Friends got married, started families, chased careers, and had less and less time for each other or until our friendships dwindled. One by one, my friends started to move away. One to Texas, another to Minnesota, one went to Idaho, and one even landed in Hollywood. I believe the field pulled us there. Some days I could feel it pulling me back. I'm sure they felt it too. I wouldn't know because they never talked to me about it. When they started moving away, it always seemed like they were trying to get as far away from it as they could. Like they were trying to escape something. I didn't. I'm still here. And most days when I'm feeling lonely and miss my best friends, I try to replay my favorite memories of them in my head. But now, when I do, I don't hear my friends anymore. All I'm able to hear is the slow, back and forth creaking of that tree branch.
I found it during a stormy afternoon. It was a Sunday in August. My cousins and I had been trapped inside our grandmother's old colonial house for what seemed like weeks, though in retrospect it could not have surpassed a week. It had rained every single day since our arrival. It felt as though we were cursed, and in our childish brains time stretched on incessantly, as we quickly became bored of the few amusements we were able to find within the old creaking house. Yet, the rain carried on. Each droplet that landed on the massive French windows was a mocking reminder of our confinement within the old dusty walls of our grandmother's house. Away from any parental attention and affection, and with only the strict gaze of our aging grandmother and her disinterested maid to chaperone us, we children quickly fell into a unanimous depression as the melancholy spirit of both the house and weather overtook us. As kids do, however, we found little ways to ease our boredom, the most recent of which was hide and seek, a game that could go on for a good while due to the vastness of the house. With each game, we discovered new hiding spots, doors that lead to old storage rooms gone untouched for decades, crawl spaces filled with spiders and bugs alike, forgotten guest rooms, and once even a kitchenette tucked away in a room on the second floor. The halls alone, to us children, seemed to stretch for miles. It wasn't unusual to find us hidden behind the curtains of one of the many windows, desperately trying to hide our protruding feet. It was during such a game of hide and seek that I discovered a door at the end of a hallway on the first floor. I found it quite strange, as I believed that we had covered the entirety of the area, and that there was simply nothing left to discover. I had hesitated at first. There was something incredibly wrong about the peeling black paint and rusted brass doorknob that seemed to beckon me from 6 feet away. It seemed out of place amongst the faded pink flowery wallpaper, as though someone had crudely forced it into the wall despite the obvious mismatch. It was unlike the other doors inside the home, as they were all a dull sandy brown. Nothing about them ever stood out. This one did, however, because it was simply not meant to be there. I had not felt myself walking towards it. My body had moved of its own accord, and before I had registered what I was doing, my hand was upon the doorknob, the coolness of the brass sending an electric feeling up my spine. My heart began to pound in my ears, and my breath caught in my throat. Something in my head told me there was something behind the door, and I became incredibly unsure of whether I wanted to know what it was. A cold air began to consume the hallway the longer I stood contemplating. Reason told me to run, and something else compelled me to stay. I could hear my cousin's footsteps drawing nearer to my spot as I waited for my mind to break the reins of indecision. In the end, it was the thought of losing that broke me. The thought of my cousin Rodney's mocking face once he found me cowering in a hallway angered my 9-year-old mind beyond comprehension, so I twisted the knob and swung the door open. Thunder blasted through the house. The light bulb in the hallway went out. The terrified screams of my cousins rang throughout the house and came echoing back to me as ghostly howls while I remained frozen in my spot. In the hallway, a strange stench wafted through the now open doorway, like moldy leaves and damp earth. I cringed as the cold, dry air grew stronger, forcing its way through my nostrils and drying my mouth as the stench of mold overtook the hallway. Beyond the darkness of the doorway, something clattered. Every movement in my body ceased. Hairs upon the back of my neck rose into firm, terrified little spikes, and my fingers gripped the doorknob so tightly my knuckles glowed white. Then came the footsteps, not of children running to find cover from the dark, but something slow, purposeful, and heavy. The sound filled my ears as they drew nearer, and were soon accompanied by hollow, raspy, deep breaths that came in mortifyingly long intervals, each one closer sounding than the last. Soon, I could tell that whatever it was stood mere feet away from me. Unable to see and, worse still, unable to move, I prayed to God that it would not cross the threshold. The stench of mold was inescapable. It became the air. I could taste it in every breath. Dry, yet clammy. If it weren't for my sudden paralysis, I would have gagged. The thing took another step. Another smash of thunder bombarded the house, accompanied by a strike of lightning. The fiery, angry blue light illuminated every corner of the hall, including the form of the god-forsaken creature that stood in the doorway. It stood 6 feet tall on hoofed feet. Red, burning orbs had glared back at me from an emaciated face devoid of any features, save for a mouth forged from holes torn crudely into the shape of a smile in its mold-covered flesh. 2 horns had protruded from its forehead, twisted and ugly, the monstrosity they stood upon. The rest of its form was near skeletal, and its flesh as black as the night sky. Moldy spores of orange, red, and yellow mold grew on every inch of its body, save for the ends of its bony fingers. There, it grew nails as sharp as talons, glinting as though they thirsted for blood. The second our gaze met, the burning fire in its eyes blazed into an inferno. It shot an emaciated arm from the darkness, another strike of lightning illuminating its path, and heaved itself into the doorway. The carved slits on its face stretched impossibly to form a mock smile. At this, I felt a warm liquid run down my trouser pants as my bladder gave way. It rasped, and from the carved slits in its face came a raspy, impossibly deep voice in a childish sing-song tune. Found you. I slammed the door shut and ran. I heard a loud bang as it slammed itself onto the door. I didn't dare look back. I ran down the hallway, up the staircase, into the room I shared with my cousins. They had all been there, staring at me as though I'd gone mad, and in the bright orange glow of our room, no longer subject to the gaze of that hideous creature. I felt as if I had. I could not tell them what happened, no matter how many prying questions were shot at me. I could not speak. I simply slumped into the bathroom, showered, and headed to bed. I had no explanation for what had occurred, despite how desperately my 9-year-old mind had tried to rationalize. I had been unable to sleep that night, haunted by the thought of that creature coming to steal me away. Yet, nothing happened. The next morning, we were greeted by birdsong and a bright morning sky. The rain had stopped. All thoughts of the day before soon fled from my mind as we all raced outside to play. The rest of my stay went by in a blur, the memory of that day blocked from my mind. I chalked it up to temporary insanity, though I truly had no idea what it meant. But as long as it allowed me to pretend what I had seen was not real, I did not care. My parents and I moved away soon after, thus going to stay in my grandmother's home during summer was no longer possible. As time went on, memories of my grandmother's house began to fade until they were no more than a blur in the collection of memories that made up my childhood. The beast and the door were forgotten, and those eyes ceased to plague my nightmares. That was until today, however, when it all came rushing back. My grandmother passed away last week, you see. As such, the entire family has flown out to her house for the funeral, including myself. While wandering around on the first floor today, I found that same hallway from all those years ago. That stench of mold still dominated the air as though it were sealed within the walls, making my stomach churn. I found the door, too. The black paint was just as crude, its peeling flakes littering the brown carpet beneath it. The brass doorknob glinted just as brightly as it had on that fateful day. Yes, I found the door all right. Only this time,
It was ajar.
It was supposed to be a fun day visiting a Christmas village. Just the 5 of us, co-workers, and the best of friends, out for a good time during the holidays. Maybe it would have been, but how are we supposed to know the festive house with all the lights and snow wasn't Santa's workshop? "Isn't this wonderful?" Clarissa, my wife, said as we entered the Christmas village. It really was. An open field just outside of town had been converted into a sprawling replica of the North Pole. The buildings were designed to look like quaint cottages and shops, complete with themes of toys and candy. Colored lights were draped everywhere, making the entire village sparkle and twinkle like a starburst of colors. Actors dressed up like Santa's helpers wandered about, playing roles, interacting with the customers, and hawking various souvenirs. There was even a petting zoo with reindeer, and an actual sleigh with 9 reindeer hooked up, ready to take it on a tour through town for one of the scheduled candy parades. Finally, there was Santa himself, sitting on a throne atop a hill, surrounded by decorated pine trees and brightly wrapped packages, greeting people and taking pictures with them. How, then, could such a wonderful place harbor something so terrible as that house? Most of the day was wonderful. It was a crisp Saturday, and we had been planning this outing as a group all week. It was a pure delight being part of the fun as my wife and friends excitedly toured the village. We did everything there was to do that day. We shopped in every store. We snacked in every restaurant and food stand. We played every game. We drank every warm, seasonal, boozy beverage there was. We pet the reindeer. We took pictures with Santa. We role-played with the actors and, generally, goofed off. It was a magical day, and then we found the workshop. "What's that?" Joel asked curiously, pointing down a narrow, unused side street. "Let's find out," Carol said, laughing and smiling. "Whatever it is, I bet it's fun." We all cheerily went along with her suggestion, singing Christmas carols as we made our tipsy way to the mystery place. What we saw when we got there was the most magical thing we had seen all day. "They really went all out here," John exclaimed excitedly. "I can hardly believe it. They even got real little people to play the elves." I looked again. Sure enough, all of the actors playing the elves were unusually short. There couldn't have been one of them over 4 feet tall. They were busily working, rushing about like they were preparing for something big. "Unreal," I said, and noticed my breath fog in front of me. Clarissa hugged her arms around herself. "It's cold here. Why don't we go inside Santa's workshop? I bet it's fun." The workshop looked exactly as one might imagine Santa's workshop to be. Red, white, green, silver, and gold were the colors. The architecture looked very 15th century, giving it a quaint appearance. There were snowmen, small pine trees, and big candy canes scattered around the grounds. A warm light glowed inside, gently filtering out of the windows, and a thick curl of white smoke rose from the chimney like a serpentine cloud. All of us were feeling the cold. The crisp air seemed to have taken a sudden plunge, and it only made the warm, festive building all the more appealing. We happily agreed that it looked like fun and walked to it. The elves mostly seemed not to notice us as they rushed about their work, but I noticed one give us a stern look and a shake of his head, and he rushed on by. Something about him seemed off, and I couldn't quite put my finger on what. "Hurry," John called as I paused to consider the strange behavior by this small man. I caught up as everyone reached the door. Joel opened it and held it open as we all filed in. Inside, it was bright and warm. Not painfully bright like an office with too much overhead lighting, but comfortably bright, like an open field on an early spring day. It smelled of sugar and baked goods. The entry was an open room, festively decorated with a reception and a door that led inside. Behind the desk was a small man dressed as an elf. He smiled at us and waved us over. "Before you enter the workshop, you need to sign the registry," he said in a cheerful tone. "What's inside?" Carol asked curiously, eyeing the door behind the elf. The little man smiled widely. "Oh, it's a place like no other," he said brightly, "where the wonders never cease and everyone gets what they deserve." "Well, I deserve $1 million, Joel said with a laugh. "Let's sign this book and get on in there." We were all there for a good time. We'd been having a good time. So, how could we possibly know? How could we have any reason to expect that by signing that guest book, our wonderful day would become the stuff of nightmares? We happily signed our pages on lines at the bottom of individual pages. Most of each page was covered in ornate calligraphy, so fancy that none of us could actually read it. At the bottom was a heavy line with an X in front of it, indicating that it was where we should sign. The paper felt like old vellum, and the pen was a proper fountain pen that ink flowed out of in a dark line that varied in thickness with every stroke. Something wasn't sitting quite right in my mind. I couldn't put my finger on it, just a general sense that all was not as it seemed. What's this say?" I asked as I was signing my name. "Standard release," the elf said in a tone that indicated it didn't matter. "You know how these lawyers are, making everything into a liability." I laughed at this, as did my wife and John. Joel gave Clarissa a mock look of alarm, and she joined in the laughter. As soon as the last of us finished signing, the door opened and we could see inside. The ladies gasped, and the men's eyes grew wide in wonder. I wish I had the words to properly describe what we saw as we looked through the door, but it was everything any of us could have thought, hoped, and expected Santa's workshop to be. It was filled with toys, elves busily crafting them as they chatted cheerily, laughed, and sang. That's when I noticed what had seemed off to me before. "Guys," I said hesitantly, "these dwarfs are proportioned like a full-size person, just shorter." "Good for them," John said dismissively. "Now let's get in there and enjoy the best workshop setup I've ever seen." I didn't share my friend's lack of concern. Normally, a person with dwarfism is not proportional to a full-sized person. Their heads are large compared to their bodies, their limbs are short compared to their bodies too. These actors were more like pygmies, people who do not suffer from dwarfism but are still extraordinarily short. It's incredibly rare, and there was no way this seasonal fair should have been able to find so many. The elves in the rest of the village are full-sized people. These people are all pygmies, I said with concern. Something's... "In we go," my wife interrupted, and she pushed me through the door with everyone else following. At first, everything was fine. At first, everything was exactly as it had seemed from the other room. That is, until a new figure entered the room. "Look!" Carol squealed with excitement. "It's Santa!" And at first, it seemed to be. In walked a large man dressed in an old-fashioned Santa outfit, green and brown, the kind he was best known for before the Coke Company popularized the red variant. He was a large man with a thick, long white beard flowing out from under his hood. He carried a large sack over one shoulder, and in his other hand he held a shining scroll. His face was hidden in the shadow of his hood, with only his beard and the tip a long, pointed nose poking out. "Welcome," he said in a deep, booming voice. "It is time to check your signatures against the list and see if you're naughty or nice." Everyone but me oohed and awed in delighted anticipation. It was the nose. His nose wasn't right. Wasn't Santa's nose supposed to be like a button? Not long and thin? I shook my head to clear the thought away. "It's not the real Santa," I muttered under my breath. "Get over it." I convinced myself that it was just the actor. I couldn't expect every Santa actor to actually look perfectly like the mythical version of Saint Nick, after all. It was a silly notion, an unreasonable expectation. And yet, this didn't feel like the fun fakery of the village outside. And just why was the biggest, most effortful, most important part of the whole Christmas village tucked away from everything else, hidden down a narrow side street where anyone could miss it? Why wasn't it the literal center of town? These thoughts raged through my skull, and I wanted to voice them, but I tamped down the urge, telling myself that I was just being silly, that this strange paranoia was unfounded with no relation to reality. "Joel Donaldson," Santa announced in that booming voice. "Yours is the first name signed. Time to see if you're naughty or nice." Joel stepped forward with a comical flourish. I noticed that his face was radiant with a blend of happiness and just a little bit too much alcohol consumed in our day of revels. "I'm ready for my present," he announced with all the innocence and expectation of someone who truly thought that all was right in the world. "You will get your just reward," Santa declared somberly. He held up the scroll in front of him and let it unfurl. He read it aloud. "Joel Donaldson, you are on the naughty list." "Ooh," Joel said mockingly with a smile and a wave of his hands. The elves all stopped working and began to gather around us. They sang, naughty list, you are on the naughty list," over and over again, as they surrounded Joel, big, truly joyful smiles plastered across their smooth faces. Santa stepped aside, revealing a chair that had not been there before. "Come," he commanded. "Receive your reward." The elves crowded in around Joel and began pushing him forward toward the chair. Naughty list, you are on the naughty list." They continued to sing. Joel laughed and went along with it, believing that nothing was out of place, and it was all just part of the show. He walked past Santa and plopped himself down in the chair. That was the moment when the truth of our situation revealed itself. Heavy, spiked leather straps erupted out of the chair and wrapped themselves around Joel, trapping him and pinning him down. They squeezed and tightened around his legs and torso, and pinpricks of blood began to stain his clothing in slowly spreading circles of red. He screamed in surprise and pain. "What are you doing to me?" he yelled, pain cracking his voice as he thrashed his head and swatted futilely at the straps binding him to the chair. The elves laughed musically and began to chant, naughty list, the tone becoming increasingly menacing with every syllable. The floor opened up in front of Joel, and a large, ornate office desk stacked with papers and writing implements rose up before him. The elves' chanting ceased as Santa began to speak. "Joel Donaldson," he announced in a tone that was both businesslike and filled with malice, "you have been a naughty boy. You have been stealing from your employer, using your position as accountant to cook the books and move money from the business to your personal accounts." "I've done no such thing," Joel insisted. "Let me out of here. I swear to God I'm going to sue you into oblivion." The rest of us were too stunned to say or do anything. What could we do? This was supposed to be a fun day. It was supposed to be safe and innocent, just 5 friends from work having a good time at the fair. We couldn't properly process this sudden turn of events, and we stood transfixed in horror as the scene unfolded before us. Santa laughed at Joel's futile threat. There was no merriment in it. It was a deep belly laugh, but it was filled with such malice that I hesitate to call it a laugh at all, but there's no better word to describe it.
The straps tightened and moved, scraping across Joel like a sandpaper belt, shredding his clothing and the skin beneath. He thrashed and screamed in pain, and blood began to flow more freely. An elf walked up and placed an old quill pen in Joel's right hand before sliding a leather-bound ledger across the desk in front of him. Joel protested and dropped the pen. The straps tightened and raked him some more in response to his defiance before the elf picked up the pen and put it back in his hand. "Your punishment is to find the errors and correct the balances in these books," Santa said with finality. "Every one of them is the result of a dishonest man lying and abusing his position to steal, just like you. I know you're accustomed to different tools of your trade, but I'm afraid that you'll just have to complete this task the old-fashioned way." "And if I refuse?" Joel said through teeth gritted in pain. The straps raked him again, and he screamed. Santa chuckled evilly. "If you refuse, the straps will punish you. If you make a mistake, the straps will punish you. If you fall asleep, the straps will punish you. Make enough mistakes, and the straps won't stop. They will drag across your body and tighten until they have cut you to ribbons." "No!" Joel screeched as the chair slammed forward so hard that he would have slammed his head into it if he had not been tightly strapped to the chair, pinning him against the desk. "Naughty list, naughty list," the elves sang again. "You are on the naughty list." I watched as Joel reached forward with a shaking hand and took hold of a paper sitting atop one of the large piles. When he pulled his hand back, a bunch of the papers fell to the desk, and the straps on the chair reacted, slicing across his body like a belt sander. Santa's booming laugh drowned out my friend's screams as the door to the next room opened. The four of us who were still free to move screamed in unison and ran back to the door we came in through, desperately trying to escape this nightmare version of Santa's workshop. It was sealed shut, refusing to open no matter how hard we pulled, pushed, or battered against it. The only response to our screams for help was the laughter of Santa, accompanied by the joyful singing of the elves as they continued their refrain of condemnation. "You must go forward," Santa commanded. "Go forward and receive your just reward." We continued our futile attempt at escape a while longer, but stopped when the elves crowded around us and began to push us to the open doorway to the next room. "Just reward, just reward," they chanted. Joel screamed again as the wicked chair responded to some error he made, and I knew then that he was never meant to survive the task set before him, but to be slowly killed as he desperately tried to complete an impossible task. The four of us tumbled through the door and into the next room to the sound of booming laughter over chants of "Just reward!" The door slammed shut behind us as the lights came on, bathing us in a gentle glow while we desperately pounded at the closed door, screaming to be let out. The sound of many people talking stopped us, and we turned around in morbid curiosity to see what was going on. The room was filled with people stuffed into old-fashioned telephone booths. They were babbling nonsense into the receivers with pained looks on their faces. Once in a while, one of them would drop the phone in a coughing fit and spit up a great gout of blood before picking the receiver up again and babbling some more. A column of elves filed into the room from a hidden door. Wicked smiles plastered across their faces, they went about the room checking the phone booths, performing repairs and washing out blood by connecting a hose to a nozzle on the outside of the phone booth that caused the water to spray right into the person's face at high volume, rinsing away the blood by sheer volume of water that drained out the bottom to God knows where. Booming laughter announced the arrival of Santa Claus as he approached us from behind the phone booths. "Carol Jenkins," he announced. "Time to see if you've been naughty or nice." He raised the hand with the scroll, but before I let it unfurl, I called out. "Wait!" I pleaded. "What kind of Santa's workshop is this? Santa doesn't hurt people. The worst he does is give coal to naughty children." Looking back, I know it was a pointless question. Silly, even. Our captors were going to do what they intended, with or without explanation. What did it matter if the man before us wasn't actually Santa Claus? Why would it matter, anyway? This was supposed to be a fair with nothing but human actors. Humans don't follow Saint Nick's rules. Only the truth was even worse than any of us imagined. The man dressed as Santa laughed, not his usual booming laugh, but a low, menacing laugh. "Santa Claus," he chuckled. "What makes you think I'm Santa Claus? Is it the robe?" He stood to his full height then, and he towered above us all. He pulled back his hood and grinned like a jack-o'-lantern. "Behold," he commanded in his booming voice, "I am Krampus, and I punish the wicked." We all stared in horror at the giant before us. His face was like gnarled wood, old and weathered, with hollow features, a long pointy nose, and deep sharp eyes that seemed to look right through us. He dropped his bag and removed his gloves, revealing gnarled, knobby hands tipped with claw-like nails. The bag opened when it fell, revealing its contents to be nothing but stout reeds and human bones. "I am not here to reward the nice list," he continued. "I bear only the naughty list. If your name is on it, you will be properly rewarded for your behavior. It will be your just reward, and justice is harsh." Carol's eyes opened wide, and her mouth worked rapidly, trying to speak but failing to form any words. Krampus again lifted the scroll and let it unfurl. "Carol Jenkins," he announced, "you are on the naughty list." As he announced this, the elves in the room began to sing, "Naughty list, naughty list, you are on the naughty list." They surged around her and pushed her to Krampus as she screamed in terror. "You are a gossip," Krampus declared. "You spread rumors and falsehoods about others without regard for the harm you're doing. You destroy people's names, reputations, and relationships with your wicked tongue." She struggled against the elves to no avail. As soon as she was close enough, Krampus reached out and snatched her up with one great gnarled hand and pulled her in close. "As punishment, you must confess the truth to every one of your victims," he said in a threatening tone. The floor next to them opened, and a new phone booth rose up. "Naughty list, naughty list," the elves chanted. "But you won't be using that lying tongue," he continued. "A tool of deceit has no place in honest confession." Carol struggled in his grasp and started to scream for help, but Krampus shot his free hand forward and shoved his fingers into her open mouth. Her mouth was forced open wider than it could naturally go, and her mouth tore open into a wide, jagged smile, and Krampus closed his fingers around her tongue. With a swift yank, he ripped her tongue out. Blood sprayed out of her mouth as she screamed in agony. Krampus dropped her tongue and held out his hand. A smiling elf ran forward and placed a small candy cane in it. He took the piece of candy and shoved it into Carol's mouth. The bleeding stopped instantly. It was no mercy, though, as Krampus immediately threw her into the phone booth and closed the door. "Call them," he commanded. "Once you confess your slander to all of your victims, you're free to go." Carol beat on the door, desperately trying to break free. It was pointless. She was as trapped as the rest of the people in that room. A door opened at the far end of the room. "Go," Krampus commanded, "and receive your just reward." The elves began to crowd around us again. They pushed and prodded us in the direction of the door. We reluctantly went. My wife broke down crying. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed in great shuddering gasps. John yelled in protest about how they couldn't do this to us. I was silent. None of it mattered anyway. We were trapped, well and truly, and no amount of protest, no flood of tears would change it. We neared the door and were roughly shoved the last few steps. The door slammed shut as soon as we were through, leaving us enveloped in darkness. We waited in silence for a few moments. The darkness was oppressive, and my anxiety climbed with every second. It could be hiding literally anything, and based on the horrors of the last two rooms, that anything was certain to be deeply disturbing at best and outright horrifying at worst. Hello? I called out to the darkness in a shuddering breath. As if in response, there was a slow grinding sound as part of the wall dropped down, revealing a roaring fireplace. The inferno lit the room in a dancing, ominous glow. It might have been a comforting glow under other circumstances, but after the previous two rooms, there was nothing it could be but a sign of foreboding. In the center of a room was a large wrought iron-framed bed with chains at the head and foot. In place of a mattress was an iron slab. Beyond that, the room lay barren, empty of all signs of life or habitation. The fire blazed even higher and belched out into the room, licking the bed frame for just a moment like the tongue of some arcane, hungry beast. As the fire retreated, a now familiar, horrifying figure stepped out of the flames, followed by an entourage of those despicable elves. Without any further fanfare, Krampus held out his scroll and dropped the bottom roll. "John Valentine," he announced in that booming voice, "you are on the naughty list." The elves were on him in an instant, singing that horrible chant. "Naughty list, you are on the naughty list," as they grabbed him and lifted him overhead, kicking and screaming. It was futile. Small as they were, the elves' grip was like iron, and all John could accomplish was wrenching his own back and shoulders painfully as they proceeded to the bed. The elves chained him to the bed. Iron manacles locked tight around his wrists and ankles. Then they pulled the chains taut to splay him out and immobilize him. He screamed in pain and terror as his shoulders and hips were dislocated with a series of loud pops. "You are guilty of adultery many, many times," Krampus announced with malicious glee. "You lied to cover it up. You betrayed someone close to you, exploited his trust, and smiled as you deceived a friend." John was screaming in protest. "It's not like that," he protested. "We're in love. You can't blame me for being in love. Love is a beautiful thing." Krampus laughed wickedly. "You continue to lie even as you face just punishment for your crimes?" He declared with absolute authority, "You never loved her. You had other women even as you took what didn't belong to you over and over and over again." I was stunned. The John I knew would never do something so heinous. He was a good, upright man, and the only one I trusted completely. I turned to my wife in shock. Who did he? My words caught in my throat as I saw my wife, my dear Clarissa, crying, her mouth quivering with great sobs and tears flowing like twin rivers from her bright green eyes.
Her head hung in shame. "He said he loved me," she sobbed. "He promised that he would make everything better and all of my problems would go away if I chose to be with him," she sobbed. She looked at me with profound sadness and regret. "It was me," she confessed. "I'm so sorry. It was me. The happiness I felt in our marriage wasn't there anymore, and he promised to make me happy again." Her words hit me like a bullet to the heart. My wife and my best friend, the two people in the world dearest to me who I trusted with my life, betrayed me together? I felt my own tears begin to well up and pour out of my eyes. "Why?" I croaked, unable to think of anything else to say. "I still love you," she said with sincerity. "I always loved you. That never changed, but the magic was gone. I stopped being happy at the thought of you. The sweet things you do lost their magic and became routine. I wanted that happiness back. I craved the intensity of it, and he gave it to me, that's all." Her words were like a punch to the gut by a champion heavyweight boxer. I was left stunned, breathless, and unable to form a coherent thought. "Clarissa Hart," Krampus announced as if he had been waiting for this exact moment to speak. "You are on the naughty list." The elves crowded around my wife. "Naughty list, you are on the naughty list!" They chanted gleefully as they grabbed her, lifted her up, and began to march toward the bed. "No!" I screamed. "I forgive her. I don't care what she did. We'll work it out. We'll find our happiness again. Don't take her from me. I love her." The only response I got to my pleas was a continued chant of, naughty list, you are on the naughty list," as those demonic elves joyfully carried my wife, kicking and screaming apologies and professions of her love for me, to the iron bed. "You also are guilty of adultery, lying and betrayal of the one person who loved and trusted you above all others," he declared. "Your crimes were committed with a condemned man. Therefore, you will share his fate just as you shared your own marriage bed with him." The elves shackled and stretched her exactly as they had to John. I turned away as she screamed in pain and terror, every pop of her joints sending a shudder of sorrow and regret through my body. "You must witness this," Krampus said to me in an almost sympathetic voice. "She would have left you anyway, only to get her heart broken in betrayal. She cared far less for you than she did for her own selfish desires." I turned back to face the bed and lifted my head. All I could see through the haze of tears was blurry vision of a black lump of iron with two patches of color on top. I heard the sound of metal grating and sliding as floor plates moved, opening a blazing pathway from the fireplace to the bed one panel at a time. My wife and my best friend screamed even louder and began to thrash, desperation overriding the pain in their dislocated limbs as they realized what was going to happen. Over it all, I could hear the booming sound of Krampus's voice as he declared, "Your bodies will burn together just as you burned with lust together." The elves surrounded me and carried me bodily across the room to a newly opened door. They dumped me through it and slid it shut just as I heard the screams of the two people I loved best intensify as the flames reached the underside of the bed and began to heat the iron slab they lay upon. I lay in a crumpled head for I don't know how long, sobbing with intense sorrow at all that I lost. My friends, my wife, all gone. Victims of a demonic entity meting out a twisted and final justice that nothing in me could reconcile as right or proper. We all fall short. We all make mistakes. None of us is truly innocent in this world. It's only a matter of degree and amount. Eventually, I opened my eyes, stood up, and looked around. I was in a cozy sitting room. There was a perfectly ordinary fireplace with a non-threatening fur cheerily popping away. There was a table set with a fine feast. There was a long, overstuffed couch. The room was festively decorated with all the trimmings of a proper Christmas celebration. And in a very large chair sat the demon, Krampus, patiently waiting for me to notice him. "Take a seat," he said gently, motioning to the couch with one large, bony hand. Seeing no other course of action, I obeyed. "You are not on the naughty list," he declared with a soft authority, the wickedly mirthful booming voice somehow absent. "What?" I replied dumbly, my mind not comprehending what I had just heard after seeing my wife and friend sentenced to torment and death. "You're not fully innocent," Krampus explained, "but minor infractions do not condemn a man. Therefore, you are not on the naughty list." I sat there in stunned silence, expecting it to be some sort of malicious joke at my expense. I expected these horrible elves to show and start chanting about me being on the naughty list as they dragged me off to be tortured and killed. It didn't happen. "Why?" I croaked after I finally found my voice. "You think me a demon," Krampus stated. "That's understandable, but I'm not." "I don't understand," I said in soft confusion. Krampus nodded his head. "And you never truly will," he replied. "All you need to know is that I am tasked with rewarding people for the evil acts they commit. Not evil by any human understanding, but according to a universal truth that many deny even exists." "What even is that?" I asked softly. "The universe operates under certain rules," Krampus explained. "Good and evil exist because of those rules. Good is whatever follows the rules, and evil is whatever breaks them. The catch is that your kind is bound to break them. The only question is which rules you break and how often." I don't know why, but something about being told that good and evil are universal and unchanging, that humanity has no say in the matter, incensed me. "That doesn't give you the right to just murder people," I shouted, all of my pain, sadness, and rage coming out in a single, exhausting burst. I slumped back in my chair, completely spent, suddenly helpless and uncaring. "Just kill me and get it over with," I sighed. "Stop toying with me." Krampus chuckled, a real one, like he genuinely found me funny. "I'm not going to kill you," he declared with finality. "You're not on the naughty list. Instead, I'm going to give you a gift." I didn't have time to ask what he meant by gift before he was on me. He grabbed a hold of the front of my shirt with one mighty hand and lifted me up. Then, with his free hand, he pulled back his hood to reveal that, among his other horrifying features, he had horns like a goat, and this straggly hair that seemed to flow and move of its own volition. He opened his mouth, and it stretched wider than any mortal man's mouth ever could, so wide that I thought he meant to eat me in a single gulp. Then he breathed. He breathed on me, a deep sighing breath that seemed to have no end. It reeked of carrion and rot, smothered with mint and cloves. I tried to hold my breath to avoid breathing the foul fumes, but it wasn't long before I found myself taking in a great gasp of air as my body overrode my mind and forced me to breathe whether I wanted to or not. At first, I felt nothing other than simple revulsion. I gagged on the foul breath and coughed like my lungs wanted to jump out of my mouth. Then it subsided, and I found myself inhaling.
I inhaled like never before, seeming to have no limit to how much air I could take in. I inhaled until every last foul fume that Krampus emitted was sucked in, and then he dropped me to the floor. I lay there, coughing and sputtering as though my body were now rejecting the clean air, now that Krampus had finished fumigating me. Krampus stood, looming over me like the specter of death himself, until I settled down and stood again on my own 2 feet. I looked up and saw his hood drawn far forward yet again, like it had been when I first laid eyes upon him. His eyes glowed like embers in the darkness. He said nothing, waiting, as if in expectation. What now? I asked, coughing as I spoke. A door that I had not noticed before opened up to reveal a familiar, snowy landscape. Now you go out into the world and see it for what it truly is, he said in a voice that grew deeper and more foreboding with every word. That is your gift. You will always know the truth about the people you meet. Never again will you be deceived. I started to speak up, to ask what he meant by his statement, but he hushed me and pointed to the door. Go, he commanded in that booming voice I had come to know and dread. Leave my workshop and never return. I turned and walked out the door and into the Christmas village. All was as it had been before we found and entered that wicked workshop. People were blissfully enjoying the fair in the cold winter air, a recent layer of snow coating the land with a cozy frozen blanket. I turned around, and the workshop was gone. Where it once stood was a town center filled with bustling shops and Christmas-themed carnival games. A drink vendor was off to one side, calling out for people to come and enjoy a hot spiced mead and mulled wine to warm their bodies on a cold winter day. I needed a drink, and I hurried over to the vendor, fully intending to order a hot mug of mulled wine, when I noticed something that stopped me in my tracks. I did a double take, looking at the man in stunned disbelief. I couldn't properly explain it, but as plainly as though it was written all over his face, I knew things about the man that I had no logical way to know. I knew beyond all doubt that this was a con man. I knew that he served cheap drinks that he labeled as expensive premium ones. I knew that he was a habitual liar who lacked an honest bone in his body. I knew that he sweet-talked many a gullible young woman into his bed for his own amusement, with false promises and declarations of affection before moving on to a new town where he did it all again. I knew that he had murdered his own mother and made it look like a falling accident so he could collect her life insurance before the term expired. I knew about the vial of oleander toxin he kept hidden in his inside coat pocket so he could poison the occasional drunk, knowing it would look like a heart attack, and the coroner was unlikely to look any deeper. "What can I get for you?" the man said cheerily, a wide smile splayed across his face. "Do you have anything stronger than wine?" I asked, suddenly wanting nothing to do with anything this man touched. He pointed behind me to a small building simply marked bar. "Go there if you want liquor," he said with the same cheer and smile he'd originally had. I thanked him and left, heading to the bar at first, then turning down the street and leaving, wanting nothing more than to put as much distance between myself and the Christmas village as humanly possible. I've never been good at making decisions. Some days even a lunch order can trigger a panic attack. Should I get a sandwich, or would a pizza be better? Or maybe tacos?
Do I get it delivered or eat it there? So many choices. Too many. Luckily, Mom was always there to make the tough calls for me. Thanks to her, I got an office job with benefits. My personal life was free from drama. We lived together in a nice apartment. It was a quiet life, but a good one. A safe one. Until I came home from work and found her dead in the living room. The doctors said she suffered from a pulmonary embolism. They assured me there was nothing I could have done, even if I was there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling I had failed her. Dad died when I was young. I don't have any siblings, and the rest of our family is estranged. I was her special little boy, the only person she had left in the entire world, and I let her die alone. Even with that guilt hanging over my head, the first few weeks were easier than expected. She left arrangements for the funeral, and I buried myself in assuring they went perfectly. But after her body was lowered into the earth, things went south, fast. Every decision became life or death. Shave my beard or let it grow. Do the laundry or wait a couple days. Sweep, mop, dust. All the little things I took for granted piled up so high I couldn't bear the weight of them anymore. It got so bad I called off work, if only to reduce the number of choices in my day. For a whole week, I sat in the apartment we used to share, staring at the walls and nibbling on the stale snacks left over in my pantry. I didn't leave my room unless my bodily functions demanded it. Then the morning finally came, when I crawled out to forage for food, and there was nothing left. I stared into the empty pantry as the reality of my situation washed over me. I was out of food. I needed to get more. Did I have enough money? Of course I did. Mom left everything she had. But what was my budget? She always took care of that kind of thing, and even if that got sorted out, where should I go? What should I get? The usual? Something to cheer me up? Enough for a week? For a day? Oh dear, what a state you're in. Perhaps you should take a shower. The words snapped me out of my reverie. I looked around, but no one else was in the apartment. I even checked the deadbolt just to be sure. Once I was sure I was alone, I forced a laugh. What I'd perceived as a voice was an errant thought, nothing more. In hindsight, I should have questioned why my internal monologue had a woman's voice, but I wasn't in the most stable frame of mind, and I did need to clean up. So I trudged to the bathroom and forced myself to take a shower. The water was refreshing, and the act of cleaning made me feel like a person instead of a husk. Once I finished scrubbing myself, I got dressed and decided to go on a grocery run. Everything went well until I grabbed the knob to leave. As my hands touched the cold brass, a thought occurred to me. I knew how to get to the grocery store, of course, but it was a weekend afternoon. There'd be a lot of people there. Did I still smell? Did I look okay? Would everyone sense something was wrong with me? What if I embarrassed myself or broke down in the middle of the aisle? Logically, I knew none of that mattered. I was hungry. I needed food. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make myself turn the knob. Visions of disgusted grocery clerks swam before my eyes. I couldn't face that. Wouldn't. What are you waiting for? No sense in dilly-dallying. I jumped. It was the same voice as before, but this time I knew it wasn't in my head. I demanded to know who was there. Here, Poppet. On the table. I turned to my kitchen table and saw a brown cricket staring at me. It was a bit small, but otherwise indistinct. I wasn't sure how it had gotten in. I had shut the windows, right? Was there more than one? Do I need to call an exterminator? I was sure Mom would have called the exterminator. Did she have one she preferred? God, there was so much she hadn't told me. Please quit staring. It's very rude. The cricket said, its mandibles twitched in time to the words. I expressed my amazement with an expletive. The cricket snorted. There's no need for that sort of language. I apologized and explained I'd never seen a talking cricket before. Oh, no offense taken, it chuckled. Normally I'd keep my mouth shut tight, but I've been watching you. You seem like a nice young man, but you clearly need a little extra help. Why don't I move in for a bit? I won't need much, just some food and space to roam. Even in the lowest depths of my depression, I was hesitant to accept its offer. The cricket seemed sensible enough, but a talking bug is still a bug. Oh, silly me. Here I am asking you to make a big decision on an empty stomach. Run to the grocery and stock up for a week. Don't worry, you'll be just fine. Off you go. I hesitated for a moment, then turned the doorknob and left for the grocery store. The trip was uneventful. I was worried the clerk would comment on how much I was buying, but he didn't say anything. When I returned home, the cricket heralded my arrival with a cheerful chirp. Well done! See? Not hard at all, right? I conceded the cricket was right, and then I felt much better. It chirped again and hopped closer. Without thinking, I held out my hand and it hopped into my palm. So, can I stay? After a few moments' consideration, I said yes. Excellent! Just listen to my advice, Poppet, and everything will be right as rain in no time. You'll see. So began the cricket's role as my roommate, conscience, and advisor. It was a simple routine. Every night after I ate dinner, I took the leftovers into Mom's bedroom, where the cricket had insisted on staying. Most days I didn't see it because the room was so big, but it always greeted me with a friendly hello. Once I got the meal settled, it would play me a soft, calming tune and ask me about my day. It patiently listened to what I said, then gave me advice about whatever problem I was facing. It was very smart, just like Mom was. It always knew just what to do. All it asked in return was that I shut the bedroom door when I wasn't talking to it. I was happy to oblige. Our routine was comforting and we were happy together. For a while. The rifts began when one of my coworkers asked me how long I'd been in my position. I realized I'd had the same job for 5 years. I liked my team, don't get me wrong, but the more I thought about it, the more I liked the idea of moving up in the company. I poked around on our internal job board and found a position which seemed perfect for me. Same building, better hours, and almost double the pay. My coworkers encouraged me to apply, but I wasn't sure. That night, I asked the cricket if it thought I should go for it. Absolutely not. Take it from a lowly cricket. There's nothing wrong with staying at the bottom of the food chain. Normally, I wouldn't have questioned its judgment, but something about its tone felt off. It wasn't gentle, like usual. Oh, come now, Poppet. You already have everything you could possibly need. And what about your friends, You don't want to abandon them, do you? I admitted it had a point. Glad you think so. Stay right where you are. No need to rock the boat. I promised I wouldn't apply for the job, and the cricket was so pleased it played my favorite melody. But no matter how much I thought it over, I couldn't help but feel like its advice was wrong. Figuring I had nothing to lose, I submitted my resume the next day. For 3 weeks I waited, unsure if I'd made the right call. My heart skipped a beat when I got the email asking if I had time for an interview. Talking to a stranger who had control over my future career frightened me, but I agreed to set some time aside for a meeting. I thought about asking the cricket for advice, but I was worried it would get agitated again, so I didn't. I was on my own. The interview felt like it lasted 3 hours. Every question felt like a trick, even the ones I knew the answers to. I did my best to look my interviewer in the eye, but she kept staring down at her notepad. When it was over, she looked over her notes and said she'd be in touch. I knew I'd failed, but I must have done something right because soon after she called back to offer me the job. I had no clue how I pulled it off, but I accepted immediately. When I got home that night, I prepared some steaks to celebrate. The cricket buzzed in anticipation as I set down its meal. My, this is a surprise! What's the occasion? I wanted to lie, but I'd never lied to the cricket before, so I swallowed the urge and told it the good news. It was silent for a long time. I don't understand. I thought we agreed you didn't want that. I apologized and explained that I couldn't help myself. It didn't answer. I shifted from foot to foot and looked around the room. I could feel it staring at me, but I couldn't figure out where it was. That had never bothered me before. I wondered if maybe it should have. I suddenly realized I hadn't actually seen my companion for a month. It finally tutted. Well, you're very lucky, Poppet. Still, I cannot condone such headstrong behavior. Promise me you won't do anything that reckless again. I promised. Right. Good night, then. Its tone was final. Reluctantly, I turned to leave. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, so I asked why I hadn't seen it in so long. Oh, that. I'm a bug, dear. I prefer the dark, that's all. I promised I'd buy some blackout shades for it. Thank you. I waited for it to speak again, but it said nothing. I shut the door and left it to sulk. The next day, I bought and installed the shades as promised. This pleased the cricket, but things changed between us. There was a new tone to her advice that I didn't like. Her words were sharper, more pointed. More than once, I thought I caught a hidden insult. I tried to appease it with its favorite foods, but nothing worked. It was determined to stay mad at me. As my home life deteriorated, life at work became better than ever. I was reassigned to a bigger desk, and I still had time to talk with my old team members if I wanted. The work was an exciting new challenge, and I found I liked it much more than my previous job. My old team commented that I looked happier. If not for the cricket waiting for me at home, I would have agreed. With my new desk came new neighbors. They were nice enough, but the only one who stood out was a woman who kept glancing at me as I worked. I didn't think much of it until the day she walked over to my desk and gestured at the Y-Wing model I had placed as a decoration. I've been meaning to tell you I love your Enterprise. Stargate is my favorite. The comment threw me. Was she joking? The kid was clearly from Star Wars, but she'd made 2 mistakes, and Stargate was a deep cut. So it was probably a joke. I was never good with jokes. She seemed nice, and even if she wasn't, I didn't want to come off as stuffy. Did I look okay? I couldn't remember. It became very important that I remembered. I must have made a face or something because she laughed. Relax, I'm just kidding. She offered her hand and smiled. I smiled back and shook. We held the handshake for a moment too long. She didn't seem to mind. That night, I told the cricket about what happened. When I got to the handshake, it beat its wings angrily, cutting me off. Now listen here. It buzzed, its words made harsher by the sound of its wings. It's always nice to make new friends, but get that dopey look off your face. You must keep things professional. Office relationships never work out, and you've been taking far too many risks lately. I wanted to argue, but as always, it had a point. I reluctantly agreed to keep things platonic. The buzzing died down, and the cricket sighed. Oh dear, I'm afraid I must sound like such a nag, Poppet, but it's like you've been going out of your way to paint a target on your back, and things have been so awkward between us lately. Don't you know I just want what's best for you, that all I want is to keep you safe? The comment cut deep. I apologized and swore I'd make an effort to patch things up, and I honestly intended to. I really did, but life's never that easy. As the weeks went on, Courtney and I kept talking. It started off small, science fiction we liked, games we had been meaning to play, Metal Gear memes, that kind of thing. The more we talked, the more serious our conversations got. Before long, the best part of coming into work was getting to see her. She made everything feel easy. I didn't stress as much when she was around. The only thing I couldn't talk to her about was the cricket. That was unfortunate, because the cricket was getting worse. It wanted less light, more food, more attention. I did my best to indulge it, but our conversations kept leading back to Courtney. That made the cricket angry, which only made things worse. Our conversations dwindled, and I heard it hopping around in its room and muttering to itself at all hours of the night. I spend more time away from home than usual. Things came to a head one night when Courtney and I hit a lull in our work. She shot me a look she'd never given me before, nervous but hopeful. "Are you doing anything tonight?" I told her I was thinking about spending a night in. The cricket had been particularly brisk with me the night before, and I wanted to spend some extra time with it as an apology. "Oh, okay." Courtney slumped into her chair and sighed. Something told me to ask if she had something in mind. The question made her blush. "Well, it's nothing big, but do you want to get dinner after work? There's this Italian place I've been meaning to try, but I hate going to restaurants alone." I'm not good with women, but I'm not dumb. I'll spare you the sappy details, but by the end of the night, we agreed to give dating a shot. I couldn't believe it. I was almost delirious with happiness. The feeling faded the moment I got home. I cursed when I saw the time. It was almost midnight. The cricket must have been starving. I threw together a plate and entered its room. Instead of the usual greeting, I was met with silence. I stopped in the doorway and called out to let it know I was back. It didn't answer. That's when I noticed something in the corner of the room that wasn't there before. I hesitated for a second, then warned the cricket I was turning on the lights. I took the lack of reply as acceptance and flipped the switch. In the corner of the room sat the remnants of a molted exoskeleton. It was gigantic, 6 feet long at least. I gagged and looked away, only to find multiple half-eaten shells littering the floor. Horror coursed through me. How big had this thing gotten? Somehow my lizard brain recovered enough to form a coherent thought. Get out now. I slowly turned around and walked to my front door. The cricket, if it could still be called that, dropped from above, blocking my way out. It reared to its full height and clicked its mandibles. Its head nearly touched the ceiling. "You're late," it hissed. I recoiled in disgust. The proportions were all wrong. Its abdomen was too short. Its thorax was too long. Its legs were all different sizes. I looked away, trying to keep it at the edge of my vision. "Look at me when I'm talking to you." I forced myself to look at its face. The eyes had shifted forward, but hadn't lost their insectoid quality. A fleshy bump approximating a nose sat awkwardly in the center of its face. Worst of all, hundreds of stringy hair-like antennae on its scalp twitched in every direction. It was the same color as Mom's hair. My hair. Just looking at it made me feel like bugs were crawling over my skin. Somehow I managed to look it in the eye. I explained I was on a date. "Let me guess, that Courtney girl?" "Yes." "I told you not to get too close to her." "She makes me happy." "Oh, please. You're too sensitive for dating. You should end it before she hurts you." "We've already made plans for a second date." "She'll never accept us. She'll abandon you the moment she meets me." "She's never meeting you. We're done." "You're not thinking clearly, Poppet. Let me play you a song for your nerves." The cricket played something on its back legs. The mutations warped the melody, shifting it into a screeching mess. I covered my ears and winced. "What's wrong? You don't like my music anymore? You don't like me anymore? After all I've done for you?" It reached out and stroked my face. Disgusted, I shoved its hand away. It screeched and slapped me, sending me sprawling to the floor. "Look at what you've done, you horrible boy. I don't want to hit you, but bratty children require correction." It kicked me in the ribs so hard I gasped for breath. My vision shifted in and out of focus. I'd dropped the cricket's dinner and the confusion in the plate had shattered on the floor. I stared at one of the shards to anchor myself to consciousness. "Do you feel like listening now, Poppet?" I nodded without thinking and realized I was crying. The cricket sighed and stroked my hair. Its touch disgusted me, but I didn't fight it. Shh, good boy, good boy. I slowly reached for the plate shard. It was difficult to judge where it was through the tears. I'd hoped we'd have a little more time together, but you've become incorrigible. There's only one way to protect you now. Above me, the cricket's jaws clicked in anticipation. Hot drool dripped onto my back as one of its legs pinned me to the ground. Shh, stay still. Everything will be fine, puppet. I'll take care of you. Its jaws gnashed together as it tilted my head, exposing my neck. My fingers caught the plate shard and closed around it. I felt the cricket's hot breath on my skin. As the gnashing got louder, I screamed and jabbed the shard into its face as hard as I could. It screeched in agony as its exoskeleton crumpled under the blow. I didn't look back as I threw it off of me and fled the apartment. You ungrateful, spoiled boy! It wailed, its voice a distorted moan. You'll never make it on your own! Come back! Come back! That was 3 days ago. I've been staying at Courtney's. She's been nice enough not to ask me about it, but she's starting to worry about why I haven't left the apartment. I can tell it's eating at her. It's only a matter of time before she confronts me. I don't know what to do. Maybe that thing is dead. Maybe it's still alive, nursing its wounds. I'm too scared to check. Every day that passes gives it more time to recover. Should I make sure it's dead? Is it possible to kill something like that? What do I do if it's still alive? Or if it's not there? What if it comes after me? What if it comes after Courtney? Mom used to say writing things down helped her process them. Nobody knows about this account, so I figured it couldn't hurt. If nothing else, maybe somebody can give me advice or a plan, sympathy, anything. Tell me what to do, please. Last night, I heard a cricket outside the window.
Back in the year 2000, I used to work at a comic book store. This was at the height of Pokemania, so the place had morphed into a shrine to all things Pikachu, and the store was constantly annexed with screeching children. Life was loud and chaotic, and filled with concerned parents. Before every shift, I'd hotbox in my car so that I could stay mellow during the after-school rush. Being 19 and stoned, I'd do my best to avoid any semblance of responsibility and left all the heavy lifting to whoever was on shift with me. For about a month and a half, I got paid to stand around the store and stare off into the ether. With enough complaints from my coworkers, however, a regional manager was summoned to check on the quality of customer service. The moment I walked into the store, I was chastised for coming in late and not looking presentable. The manager was the spitting image of my middle school math teacher, smelled like a dentist's office, and clearly had it out for me. She took notes on everything I did and would ask all these super patronizing questions that made me sound like an idiot. Mandy, my coworker, who was definitely responsible for the majority of the complaints about me, was barely containing her joy. Every time the manager chastised me, Mandy kept grinning this stupid grin that was making it hard for me to keep my cool. In order to look busy, and mainly to get away from Mandy, I excused myself to go speak with the customers. That's how I met Professor Henry Willow. Not being a child or a parent, Willow stuck out of the crowd of our usual clientele. I had seen him in the store a couple times before, a small balding dude in a dress shirt and spectacles. He looked like he was killing time before catching the bus to adult math camp. Willow never bought anything.
Every time he'd pop into the store, he would just stare up at the big poster of the 151 Pokemon in complete silence. Sometimes he'd pick up a pack of stickers or trading cards and examine it, but it never held his attention for long. He'd just stare up at that poster with a keen, scientific interest, and then, when he was satiated with the cartoon monsters, he would leave the store. I wasn't certain if I could make the strange man buy anything, but at that moment, I was absolutely sure I shouldn't try talking to a child in front of the stern manager lady. In as casual a way as I could muster in my crispy state, I asked the man if he needed any help. At first, Willow just stared at me as if I had arrived from another planet. It was only once his stare had sufficiently weirded me out that he started to speak. His voice was low, and he seemed to choose every word with the utmost caution. It quickly became obvious that the man was batshit crazy. Willow told me how he had seen the creatures on the posters before, in his dreams. For well over a decade, he had seen a world filled with Pokemon of flesh and blood. The longer the spectacled man spoke, the more he was getting worked up. I feared a scene, so to calm him down, I asked Willow if he wanted to buy anything. My question seemed to pull him back from whatever internal wonderland he was traveling. With a hint of embarrassment, he nodded. This was a store, after all, he said. It would be impolite to not make a purchase, he said. I expected the man to grab a pack of trading cards and call it a day, but Willow kept picking away at the shelves until he had a sizable purchase of stickers, cards, and books. He picked out the items with a sort of guilt, as if he was paying penance to be in the presence of all these cartoon monsters. Both the manager and Mandy seemed to be in awe of how I got the strange man to buy so much stuff. I, of course, knew my sales skills had nothing to do with the purchase, but I sure as hell pretended that they did. When I rang Willow up, I told him I'd be happy to answer any other questions he had about Pokemon if he ever came back to the store. This wiped the guilt off his face. With a thankful smile, he told me he'd be back soon. I didn't get fired that day. Far from it. In fact, from the day I met Professor Willow, I became the top salesman in the branch. Every day I sold to a market of one, but that singular customer had deep pockets. By the end of the month, Willow owned one of just about every piece of Pokemon merch we carried. He bought all the books and sticker collections and video games. Willow even bought 2 of the overpriced Game Boy Colors and a Game Link so that he could catch all the Pokemon across the different versions of the game. The man was obsessed in a way I had never seen before. He snagged up every new piece of merch like it was a priceless collector's item. But more importantly, he asked questions. He asked very specific questions. Not only was Willow interested in the origins of the Pokemon themselves, he also wanted to know more about the society in which they existed. Who financed the Pokemon Hospital? Where did the profits from the Pokemarts go? Could the fact that all the police officers and nurses were related point to some sort of monarchical ruling power? With every visit, Henry Willow filled my stoned head with all sorts of theoretical questions about the Pokemon universe. Back then, I didn't make much of those questions. They were strange, sure, but the scientist was keeping me at the top of the regional sales charts and got Mandy to seethe with jealousy whenever she was on shift. Willow was generally calm. With tranquil eloquence, the scientist could philosophize about the nature of Pokemon evolution or the power hierarchies of the various criminal organizations in the Kanto region. It is only once the topic of the Elite Four and the Pokemon League Championships came up that his voice tensed up. Out of all things Pokemon, it was the championship that seemed to fascinate him the most. He wanted to understand why so much resources and attention were devoted to the Pokemon Gym. He wanted to know how involved the ruling class was in organizing the tournament, and what happened to the champions once they had won, or, God forbid, lost. Where his voice was calm and measured through most of our topics, the question of the Pokemon Championship would make his words shiver with obsession. I did not understand the man's fascination, but I did not question it. I would simply let him ramble about the implications of a regional Pokemon Championship, and then happily ring up whatever merch he snagged off the shelves. Willow would ask me questions, but he seldom gave me time to answer. I wasn't a particular Pokemon expert, so it's not like I had much to add to the conversation. To Willow, I presume, I was more of a bouncing board for his ideas, a friendly face that could be paid at regular intervals to listen and nod, and assure the man that there is nothing unsettling about his obsession. Willow was definitely strange, but I didn't spend too much time psychoanalyzing him. My lack of curiosity was mainly tied to the fact that I was stoned out of my mind, but Willow also didn't seem to warrant any caution. He was short and lanky and generally timid. He seemed harmless. That was until I suggested a reason for the Pokemon Championship. I had channel surfed past a documentary about human civilization and sports the night prior and spent a good chunk of my shift thinking about it. When Willow came in for his usual shopping binge and started talking about the Pokemon League, I thought I would tell him what I learned from the documentary. Maybe the Pokemon Championship is a way for the community to celebrate shared ideals and unite all of the Kanto region, I said. I didn't think my comment was particularly insightful. I thought it was just an innocent observation about a hypothetical situation. My comment, however, set Willow off. With madness blazing behind his spectacles, Willow started to ramble. I was right, apparently. The Pokemon Championship was being used to unite the whole island into a single set of values. The Pokemon Championship was being used to make it easier to rule over the Kanto region. Willow's celebration of finally finding the reason behind the fictional universe was exceedingly loud, even for the after-school rush. Both parents and children quickly shifted their attention from the pictures of cartoon monsters to the raving scientist in the center of the store. Willow was loud, but it wasn't just his volume that was bothersome. The way he talked about the Pokemon universe was wholly disconnected from the friendly nature of the cartoon. Willow spoke about a world filled with incomprehensible monsters, about a life suffered in the husk of the old world, about a terrible existence which required a strong hand to keep order. Willow spoke about the world of Pokemon in apocalyptic terms, which made everyone around him uncomfortable. Worst yet, however, the scientists spoke about this broken, ravaged world as an inevitability. Willow yelled about the coming end of days and how the globe would be filled with incomprehensible monstrosities that would have to be tamed through technology. I tried quieting him down, and eventually I did, but the damage had been done. Just as I calmed Willow down to speaking volume, 2 police officers entered the store. Without any hesitation, Mandy pointed out the man to the cops and insisted he be trespassed immediately. I tried sticking up for Professor Willow, but the scattering of parents in the store quickly took Mandy's side. The man was, apparently, dangerous. He apparently had no business being around children. I put up a token resistance to the idea of the trespass, but in the end it was my signature that ended up on the paperwork. I was a bit too stoned and had a few too many grams in my glove box to argue with the cops. Without much ceremony, Willow apologized and promised to never return to the store. Years later, I can still see his sad, teary eyes as he looked back at the shelves of Pokemon merchandise. Years later, I can still see Mandy's stupid, crooked grin. Willow's absence was quickly reflected in my sales figures. Within 2 weeks, the stern regional manager had returned, with me having been the previous top seller in the store. She was much nicer at the start of her visit. With no big spender to save me, however, I was quickly revealed to not be a very good employee. By the time the manager's visit was done, I was certain that I wouldn't hold the job past the end of the week. I left the store that day wondering about what other gigs I was qualified for that wouldn't mind me being a bit blazed on the job. It's then, as I was heading to my car, that I met Professor Henry Willow once more. He approached me in the parking lot, profusely apologizing. It wasn't until I accepted his apologies at least 3 times that he finally calmed. Once he was sure I held no grudge against him, he revealed the true nature of his interest in the world of Pokemon. He had seen similar creatures in his dreams and visions. That was true. What he never told me, however, was that he was a scientist specializing in genetic manipulation. He had seen unnatural creatures in his dreams, yet in accordance to the dreams, he brought those creatures into reality. The manager's visit had definitely soured my mood, but listening to the lanky man explain how he could create Pokemon, or hybrids as he called them, cheered me up. I thought he was kidding, so I laughed. Professor Willow, however, found little humor in his subject of study. He claimed that he had been working for months on developing these hybrids, and that he had kept some of his samples in a storage facility not far from the comic book store. Willow had worked independently for all of his career, but recently he had come across like-minded scientists out east. He offered to take me to his rented lot at the storage facility. He offered to prove to me that his hybrids were real. The prospect of seeing Pokemon in the flesh was alluring enough, and I was about to accept, yet before I could agree to join him, the scientists produced Polaroid photographs of these supposed hybrids. He must have pressed around 20 of those flimsy photographs into my hands, but I did not see more than 5. They were far too disturbing. Merely looking at them made my stomach churn. Even though I was looking at mere photographs, the freshly sown sweat across my back made me certain I was looking at something patently against the laws of nature. I've done my best to forget what I'd seen on those Polaroids, but I recall a strange 6-legged cat-like creature covered in thick green vines. I remember a strange glob of gray flesh covered in a symphony of bug eyes that seemed to be hiding beneath a layer of shrubbery. I remember a dog, an almost regular-looking dog, engulfed in fire with hot magma dripping from his cheery maw. I rejected Professor Willow's offer to see his hybrids that night, and I do not regret my decision. As lanky and harmless as the man seemed, there was something patently wrong with the creatures he had developed. God knows what would have happened to me had I followed the mad scientist to his storage space that night. It's been well over 2 decades since this all happened, and I try not to think about it. Yet, every once in a while, I find myself wondering whatever became of Professor Willow. I find myself replaying the events of that evening in my head and trying to ascertain how real the creatures that he showed me were. With the pandemic and the wars and the constant nuclear saber rattling over the past couple of years, I find myself wondering how likely it is that Professor Willow's visions of the future will come to pass. I was convinced to take a trip to the beach for the end-of-year festivities. Lately, I haven't felt much like going back to the coast, but my friends got together, booked the place, and paid in advance, preventing me from saying no. We went in 2 groups. In my car, which I finally managed to buy last month, and I was even afraid to take it on the road, it was me, my girlfriend Carla, William, and his girlfriend, Sibylla. The other group had Fred and Sam, a couple, James, a friend I had recently made, and another William, a friend of James, who we didn't know very well. They went by bus at different times, and the first to arrive were James and William. We arrived shortly after and started unpacking our stuff. Since it was already night, we decided to leave our bags and go look for something to eat, walking along the sand in the hope of finding a beachfront restaurant that was still open. It was on the way back that I realized how isolated the house we were staying in was. It was close to the sea, but far from the city, on a side street with little traffic, and, if I remember correctly, with no neighbors for at least 2 blocks in the opposite direction from the beach. The place was old, and not necessarily poorly maintained, but you could tell that the owners only stopped by before renting it out to give it a little cleaning. That must be why the rent was so cheap. We spent some time outside, chatting, some smoking cigarettes, and others smoking something more interesting, and the girls went inside to take a shower and finish making the beds. The living room was quite large, with worn wooden walls and a ceiling fan that made a low, constant noise. There was an equally large kitchen, a bathroom, and only 1 bedroom. We had all decided to sleep in the living room, since it would be more spacious. Fred, the 2 Williams, and James were at the entrance to the house, exchanging work stories and laughing, while I watched through the door as the girls arranged their air mattresses on the floor. "Hey, Alex, did you guys get your mattress?" "What mattress?" Sibylla pointed to the corner. "Mine is here, yours and Carla's are over there, and Sam's is over there." She pointed to the mattresses on the floor. "But there are only 4 more. Weren't there 5? There was silence. Carla looked at me, raising an eyebrow, and started counting on her fingers. "No, each of you brought your own. There were 8, right? 1 for each." I answered, shooting a confused look at Sibylla. "Yeah, but there's 1 missing." She cut off the sentence in the middle, putting her hands on her hips, and turning her head down with an equally confused look. I focused, trying to remember how we organized the bags in the car. Nothing was missing when we unloaded. I was sure of that. "I see those drinks had taken effect," I said jokingly. "It must still be in the car, or you guys left it somewhere." "We didn't, Cy. We unloaded everything together," Carla answered her from the other corner of the room. They both looked at me as if they were waiting for an answer. A wave of discomfort took over the room. It wasn't just because of the mattress itself, it was as if we knew something wasn't right, but no one wanted to talk about it. Outside, I heard William, the big William as we called him to differentiate, laughing in a very loud tone, the way we were used to. "I'll go and see with the boys," I said, heading towards the door. Outside, the air was fresh, and the conversation was accompanied by laughter and the smell of cigarettes being put out in the impoverished ashtray. Fred looked at me as I walked out the door. "What gives?" he asked, noticing the expression on my face. "There's a mattress missing in there. Are you sure you got everything?" James frowned and put out his joint on the wall. "Of course we did. I checked the bags with you, remember?" Fred shrugged and made a funny face. "These mattresses are all the same, and you're all high as a kite. Maybe they're all stacked or something." The other, William, James' friend, who had been quiet until then, pointed to the couch that was outside near the door. "Isn't it that one over there?" On top of the couch, thrown haphazardly, was a blue air mattress, just like the others, still rolled up. I went over to pick it up, but something seemed strange. Was it there the whole time? Why hadn't anyone seen it before? I shook my head, pushing the thought away. Fred laughed and patted me on the shoulder. See? Problem solved. Now go in there and tell the girls they're paranoid. I went into the living room and started inflating the mattress with the air pump. There it is. Some idiot forgot it on the couch. She didn't seem completely convinced, but accepted the explanation with a sigh. Once it was inflated, it was placed next to the others and covered with a sheet. Everything seemed to be sorted, but as I left the room to join the mess outside, I couldn't shake a bad feeling from my mind. I was sure we had brought everything inside the house. Eventually, the girls appeared outside with 3 glasses of drinks in their hands. The house had an outdoor area set up with a grill, a small table, and a sofa. We also set up our beach chairs and started playing cards to pass the time. Who wants to play one? Fred said, handing me the cards to shuffle as if he had already decided that I would play. I'm in. Big, William replied. Fred raised an eyebrow to the left corner of the room. You too, William? I turned to the right corner looking for the answer, but froze for a second when I heard it coming from the other side of the table. Of course. My gaze followed Fred's, and I saw the other William nodding casually. It's going to be confusing with so many Williams at the table, Sam commented in an ironic tone. It's always been confusing, I joked, trying to lighten the mood. Hey, I haven't even played yet and I'm already being accused, replied Big William, laughing. I started to shuffle and deal the cards, trying to ignore the strangeness of the situation. But before I could finish, Carla leaned over to pick up her glass from the edge of the table and raised an eyebrow. Hey, William, weren't you sitting right next to me? Everyone looked at the seat next to her. It was empty. Yes, I was. I just got myself a beer. Want one? Said Big William, raising the can. Carla turned her head, following the words. No, it wasn't you. And there we go. The Williams confusion began. Fred interrupted the girl, laughing at his own joke. Carla opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something else, but when she saw everyone laughing, she shook her head and forced a smile, too. That was enough to dissolve the discomfort and the cards started to spin again. But for a moment, before Carla sat back down, I had the impression that there were more people around the table than there should have been. The sensation was so brief that it almost went unnoticed. Almost. I woke up in the middle of the night, almost morning, actually, since we had gone to sleep late. The sound of the fan still cut through the silence of the room, but there was something different. Something I couldn't identify. The house was quieter than usual, as if it was holding its breath. I looked around the room. Everyone was there, huddled on the mattresses, in a mix of bodies and blankets. The weak sunlight, which seemed to still be deciding whether or not it would rise, entered through the window in a distorted way, creating long and strange shadows on the walls. With every movement I made, it seemed like someone was watching me. But when I looked around, I saw nothing unusual. There was just the heavy silence and the feeling that something was wrong. I suddenly remembered why I had woken up, and I made my way to the bathroom, stepping over the mattresses, trying to be as quiet as possible. Passing through the kitchen, my gaze was drawn to the figure of someone with their back turned, standing near the window. It was William. Or at least it seemed like him, with his tall body and relaxed posture. But upon closer inspection, something seemed strange. He was looking outside, which didn't make sense. The window faced the opposite side of the beach, to an area of thick, dark woods. There was nothing there. William? I called softly, my heart beating faster as I approached. The figure didn't move. I hesitated for a second, thinking about going back, but the need to go to the bathroom made me take another step forward. When I got close enough, the light partially illuminated his face. I froze. It wasn't William. It was another William. His face was turned towards the window, but what made me shiver was his expression. He was smiling. I quickly moved away, taking a step back. My heart raced. I took a deep breath, trying to convince myself that it was a hallucination or that the boy was sleepwalking, but something told me otherwise. Something was wrong. Alex? Carla's voice cut through the silence, and I turned to see her sitting up in bed, as if she had been woken up by some noise. I'm just going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. She lay back down, falling asleep almost instantly. When I came back from the bathroom, William was standing at the door, almost motionless, waiting for me to come in. Before I went to bed, I instinctively started counting heads. There were 8 people sleeping in the living room. The next day, after returning from the beach, we were all sitting outside again. Empty coffee cups and breadcrumbs decorating the table. The group was trying to decide what we should have for dinner, some complaining about the heat. An argument was starting, and I couldn't help but feel that something in that house wasn't right. While they were talking, I got up and went to get another cup of coffee. James went with me. As we walked through the kitchen, I looked up and noticed a trap door in the wooden ceiling. I haven't seen this attic until now, James commented, following my gaze. Me neither. It looks pretty big. He shrugged and filled our cups. On the way back, I could already hear that the argument outside had escalated. I'm telling you, we should go to the market soon, Sam said, standing up and slamming her hands on the table. We have beans and some meat here. We'll stay for 3 more days. We can go tomorrow, Fred replied, trying to keep his usual funny tone. Guys, let's try to settle this calmly, I said, already heading towards the group outside. Look, you guys can make up your own minds, Sam said, on the edge of anger, standing up and heading towards the kitchen. Where are you going? Fred asked with a wilted look. I'm going over there, away from here, she replied sarcastically and slammed the door. I'm going to grab a beer, William said in a strange tone as if he didn't know how to speak properly, and also went towards the kitchen. The atmosphere became awful. Fred had an expression of sadness and confusion, opening and closing his mouth without knowing what to say or do. Carla and Sibylla were talking quietly as if they wanted to distract themselves. James sat in a chair and took out his cell phone, and Big William shrugged and lit another joint. He took a long drag and passed it to other William, who was sitting next to him. Weren't you going to grab a beer? I asked, sure that I had seen the dude go through the door. No, it was William who said it, right? I don't even drink beer. The conversation between the 2 namesakes was interrupted by a loud noise coming from the kitchen. Everyone stood up at once. What was that? Fred shouted. We ran to the kitchen. When we arrived, the door was open, and the scene we saw gave me chills like never before. William was inside, but he didn't look the same. His body was bent over and he was contorting in an inhuman way. I could hear a strange, artificial laugh coming from his face, not like a person normally laughs, from the bottom of the chest passing through the vocal cords. The laugh seemed to literally come from his face. Lying on the floor was Sam. Her body was motionless, her eyes wide in absolute fear. Bizarre. William was on top of her with his hands on her throat, squeezing with supernatural strength. No, she tried to say, but her voice faded before she could finish. The sight was surreal. That thing was looking at us with an unsettling smile, as if this was all part of a game. His eyes were different, as if they were empty. What the hell is going on? Fred shouted, trying to get closer. William looked at Fred with a cold and indifferent look, and with a quick movement pushed Sam aside as if she were just dead weight. Is there a problem? The imposter said in a voice that was both William's and someone else's. The mix of tones made my stomach turn. Carla took a step back, and Sibylla turned to the door as if she was thinking about running away. William took a step towards us, and with an even stranger smile, he said, Now the game begins. The fight was chaotic, a whirlwind of screams and movement. The third William was everywhere, a threatening presence attacking without warning. The first to try to confront him was Fred. Fred was a big, tall man and liked to brag about his street fights. Still, he looked like a child trying in vain to beat up his older brother. I grabbed Carla by the hand and started running, pushing Big William or other William. Honestly, at this point I didn't even know who was who inside that house anymore, and all I knew was that I had to disappear as quickly as possible. My body went into survival mode. I ran out of the house, across the garden, and towards the deserted road. The cold air cut my face while the sound of footsteps followed me closely. but I didn't dare look back. I didn't know how long I ran without letting go of Carla, dragging her through the streets of that place, and eventually I reached a gas station. We stayed there 4 hours, waiting for the day to dawn, not daring to go back to the house. When morning finally came, everything seemed quieter. We went back to the house. I was scared, but also feeling a deep need to understand what happened. The house was empty. There were no signs of struggle or of whatever had attacked us. What was left was a disturbing silence. The attic trap door was open. I don't know what made me notice it, and even stranger, something compelled me, almost forced me, to go in there. I told Carla to stay in the living room, and if she saw or heard anything, to run away. The attic reeked of mold mixed with a metallic smell. Inside, I found more questions than answers. Notes, old photos, and newspaper clippings that talked about disappearances in the area. There was something else in the air, a feeling that everything had happened before, but I couldn't explain. When I poked my head out, trying to get Carla's attention, I found the room empty. All the hairs on my body stood on end. She was gone. I would have heard her if she had run away. The wooden floor made a lot of noise, but all I heard was a suffocating silence. I closed the trap door and placed a heavy file box on top and waited. I'm still waiting. I'm posting this here because I need someone to read it. I don't know how long it will take for it to find me. Something inside me tells me that it already knows where I am and is just playing its demonic game with me again. I don't know what happened to my friends. I don't know if what I saw was real, but one thing is certain. The William that attacked us was not human. He was something much worse. I'm writing to warn others, so if anyone is planning a trip to this place, stay away from isolated houses and never, ever trust anyone you think you know, because now I know, in a very haunting way, that there is more than one William in this world. As I stood in the almost empty classroom with only 2 other students, I realized that signing up randomly for whichever course was available might not have been my best choice. But, well, I didn't have much of a choice anyway. I scoffed at myself. 6 months, just 6 months of this, and I could switch to something else. My mood lightened at the thought of the pizza waiting for me that night. As I stood there, the door opened and a man walked in. He was well-dressed, with long curls cascading to his shoulders and a face so striking it was almost otherworldly. I hadn't seen anyone so beautiful in years. The sight of him stunned me. Without saying a word, he picked up a broken piece of chalk and wrote on the board, "Nice to meet you all. I'm Ron, your sculpting teacher." I blinked, startled. Teacher? For a moment, I thought he was a model or an artist on display himself. The other 2 students seemed unimpressed, sighing heavily, clearly disinterested. After the brief introduction, the class started, but it wasn't what I expected. Instead of working on anything hands-on, Ron played a video about the basics of sculpting and remained silent the entire time. I spent more time looking at him than at the video. After the class, I learned the other 2 students were dropping out. I considered doing the same, but something about the quiet intrigue of the class, and Ron, made me decide to stay. A part of me felt bad for him, too. If no one else stayed, would he lose the job? The next day, I was the only one in the classroom. It felt oddly intimate, the silence heavier than before. Ron walked up to me and handed me a piece of paper. "Are you sure you want to continue this class?" I smirked, thinking it was a test, but then I realized he couldn't speak. The knowledge hit me harder than it should have, and I immediately felt guilty for smirking. I nodded and said, "Yes," half out of genuine interest, half out of pity. His eyes lingered on mine for a moment before he walked to the front and began the lesson. For weeks, it was just the 2 of us. He communicated only through notes, his instructions simple yet cryptic. My sculptures turned out strange, abstract forms that seemed to emerge from a place I didn't fully understand. They were detailed, almost grotesquely so, with expressions that felt too real. I didn't question it at first. Art is meant to evoke emotion, after all. One night after class, something changed. I lingered, examining the pieces I'd worked on. They felt alive in a way that made my skin crawl. The lights flickered. The room seemed to shift. Shadows danced unnaturally on the walls, and I swore I heard whispers. Then, on the chalkboard, a message appeared, scratched in jagged letters. Sculpt me. I stumbled back, my tools clattering to the floor. The sculptures around me seemed to move, just slightly, but enough to make my blood run cold. I bolted for the door, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening, until the lights snapped off completely. In the darkness, I felt them, cold, stone-like hands brushing against me. The sound of grinding stone filled the air, and then a voice, Ron's voice, whispered directly into my mind. Create me. The lights flickered back on, and everything was normal again. The sculptures were in their original places, and Ron walked in, his usual silent demeanor intact. He handed me another note. Are you all right? You look pale. We'll end class early today. You don't seem well. I nodded, too shaken to argue. Outside the classroom, I noticed a poster on the notice board. It bore Ron's name and advertised an upcoming sculpting exhibition. Was it the same Ron? The description was vague, but it seemed likely. The next day, I went to the exhibition, curious. The gallery was packed, the crowd buzzing with admiration for the sculptures on display. Each piece was hauntingly lifelike. A man mid-scream, a child crouched in fear, a woman crying bloody tears. The detail was astonishing, almost unsettling. Then I saw him, Ron. He was nothing like the reserved, quiet figure from class. Here, he was a star, surrounded by admirers exuding charisma. I was shocked. He never once mentioned being so famous. One piece in particular caught my eye, a sculpture of a woman crying bloody tears. The sorrow and fear etched into her face were so vivid I felt compelled to touch it. My fingers brushed against its surface. It was warm. Before I could react, the figure crumbled under my touch. It wasn't stone. Flesh and blood spilled onto the floor, and the smell of decay filled the air. I stumbled back, horror clawing at my throat. Then everything went black. I woke up to darkness, my body stiff and cold. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My limbs refused to obey me. My chest burned and panic set in. I could see faintly the stage of the gallery, the dim lights casting shadows over a new centerpiece. It took me a moment to realize the centerpiece was me. I was frozen in place, my body contorted into a macabre pose. My hands reached out as if pleading, my face twisted in terror. The spectators marveled at my realism, their voices muffled in my ears. Truly haunting, someone said. A tragic masterpiece, another murmured. I wanted to scream, to beg for help, but I couldn't. Ron appeared beside me, smiling faintly. He leaned in close, his voice soft and cold. Welcome to eternity. They called it the Murmuring House. It was an old house, built at the end of Stevens Lane. it wasn't about the way it looked. Plain white stone walls, red brick tiles on the roof, and a beautiful garden full of flowers. It was the sounds. Every passerby talked about the same thing, the murmurs. The voices were extremely low, sometimes no louder than a whisper, but you'd always swear you heard them. Despite seeming to be in perfect condition, the house had been unoccupied for the last 7 years. The landlord had lowered the price 5 times, but nobody wanted it. Everyone had heard the stories. People losing their minds, entire families either dying or disappearing. It was enough to discourage anyone. The Millers were not one of those people. James Miller had just gotten himself a new job, and the family was getting pretty desperate for a home. They did not pay any attention to the stories about the house. The town gave the family a month, because that was how long the victims usually lasted. Week 1. The family shrugged off the rumors. Small town tales, James told his wife Sarah as they unpacked. The son Timmy had greater problems, like fitting into a new school and making new friends. The worries of a spooky haunted house seemed non-existent to the introverted boy. The house was really good for its price. 2 rooms, a study for James, and an amazing lawn. The house already had the essential furniture. The basement was off limits to the family, though. The landlord said something about unstable walls and asked them not to open it. The family happily agreed, not wanting to miss such an unbelievable offer. The house was too good, maybe the best they could find in the town. The murmurs started on the 3rd day. Sarah was the first to notice. At night, she heard a faint voice calling for her. "Honey, do you hear that?" She nudged her husband awake. "Probably just the wind outside. Nothing to worry about, love," said James, half asleep. Sarah thought it made sense, but found it odd. All the windows in the room were closed. "Daddy, were you the one in the garden last night?" Timmy asked the following morning. "No, son, I was asleep. You must have heard the night guard," answered James as he prepared the breakfast. Timmy decided not to question any further, but he was sure the voice he heard in the garden belonged to his father, and it was calling his name. Week 2. By the 2nd week, everyone had experienced something strange which they couldn't explain. James would often snap out of a trance at his desk, only to find the phrase, "Can you hear us?" scrawled across his screen hundreds of times. He also received calls from unknown numbers, asking him to let us out. Sarah started finding strange dark red spots all over the house. No matter how much she cleaned them, they would come back. While cleaning the basement, she found what appeared to be hundreds of names written on the basement walls. No matter how hard she scrubbed, she was unable in erasing any of them. The basement really was in a terrible state. The cracks and crevices made it look way older than the rest of the house. She did not want Timmy to get hurt while playing here, so she decided to lock the door once again. Timmy began speaking about a man in the basement, whom he called the Ear Man. In his words, Ear Man was tall and covered in ears of all sizes. As his fascination with this Ear Man grew, he started speaking of how the figure whispered to him at night, sharing secrets about the house, and said he loved their voices. Soon, Timmy started whispering by the basement door, even drawing unsettling images of him on his bedroom wall, and spoke of his constant listening. His parents dismissed it as just his imagination, even when they heard voices in the basement one night. Week 3. The family had fallen apart. James had barricaded himself in his study, driven to the brink by the relentless whispers that seemed to seep from every crevice of the house. He thought that isolation might silence the voices, but they followed him, growing louder in his solitude. His Word documents were filled with the same word over and over again. Listen. Notebooks, once filled with ideas and notes, were now consumed by frantic scrawls of the same request. The walls, once painted in a cozy shade of blue, now had the phrase carved and scratched all over them. Sarah kept scrubbing and cleaning the house, even when her hands turned raw and started bleeding, mumbling something about keeping the house happy. The dark red spots were all over the house now, originating from the basement and creeping all over the walls. It seemed like the walls themselves were bleeding. The house even crawled into little Timmy's dreams. Every night he'd have the same dream. All alone, standing at the top of the stairs that led to the basement. He would hear muffled voices behind the door, the voices of Mommy and Daddy. Ear Man would urge him to open the door and talk about how he couldn't wait for him to meet the others. The family stopped talking to each other. They didn't need to. The house whispered everything they wanted to hear. Week 4. When the Millers stopped responding to calls and doorbells, the neighbors grew concerned and alerted the police. Upon entering the house, everything appeared untouched, as if it had been cleaned meticulously. The sharp scent of bleach and disinfectant hung in the air, too strong to ignore. But when the basement door was unlocked, a wave of putrid odor hit them like a tsunami. Inside, the decomposing bodies of James and Sarah lay sprawled on the floor. The authorities couldn't determine the cause of death. Some speculated it was something they weren't willing to share. Timmy, their son, was nowhere to be found. 9 years have passed and still no trace of him. The only thing left to guide the detectives was the hundreds of names, including James, Sarah, and Timmy, scrawled desperately across the basement walls. The case was never solved, just another story lost in the whispers of the house. The town moved on, another family consumed by the house, they all said. But at night, if you ever walked on Stevens Lane passing by the house, you'd swear you heard them, James, Sarah, and Timmy, whispering and murmuring along with the past occupants. If you listen closely, you might hear your name too. I've been reading a lot of stories online about urban myths and serial killers, as I've had an experience with one that fits in both categories. I'm not a storyteller per se, but honestly, this is the only way I can tell my experience to anyone reading. I'm just an ordinary person who works a normal job, and honestly, what I saw haunts me every time I close my eyes. I'm writing this journal as I feel that whatever or whoever I saw that day will finally come to close my chapter. It happened in November. The weather was more like autumn, as winter had not yet started, so the temperature was cold but somehow bearable to me. The night felt crisp, honestly, and I do not have to cover my mouth and could breathe in the cold air. I lived 2 blocks from the bus stop, so I took my time walking, as I enjoyed it. My car was in the shop for its service, which was why I'm walking home. The area I live is a middle-class suburban type of place with single-story houses. My place was my parents' before they passed on. I liked it, and saved me a bunch in rent and other costs. The street was empty at this time of night, which suited me. As I walked, I took the time to look at other houses, noting that many still had their lights on, as it was around 9:30. As I walked, I came across a house that was in complete darkness. This was odd as our area did not have the usual empty houses and such. The occupants' cars were still parked in front of their garage, so one could surmise they were home. The odd thing was that the front door was open, and a window looked broken. The window that was broken was the living room one, so I stopped to get a better look and saw a hand sticking out the front door. It was resting on the floor. I slowly took a few steps toward the house to get a better look and see if I could help. As I got closer to the front porch, I stopped. There was blood oozing out the front door and slowly making its way to the front steps. I took a step back and then slowly another. I did not want to get caught in a situation that could lead me to the same fate, so I began retreating further, and as I was about to turn and run home, I saw it. I refer to her. She looked like she was left out in the sun to dry, as the skin looked white as paper to me, even in the semi-light. I was transfixed by the sight, and slowly a hand was raised by her, and she placed it on the window. The window was the one I supposed to be in the dining area. Placing the open hand on the window, I could see it was covered in a red paint of sort. She began to slowly move it side by side, like as if she was waving to me while leaving streaks of the red paint on the glass. Then I saw the worst thing I could ever imagine. She opened her mouth, and in the light it let off glints of sharp things I could only guess to be razors, like the box cutter type. I lost my composure and ran. My house was 4 minutes away, but it felt like 4 days to me. I ran to the front door and fumbled in my pockets to look for the keys, all the while looking to see if I wasn't followed. Entering my home, I sank to the floor. I tried to steady my breath and remembered that I have a phone and should call the police. I fished out my phone and tried to call a few times. My hands were shaking uncontrollably, but finally I managed to call and waited for them to pick up. The operator picked up and I basically blurted everything out in a couple of seconds, to which the operator tried to calm me down. I took a few breaths as I told and recounted everything to her and gave the address. She let me know that a unit will be sent to check up on the place. While that was happening, she asked if I have locked my door and checked my home also, to which I panicked. As I looked up at my door, I jolted up and locked it. I told her that I lived alone and always lock up. She told me to remain calm and keep the phone close, as she will call again to check up on me. I closed the call and switched on the lights to my home and made my way to the kitchen, where I sat down on the dinner table. The adrenaline was wearing off and I felt like I was drowning in warm water. I think I may have passed out, as when I woke my phone was ringing and so was the front door. I saw it was police calling. I picked up and it was the operator. She asked if I was okay and I told her I had passed out from exhaustion. I got up and walked to the front door. She let me know that this happens when you are involved in such situations and I should take a bath before getting some rest. Looking through the spy hole on my door, I could see there were 2 officers standing outside. I let the operator know this, and she let me know that she had asked to check up on me also. I opened the door while keeping the line active. The officers introduced themselves, and I nodded. The operator said that I should talk to the officers, and will be cutting the call now. I cut the line and put my phone back in my pocket and let the officers in. I led them to the living room, and we sat down. One of the officers tried to comfort me by talking about my place. It was a short, banal conversation, but it helped. I then told them my account for the night. They listened without a word, and when I finished, asked for a clear description of the figure I saw, and I tried my best to give them one, but honestly, that description felt off.
The face I saw looked like a badly made ghost mask, but honestly, it still is scarier to think of now. They told me to be vigilant as this was the first case in this area, and they fear there could be more, in that since I saw this person, I may be in some danger now. I asked what happened to the family in that house. What they told me brought shivers to my core. Honestly, miss, we don't know. There are no bodies in the house, but there was blood everywhere. It's like the perp tried to repaint the house in their blood. I know we should not be speaking to you about this, but you saw the blood on the front door. Beyond that, we cannot figure out who or what this person is, but whoever they are, we have the FBI looking for them also. So here's where I ask you. Is there a place you can go for a while, or at least till we catch this killer? It's for your own safety. I told them that I had no other family or place I could go to, as this was the only home I had. They considered this, and one of them excused himself and walked out the front door to make a call. The one still sitting told me that if I did not have a place to go to, then another option was witness protection, which was brought up by the agents. I knew that once in witness protection, I would basically start again, and by the looks of it, I had no other choice left. It's been 6 months since I was moved to this random town. Given few resources to start my life again, I did my best. At first it was okay, and things weren't so bad. I got used to the life. It was then I started to notice things happening at night. There would be noises from outside my apartment, like someone pacing around and tapping on the windows. I called the police a few times, and in most cases it turned out to be nothing, but they swore they felt like someone was watching them. I was becoming paranoid myself. I called the agents assigned to me and asked if I could be moved, and he informed me that it was impossible, as he did not have another place I could be moved to. I asked why the investigation was really taking so long, and he did not have an answer, but said that I was the only tangible witness to this serial killer's crimes. I was confused. Since I checked online, there were no mention of such crimes on the news sites, and asked why. He informed me that it was being kept out of the news as there were no bodies, only blood trails, and missing bodies that could easily be recorded as fraudulent death reports. The real problem was that locations of every crime was random and nothing connected them at all. I was getting worried by all this, and now I am getting even more paranoid as there have been scratch marks on my door and windows. I tried to use a camera to catch the prankster, but nothing. There were now knockings in the middle of the night and even whispers of a voice. I'm scared that soon I will be next. Today, I found a bloody razor on my doorstep. It was just laid on the doorstep. Please help.
I used to laugh at people who said their houses were haunted. You know, the usual stuff. Flickering lights, strange noises in the night, objects moving on their own. I thought it was all just a mix of paranoia and an overactive imagination. But then something happened in my own house, and I'm not so sure anymore. I had just moved into this old 2-story home in a quiet suburban neighborhood. The place wasn't anything special. 1950s architecture, hardwood floors that creaked when you walked, and an attic that the previous owners said they never used. They said it was just for storage, but it looked like they hadn't set foot up there in decades. The first few weeks were uneventful. I'd come home from work, make dinner, and settle into my new life. But then one night, I heard something. A faint scraping noise, like wood rubbing against wood. At first, I brushed it off as the house settling. It's old, after all. But the sound didn't go away. In fact, it started getting louder, more insistent. It was coming from the attic. I'm not proud to admit that I ignored it for a few days. I didn't want to know what was up there, and honestly, I assumed it was just a rat or something. But then, one night, the noise changed. It wasn't a scraping sound anymore, it was more like footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, pacing back and forth above my bedroom ceiling. That night, I couldn't sleep. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, listening. I kept telling myself that it was my imagination, that old houses make weird noises all the time. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The next morning, I decided to check it out. I grabbed a flashlight, pulled down the rickety attic ladder, and climbed up. The air up there was thick with dust, and the wooden beams groaned under my weight. It was exactly what you'd expect an old attic to look like. Boxes piled in the corners, cobwebs hanging from the rafters, and that strange, musty smell. But there was nothing unusual. No sign of animals, no broken windows where something could have gotten in. Nothing. I figured I must have been hearing things. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. On the far side of the attic, partially hidden behind an old dresser, was a small wooden door. I hadn't noticed it before. It was about 3 feet high, like a crawlspace door, with rusted hinges and a thick padlock hanging from it. I didn't like the look of that door. There was something about it that made my skin crawl. But curiosity got the better of me. I walked over to it, bent down, and tried the padlock. It was solid, unmoving. I gave the door a shove, but it didn't budge. The thing was sealed tight. I left the attic that day, trying to put it out of my mind. But the footsteps didn't stop. In fact, they got worse. It was as if something or someone was pacing right above me, night after night. Sometimes it sounded like 2 people walking in sync, their footsteps echoing through the house. Then the knocking started. It was faint at first. A light tap 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 on the attic floorboards right above my bed, but each night it got louder, more aggressive. One night, it sounded like fists pounding against the wood. I was losing sleep. My nerves shot until I couldn't take it anymore. I called an exterminator, thinking maybe there was some kind of animal infestation I wasn't seeing. He came by, checked the attic, and said there was no sign of rodents or pests. But when he saw the small door, his face went pale. That door shouldn't be there, he muttered, almost to himself. What do you mean? I asked. I've seen a lot of houses like this. That's not a crawl space. It looks like someone blocked something off, locked it away. I didn't ask any more questions. I didn't want to know. After he left, I tried to forget about the attic, but the knocking, the footsteps, it all kept getting worse. I even tried sleeping in a different room, but it didn't matter. The sounds followed me. Finally, I decided to do something I'd been avoiding since the day I moved in. I called a locksmith. When he arrived, I brought him up to the attic and pointed to the door. He looked at me like I was crazy. You sure you want to open this? I nodded. It took him about 20 minutes to break the padlock. I'll never forget the moment he swung that door open. The smell hit us first. This rancid, sour stench that made me gag. But what really got me was the space behind the door. It wasn't a crawl space. It was a small room, barely big enough to stand in, with no windows, no light, and dirt-covered walls. And on the floor, I saw it. A small wooden rocking chair turned over on its side. I didn't stick around after that. I grabbed a few essentials and left that house within the hour. I sold it at a loss a few months later to a guy who didn't ask too many questions. But sometimes, at night, I still hear it. That faint sound of footsteps pacing back and forth just above my head. I live in an apartment now. No attic. But the sound, it follows me.